No Stones for Sorcerers. A Harry Potter fan fiction by Claire Violet Thorpe. Based on the book Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
The audiobook No Stones for Sorcerers by Claire Violet Thorpe is a work of fan fiction based on the Harry Potter series by J.K. Rowling. Even though No Stones for Sorcerers was inspired by Rowling's magical world, it is an original story. Claire Violet Thorpe also does not claim any ownership or affiliation with the Harry Potter franchise or its characters. Please note that this story is rated PG for mild language and violence. It also contains major deviations from the original book, such as different characters, plot twists and alternative outcomes. If you are looking for a faithful adaptation of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, this is not the story for you. However, if you are interested in exploring a different perspective on the wizarding world, you might enjoy this story. Thank you for your understanding. We hope you find No Stones for Sorcerers to be a thrilling and captivating addition to the Harry Potter universe.
Author's note: No Stones for Sorcerers, a journey of reimagining the wizarding world. Dear readers, as I sit down to write this author's note, I am filled with a mix of nostalgia and excitement. It is hard to believe that it has been over a decade since I first embarked on the journey of crafting No Stones for Sorcerers and the subsequent series, Harry Potter Redux. It all began in 2009, a time when the Harry Potter fandom was thriving, and readers around the world were captivated by J.K. Rowling's magical universe. I must admit that the genesis of this fanfiction series arose from a place of frustration and disappointment. Like many fans, I eagerly awaited the release of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, eagerly devouring each page with anticipation. However, upon finishing the series, I couldn't help but feel that some narrative threads were left unexplored and certain character arcs deserved more attention. In my heart, I longed for a deeper exploration of the wizarding world, an opportunity to delve into the intricacies of the magic system and to witness the growth and development of beloved characters. Thus, No Stones for Sorcerers was born, the first installment of Harry Potter Redux. Throughout the process of writing this series, I aimed to stay true to the essence of J.K. Rowling's magical world while introducing new elements and expanding upon existing ones. I wanted to take readers on a journey that felt familiar yet refreshing, allowing them to rekindle their love for the wizarding world while offering a fresh perspective. It was important to me that this fanfiction series be respectful of the original source material while addressing the concerns and frustrations many fans shared. I aim to weave intricate plotlines, explore the complexities of magic, and dive deeper into the characters we came to know and love, all while adhering to the established rules and lore of the wizarding world. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the incredible community that surrounded and supported this series from the beginning. The Harry Potter fandom is a vibrant and passionate one, filled with individuals who shared their insights, theories, and encouragement throughout the years. Your enthusiasm and dedication fueled my creative spirit, and I am eternally grateful for each and every one of you. As we embark on this journey together, I invite you to suspend disbelief and join me in rediscovering the magic of the wizarding world. No Stones for Sorcerers is just the beginning, a stepping stone into a reimagined universe that honors the legacy of J.K. Rowling's creation while offering a fresh take on the adventures we hold dear. Thank you for embarking on this journey with me. Your support and love for the wizarding world continue to inspire me, and I hope that my words can ignite the same joy and wonder in your hearts as they do in mine. Magically yours, Claire Violet Thorpe.
Chapter 1. Albus Dumbledore stood outside Privet Drive. It was dark, save for a few lampposts conveniently located at every street corner. Most people living in the houses down the street were safely tucked away in their beds, not knowing what had happened several hours before. Dumbledore had recently found out about the deaths of James and Lily Potter. That saddened him to an extent, especially since he had failed them when they trusted him to protect them from the wrath of the Dark Lord Voldemort. According to one of his agents, the Dark Lord was killed when he attacked the Potter family. The agent mentioned the disappearance of Seamus Rose and his son, Sean Rose, which happened shortly after Seamus's daughters Joanna Rose Black and Shannon Rose Snape disappeared. Dumbledore knew it was a matter of time before Sirius Black and Severus Snape would come after him and demand answers about their wives' disappearance. But that was for a different time. Right now, he had something more important to do. He stared at a huge grey cat that came to nestle up beside him. The cat transformed into a woman. Minerva McGonagall was no stranger to these evening meetings, as she often participated in those meetings. But she didn't agree to this one, especially if it was in an area populated exclusively by Muggles. She said to him, "Albus, I think that this is a bad idea. Sending him to live with Muggles is a mistake. Minerva, my dear, you should know that Muggle families are having magical children while pureblood wizarding families are dying out due to a lack of children," said Dumbledore. "Many wizards and witches today have a magical parent and a non-magical parent. I know that Petunia and Lily Evans attended Hogwarts because they both had magic in them." "Indeed," McGonagall said as she glared at her husband. "And what would make you think that Petunia would be willing to take in Harry Potter? When last I checked, she had married a Muggle, something that is frowned upon in wizarding society. Is there no other magical family we could send him to? I know Molly Weasley had begged me to let her keep Harry when she first heard the story about him, but I had to turn her down," said Dumbledore. "I insisted that his family would want to see him first. Always have to be the sentimental one, aren't you, Albus?" McGonagall snapped. "You do realize that you've earned her wrath, and I know Molly Weasley and her wrath. She won't forgive you for this, not if you know she came from the Pruitt family. That family is notorious for hexing anyone who dares to cross them." "This is for the best, my dear," said Dumbledore. "Harry needs his family, and he needs his childhood. He needs the chance to grow up and live a decent life. He doesn't need the fame and glory. He's too young for that. And Alexander Ulrich experienced fame and glory and it hasn't gone to his head," McGonagall snapped, as she thought about Irina Ulrich's newborn son. Sandy was born in Liverpool 3 weeks before the deaths of his grandparents, Paul Alexander Ulrich and Isabella Bramline Crenshaw Ulrich. Many people believed that the couple was killed in the traffic accident that killed over 65 people. Of course, the traffic accident was actually a wizard attack. Irina, their only child, believed that Dumbledore had her parents killed for a mysterious reason. As such, she left the Order of the Phoenix soon after her parents' funerals. That's because Irina is hellbent on keeping anything fame-related away from her son. "She also isn't letting anyone magical near her house," said Dumbledore. "She's a stubborn woman, and she refuses to trust me." "She'll never trust you since she believes that you caused the accident that killed her parents 3 weeks after Sandy was born," said McGonagall. "In fact, I don't think your spy in the Ulrich family is very useful. That family is stubborn, and they won't let the fact that Paul and Isabella Ulrich were killed at your hands go." "Indeed," said Dumbledore. "If Irina knew what was good for her, she would beg for my forgiveness the first chance that she got. Instead of doing that, she wants my head on a spike and the hung over the London Bridge. She may be a powerful spellcaster, but why does she have to be so stubborn?" Just then, a huge motorbike roared into view and pulled up in front of the 2 old wizards. A huge man stepped off the bike and retrieved a basket from the sidecar. The man said, "I found him in the ruined house." "Where did you get that bike?" McGonagall snapped at him, not approving of the fact that the man was riding on a Muggle bike. Didn't he know how dangerous Muggle bikes were? He could have fallen off the bike and gotten hurt. "Sirius loaned it to me," said the man. "He asked me to keep an eye on it until it was safe for him to retrieve it." "Indeed," said Dumbledore. "Now, where is the baby?" "Right here," the man said as he opened up the basket and revealed a small boy lying inside it. He was asleep, wrapped up in a blanket, and clutching at something that looked like a blue raven. A scar in the shape of a lightning bolt was on his head over his right eye. McGonagall said, "You're sure no one saw you, Rubeus?" Rubeus Hagrid frowned as he stared at the two old wizards. "I had a few minutes to take Harry and leave before the Muggle authorities came to question me. Sirius is talking to them right now as we speak." Dumbledore frowned. He would have to punish Sirius Black for that later. He then said, "I have made up my mind. The boy stays with the Dursley family. I don't want anyone outside that family to raise him. If that occurs, then that family will be cursed. If the Dursleys give Harry away, the Dursleys will die and the adoptive family that gets Harry will be cursed. I will make sure that the boy arrives at Hogwarts unhappy with his life and completely dependent on me." McGonagall shook her head, as she knew this would not end well. She and Hagrid vanished before anyone could see them. Dumbledore frowned, knowing that the plan was set in motion. He set the basket in front of number 4 Privet Drive and slipped a letter on top. He then backed away from the porch and disappeared into the night. Petunia Evans Dursley saw the baby lying asleep on the front porch the next day. She had found out about her sister Lily's death from a letter that was placed on top of the blankets. She picked up the baby and thought, now who on earth would place my baby nephew on the front porch? Don't they know he could have frozen the night, or someone could have carried him off without me knowing it? Or to make things worse, he could have wandered off and no one would have noticed until it was too late. She walked back into the house with the baby, not knowing what to do next. Her husband, Vernon Dursley, saw Harry and frowned. He wasn't ready to take in an orphan, especially one with magic inside him. After Petunia told him about her finding Harry on the front porch, he said, "Well, isn't there anyone else out there who can take care of Harry?" Petunia gasped. She knew her brother Carlisle Evans wouldn't take charge of the baby. There was also the matter of the near annihilation of the entire Potter family for her to consider. "Not that I know of," she replied. "You would think that people would have some sense when it comes to matters such as this." "I know," Vernon said as he read the letter. If this Dumbledore actually cared about Harry as he claimed, he would have came here himself and explained everything to us instead of dropping the kid off like a package from the UPS and expecting us to take care of him. Dudley's already a handful, so why would we want to introduce another baby into this house? There has to be another family out there who would want to take care of him, Petunia frowned. A family that actually knows about magic. "What about your brother Carlisle?" Vernon suggested. Petunia glared at him. "Have you lost your mind, Vernon Dursley?" she hissed, making their baby son Dudley cry. "My brother isn't the type of man who you would trust to look after a puppy, let alone a baby. Why would you even suggest that?" Vernon was surprised. Petunia would normally hold her temper in situations such as these. Since she found out about her sister's death, and would be burdened with the task of raising baby Harry, the woman was ill-tempered, as it were. "Why not your brother?" he wondered. "Because that good-for-nothing idiot dropped out of Hogwarts to go backpacking in South America when he was 17 years old," said Petunia. "I'm still angry with him, because he had abandoned our family to run around with those so-called normal friends of his." "What about you?" Vernon asked. "I was kicked out of Hogwarts when I was 15 years old and had to spend the rest of my school years in Stonecrest High School," Petunia said with a sigh. "Of course, Lee mocked me because I couldn't use magic even though he could barely do anything beyond a child's level of magic." She sighed and went to comfort a crying Harry. "If only I could get him back for humiliating me for not being able to complete my magical education, we'll see." She set baby Harry down on a small cot and read the letter, hoping to find a clue about who had killed her sister. Petunia knew they weren't exactly close, not since things went sour for her after her 5th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That was when she discovered she could do a limited amount of magic. Because of that, she was forced to leave Hogwarts and attend a Muggle school. Naturally, Albus Dumbledore was displeased with the school government forcing Petunia to leave. Even though he made threats, the school government refused to budge. Petunia decided that because the old man had poked his nose in her life once again, she would make him pay for it. And Harry Potter was the perfect bargaining chip to destroy all of Dumbledore's plans. Several days after Harry came to live with the Dursleys, James Harold Potter and Lily Marie Evans Potter were buried. Baby Harry cried, and so did Petunia. Vernon frowned and shook his head. Baby Dudley was asleep the entire time. As the pastor read the final funerary rites, the person Petunia had hoped to never see again came to the funeral. Carlisle Ariel Evans, who liked to be called Lee, shrugged as he came towards the graves of Lily and James Potter. He had the same red hair as Lily, yet his eyes were blue like Petunia's. Petunia had gotten the infamous blonde hair from her mother, Gloria Williams Evans. Yet Carlisle did not come alone, as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman stood next to him. She was inappropriately dressed for the season in England, as it was wet and rainy. While everyone wore funeral attire, Carlisle and the mysterious woman wore t-shirts and shorts, as if they were dressed for a day at the beach instead of going to a funeral. "So, you've decided to show your face here after all these years," Petunia snapped. Carlisle Evans did not look at her or say anything. "Where were you when Mum and Dad died? Where were you when Lily and I needed you? Oh, I know, you were too damn busy lollygagging on those bloody Californian beaches, were you not?" Lee began. "It doesn't matter what you have to say." Petunia snapped as she turned to look at him. "You abandoned us when we needed you, Lee. Why would you do that? Do you realize what you've done when you left us? Mum, Dad, and Lily are dead. I'm the only member of the Evans family here, and this," she pointed to Harry, "is her poor child." "Who, him?" said Lee. "Don't tell me. Our sister married that useless Severus Snape, didn't she? Because if she did..." "She married James Potter," Petunia said in turn. "I see," Lee said. "What a travesty. Lily didn't listen to me when I told her not to marry James. Now look at her. She's dead and now you're stuck raising her kid." "So she was talking to you," said Petunia. "Because she sure as hell wasn't talking to me." "Well, you and her were planning for her to marry Severus Snape, while James Potter was planning to marry Shannon Rose," said Lee. "Yet due to someone's manipulations, James married Lily while Severus gained Shannon as a consolation prize. And now, everything is a huge mess and Harry is paying for that person's lies." "And who is she?" Vernon said as he pointed to the woman standing next to Lee. "Some gold-digging whore you picked up while you were in California." "Well, this is my wife, Mary Lewis," said Lee. "We got married last year and decided to come here." He stared at Harry and said, "Well, to be honest, Mary and I were in Scotland, not California when we got the call." "What call?" said Petunia. "The call for Mary and I to take in a child," said Lee. "Yesterday, I received a call that a young boy who recently lost his family needs emergency foster care." He stared at Harry as he said, "And I'm taking that kid, if you don't mind." "And why would you want to do that?" said Vernon. "What would make you want to raise a child, let alone Harry?" "Because it's clearly evident that you and my sister can't handle the responsibility of raising a magical child like Harry," Lee said as he glared at Petunia. Mary read the letter from Dumbledore and said, "If this Dumbledore fellow actually cared about Harry, which he doesn't, then he would have come to your house and explained everything to you like a normal person. Since he didn't do that, well, he's lost all rights to the boy. Lee and I will be taking care of him, and you'll be lucky if you're even allowed to even look at him." "Indeed you will," said Petunia. "And if you even think about suing me for custody, I'll make sure to crush you in court, said Lee. I've gone to Harvard University, as it were, and I'm now a rich and powerful lawyer. So you and your wizard friend can say goodbye to whatever future that you've got planned for Harry. He will be a respectable boy and not play with magic. Unknown to them, Dumbledore was also at the funeral. He frowned as he saw the confrontation between Petunia and her brother Carlisle, knowing that he had another member of the Evans family to deal with. He could not allow Carlisle to get involved in Harry's life. According to him, Harry Potter was not supposed to have a decent childhood, nor would he have other relatives to confide in. This would not do at all. He knew he had to punish Carlisle Evans for interfering with his plans, but how would he get away with it without Petunia finding out about his involvement in her sister's death? That's the end of that part of the story. But here's what happens next. Upon their arrival to Little Whinging, Lee and Mary moved to number 185 Privet Drive, which was far from Vernon and Petunia. Also, Lee and his wife decided to raise baby Harry as their own. Petunia was very upset about this arrangement, as Lee and Mary seemed to be no good at raising children, let alone Harry. Dumbledore also wasn't pleased with this arrangement, as his plans to train Harry as a soldier would go awry, no thanks to Carlisle Ariel Evans. Speaking of plans going awry, Dumbledore's 5-year-old daughter Amber helped her 3-year-old best friend Willa Tyrell escape from her cruel older brothers. Willa's story was that her mother had died when she was born, and her cruel older brothers never let her forget that. Her father, Marcus, was worried about his daughter and tried to protect her from her brothers as only a father could. During the funeral for James and Lily, Amber snuck Willa out of the house when no one was looking and they took the next train to Hogwarts. That story will eventually intertwine with Harry's story. Well, Harry's story was about to begin in a way no one anticipated.
Chapter 2. 1 year later. Vernon and Petunia Dursley, who Albus Dumbledore had ordered to raise a recently orphaned Harry James Potter, had lost custody of Harry to Petunia's older brother Carlisle Evans and his wife, Mary, when they stepped in. Little did Lee know that when he took Harry in, he had deprived Dumbledore of his child soldier. If you thought Petunia and her brother Lee reconciled, because of their meeting at Lily's funeral, the reconciliation never happened. They still weren't on speaking terms and Petunia found herself wondering if she should have fought harder for Harry, instead of allowing Lee to take him away. There was also the matter of Lee claiming that Vernon and Petunia were terrible people, who would mistreat Harry, as per Dumbledore's wishes. Plus, the letter that Dumbledore had given to Petunia was submitted to the court as evidence. That was enough for the judge, as she awarded custody of Harry to Lee and Mary, with limited visitation rights for Vernon and Petunia. Petunia shook her head, wondering what on earth she had been thinking to reach out to Carlisle Ariel Evans to help her take care of Harry. Despite everything, Lee and Mary took good care of Harry, as they read the contents of Dumbledore's letter, and were determined to give Harry the life that he truly deserved. At the same time, Lee and Mary decided to start their own family, and give Harry some much-needed siblings. When she was informed of that one night, Petunia and her husband laughed, knowing Lee was an idiot for marrying the wrong sort of woman. They saw Mary as nothing but a gold-digging witch who wanted Lee for his huge inheritance. There could be no way the mismatched couple would bring any children into the world. Yet, the Dursley family itself would get bigger than it already was. Shortly after the Dursleys lost custody of Harry Potter, Dumbledore sent another orphan boy named Patrick Harvey to stay with them. Patrick's parents Elizabeth and William were killed in the infamous wizard attack that killed Paul and Isabella Ulrich. As the Harvey family had no nearby living relatives, Patrick was sent to stay with the Dursleys. Petunia was not happy about that, as Lee had taken Harry away from her, and she wasn't allowed to visit him except on court-appointed days. Patrick, who had a mild disability, thrived in the Dursley household, much to Dumbledore's delight. Yet the old wizard had some other plans for the Dursley family, which would make them dependent on him, even if the Evans family wasn't. On the night of December 8, 1982, little Patrick and Dudley gleefully threw food at each other around the dinner table despite Petunia's efforts to stop them when Vernon showed up carrying a tiny girl with him. The baby was a year old and she had dark blonde hair, pale skin, and brown eyes. "Here's little Miss Agnes Parker," Vernon frowned as he set the toddler in a chair. "We're to be watching her for a while. Where are her parents?" Petunia asked as she stared at the little girl. "Her parents probably abandoned her," her husband snapped. "Nobody knows who they are or why they left her here, but she's here nonetheless. The question now is, what should we do with her?" Just then, a flying piece of carrot thrown by Dudley hit Vernon on the nose. "That's enough, boys," he yelled. The two toddlers stopped throwing their food and stared at the huge man. "Now I want you to meet Agnes Parker. She'll be staying with us for a while." Dudley and Patrick stared at Agnes. The little fat boy frowned, but little Patrick smiled at her. "Hi," Agnes squealed, before sliding off her seat and began raiding the cupboard. Petunia caught her and scooped her up, saying, "You can't go into the cupboard, not before I get your food." Agnes stared at Petunia as she fixed a plate of food and set it before the girl. She stared at the plate for a while, not knowing what to do. She and her family had grown up poor, and at the mercy of the wizards that had attacked their village. Petunia said, "It's no wonder why she came here." "Whatever do you mean?" said Vernon. "I heard that her mother was stolen by a wizard and her father was killed," said Petunia. "Plus, it's a matter of who her parents were and what they did. After all, they did try to help wizards, that's what I've heard." "You need to stop listening to all that gossip," Lee yelled as he showed up. "She's just a baby. A baby that was abandoned when her parents were either killed or taken away from her," said Petunia. "And why are you here, Lee? Aren't you supposed to bring Harry here this weekend?" "I would, if Mary didn't have to go into the hospital," Lee frowned. Mary, his wife, had gone to the hospital to deliver their first child a few hours earlier, leaving Harry with a sitter. "I believe that congratulations are in order." Vernon frowned as he handed the cookies to the children. "I would say that," he said, "but how will we know you aren't going to continue being a jerk?" "How will we?" "I think that's enough drama for tonight, Vernon," Petunia said as she gathered the children and took them upstairs to get them ready for bed. "And as for you, Lee," she said to her brother, "I'm sure that you'll be filing for divorce and taking the baby and Harry before the next year is over." "Like that'll ever happen," Lee scoffed, as he knew that Petunia was wrong. For the last few months, Petunia had told anyone who would listen that there was no way that Lee's marriage to Mary Lewis would last, not with his weak-willed nature and her cruelty towards men. Plus, Lee and Mary's adoption of Harry was seen as a great thing, as Lee and Mary appeared to be better parents to Harry than Vernon and Petunia would ever be. Yet, something big happened that would change everything. The next day, Vernon returned home with two small boys. "That's little Jonathan and Adrian Trickenberg," he said to Petunia. "Don't ask about their parents, they are dead. Their grandmother is currently in a hospital and their grandfather, well, you can guess where he is because I don't know what happened to him." Petunia stared at the boys and said, "Let me guess, we'll be watching them for a while." Indeed, Vernon frowned as he set the boys down and plopped down into his easy chair. Petunia stared at Jonathan and Adrian for a few moments before going to the kitchen to make dinner. Dudley, Patrick, and Agnes were put down for a nap just moments before Vernon came home. The little boys went to explore their new home. Unlike their old house, which was little more than a playhouse full of disaster, the Dursley house was clean. Much too clean. That would soon end, thanks to Vernon's so-called generosity. After Jonathan and Adrian arrived at the Dursley house, a young man named Nicholas showed up, claiming to be the illegitimate son of Irene Ulrich and an unknown man. Petunia took one look at Nicholas and said to Vernon, "That kid can't be her son." "He's not?" Vernon said in shock. "Of course he's not," Petunia snapped at him. "I should know. Irene only has one child, which is her son Sandy. There's no way that Irene could have had this boy." "I see," said Vernon, "but we can't send him away. We must find out who he really is and why someone is trying to pass him off as her son." They looked at Nicholas, who sat by himself in a corner, and shook their heads. The boy was no Romanov, not with his odd looks, pale skin, brown hair, and brown eyes, and the fact he looked nothing like Irene or her son, who had dark hair and blue eyes. This would not do. Vernon and Petunia definitely had some questions to ask the social worker when she came to the Dursley house the following week. Meanwhile at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was attempting to get Willa Tyrell to return to her brothers and father, a request that didn't sit too well with his daughter and deputy headmistress a wife. Amber had repeatedly told her father that Willa's brothers were abusing Willa, and Minerva McGonagall refused to send Willa back to a potentially abusive household. "Really, Albus, you must listen to Miss Tyrell," McGonagall said to him one evening after the girls went to bed. "It would be nothing short of murder to send her back to a family that hates her." "I wish for nothing more than for Willa to be with her family," Dumbledore tried as an excuse. His wife wasn't going to buy into that, as she refused to buy into his idea about him placing Harry with the Dursleys. She knew sending Willa back to the Tyrells would result in Willa's death, or something far worse. Dumbledore knew he wasn't going to win this round. Instead, he said, "I hear that Lily Potter's brother and his wife are expecting their first child." "Indeed," said McGonagall, "but what strikes me as odd is those Trichenberg children and Miss Agnes Parker. Could they be related?" Hagrid said as he joined the old wizards. "Perhaps they could be royalty," Dumbledore said. "It may be a rumor, but it is believed that the Trichenberg youngsters could be related to a royal family from Atlantis," said Hagrid. "There seems to be nothing like that here." "I'm not sure about that," said McGonagall. "But you'll never know with those Trichenbergs. They seem to be bent on taking over the world by sheer numbers alone. Mayhaps Miss Agnes and Mr. Nicholas have a small part to play in the years to come, as does Jonathan and Adrian," said Dumbledore. "Their Veiler will be among those who will help Harry Potter vanquish the Dark Lord." "I won't allow any of this heroic nonsense about the children from you, Albus," McGonagall snapped. "Miss Agnes, Mr. Jonathan, Mr. Adrian, and especially Mr. Potter will live normal lives and make something of themselves, instead of sacrificing themselves and correcting your mistakes." "For once, I agree," Dumbledore said as he conceded. He knew Minerva would shoot down his attempts to meddle in the lives of Agnes and Harry. She would make sure they would have a normal life. But he had yet another trick up his sleeve regarding them. The next day, Carlisle and Mary Evans welcomed their first son, Robert Carlisle Evans, into the world. That date was December 10, 1982. While the Evanses played the part of the pleased parents and the Dursleys the happy relatives, the birth wasn't pleasant. Baby Robbie, as the baby was called, was born premature, and Mary nearly died, which should have caused a normal man to worry. Yet Lee showed very little concern about that, as he knew that Petunia was still begging him to take the children and leave Mary for a while. "I swear, Petunia, if you don't stop telling me to leave my wife, I'm going to file a restraining order," Lee snapped as he glared at Petunia. "So far, you have not shown any support of me and my family, and you also have the nerve to take in some orphans even though I had made it explicitly clear to the judge that you were not allowed to foster any children. Now that I have my son, it'll only be a matter of time before I have those kids and Dudley taken away from you." Petunia was shocked to see that Robbie didn't look anything like Lee. He had brown eyes and brown hair. It was apparent the Evans genes of blue-green eyes and red hair had skipped over him and the Lewis genes took over. Vernon and Petunia were sitting at home after the children were put to bed. Lee was with them. Petunia said, "I can tell you aren't too happy with little Robert." "I'm not," said Lee. "I know why," said Vernon. "Robbie's magic, isn't he?" "Well, I can't say you got what you deserved, after all the hurt you gave to your sisters when you walked out on them." "Oh, so we're back to that again?" Lee snapped at Vernon. "I don't know why you married Petunia, seeing as she was more suited for Severus Snape than for you. And why would you name your firstborn Dudley? At least it's better her than naming him Faith, or Purity, or Rainbow," said Vernon, yet Lee laughed at him. "Why would anyone name their kid Dudley? That poor boy is going to be picked on when he goes to school for getting such a terrible name." "And Robbie?" Petunia began to say. "At least Robert is an appropriate name for a boy," said Lee. "But as for Harry, come on. Lily could have done better than to give him such an old-fashioned name such as that." On that same day, a basket was pushed behind the bickering men. Vernon turned around and opened the basket, revealing two small babies both about Robbie's age. They were crying. He then noticed a card on their blankets. It read Ginger and Twyla Mobley. "Not this again," he thought to himself as he stared at the two babies. They apparently didn't have any parents, or anyone else who could take care of them. Just then, Lee noticed the basket full of crying babies and said, "So, someone else abandoned their kids, eh? Thought they would drop them off at your house. I'll take care of these two, if you don't mind." "But what about Robbie?" said Petunia. "He was born not too long ago. You already got your hands full, and besides, I'm here to help," said Lee. "Harry appears to be a handful, especially for someone who dumped him on you and I took him away, and don't get me started on those other children you have. As for Harry and his newly adopted sisters, they lived their lives not knowing they would become involved in the Second Wizarding War. Not only that, but Harry would also take control of his life and deliver a blow that would shatter the Dark Lord's hold on the wizarding world. At the same time, Willow would have to choose between staying with her family, who would gladly make her life a living nightmare, and abandoning them and going to Hogwarts. Everyone in the wizarding world would soon have to choose between preserving a dying way of life, or creating a new world." Chapter 3. 9 years passed since Harry Potter was adopted into the Evans family. As the years passed, Harry stopped visiting the Dursleys. This led Dumbledore's spies to wonder what was going on with him. Harry was living a normal life with the Evans family and they treated him like a son. Dumbledore didn't approve of this, as he believed that Lee and Mary Evans were keeping Harry away from the wizarding world. He wanted to bring Harry to Hogwarts and teach him about his past and his parents. To do this, he had to break up the Evans family and get Harry away from them. But that's only part of the story. While Harry lived with the Evanses, Agnes Parker, Patrick Harvey, Jonathan Cavanaugh, and Adrian Cavanaugh had to live with the Dursley family. Vernon and Petunia tried to protect them, but that wasn't enough. When Agnes, Jonathan, and Adrian went to school, the other students and even the teachers made fun of them because they were orphans. The bullying caused them emotional distress and affected their self-esteem. Fortunately, they found solace in one another, and they got through the difficult times. Agnes Parker gained strange powers on her 5th birthday. Those powers helped her avoid cruel children and adults who would otherwise take advantage of an orphan girl. When Agnes was 6 years old, a man tried to lure her into his car as she walked to the playground. A few minutes later, the car was set on fire with the man trapped inside. 6 months after that incident, she met a girl who lived with an abusive relative. The girl's parents and relative were arrested after Agnes introduced her new friend to Vernon and Petunia. Jonathan and Adrian Cavanaugh's grandmother, Constance Cavanaugh, was upset when she found out her grandsons were placed with the Dursleys instead of sent to her after their parents Saul and Jennifer died. She decided to file for custody of her grandsons, as she believed she would be a better guardian for them. Yet, the Dursleys argued that they had been caring for the boys for almost 2 years. They believed they could provide the boys with a more stable home life and better resources than their grandmother. Despite those claims, Vernon and Petunia refused to intervene when the boys were bullied by the other children at school. Patrick Harvey suffered as Harry would have suffered if he had stayed with the Dursleys. Even though Vernon and Petunia treated Agnes, Jonathan, and Adrian decently, they treated Patrick as an outcast. Patrick wasn't allowed to attend school or interact with other people. He was forced to do all the chores, sleep in a cupboard under the stairs, and was given minimal food and clothing. Even though Agnes, Jonathan, and Adrian weren't allowed to help or protect Patrick, they did everything they could to ease his suffering. Agnes snuck him extra food and clothing, Jonathan taught him how to read, and Adrian kept him company whenever he felt lonely. Patrick was grateful for their efforts, and he realized they had put their own safety at risk to help him. Of course, Dudley Dursley was still the spoiled brat he grew up to be in the original story. Yet with Agnes, Jonathan, and Adrian standing behind him, he stopped bullying and treating everyone around him poorly. But even he was unable to save Patrick from being abused by his own parents. This would affect Dudley's own future. As for Nicholas, a spy working for Dumbledore, he set up his office in the cupboard under the stairs where Patrick was forced to live. There, he spent most of his time observing the Dursley family and the people they interacted with. He also sent reports to Dumbledore, informing him of any suspicious activities. When he was not busy working, Nicholas would play with Patrick and teach him about magic. He became a brother figure to Patrick, offering him love and guidance. Nicholas also became a close confidant of Harry Potter, who lived with the Evans family, which spoke volumes about what Nicholas was really planning. Harry saw Nicholas as a true friend, and the two often discussed Harry's role as the biggest hero in the wizarding world. Yet Harry hated the idea of being known as the boy who lived, as he felt he was meant for better things. Nicholas agreed, telling Harry that he should try to be more than just the savior of the wizarding world, and that he should become his own person and make his own destiny. Meanwhile, Carlisle and Mary Evans became the parents of Robert Carlisle, born 1982, Marie Louise, born 1984, and twins Felix and David, born 1988. Ginger and Twyla Mobley, also born in 1982, stayed with the Evanses, for they had no family willing to take them in. When Ginger and Twyla joined the family, Lee and Mary treated them as their own by providing them with the same opportunities and love as their other children. Despite Petunia's attempts to tear the Evans family apart, Lee and Mary took good care of their children. They took the children to the park, the library, and on family trips. Lee and Mary made sure that Harry, Ginger and Twyla felt like part of the family as were their other children. Lee and Mary also made sure that their children were not affected by Petunia's caustic attitude. While Robbie, Ginger, and Twyla went to a normal school, Harry attended a special school that was a Sunday school classroom. The whole family attended church together on Sundays. Harry learned about the Bible and built relationships with the other students. Harry had no idea that this would help him when he had to deal with the wizards who expected him to be the hero they wanted him to be. Lee claimed that Harry had an extraordinary gift, one that a normal school wouldn't appreciate. Harry was smart, and he knew a lot about physics. Harry could explain relativity to his peers in an understandable and interesting way. Lee and Harry agreed that Vernon and Petunia would not have liked that at all. The Evans children weren't allowed to see their cousin Dudley Dursley, or visit their Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Lee made sure his children would never know who the Dursleys were, lest they become as cruel as them. As in, Lee often told his children about how awful Petunia was and how he had saved Harry from Petunia's mistreatment. He did that only to remind his children and Harry that he didn't want any of them to be like Petunia. As for Jonathan and Adrian, Lola Burke, their grandmother Constance's stepdaughter, was upset that they were placed with the Dursleys. She tried to take the boys to her home in Bagdale. Constance found out and demanded that Lola give the boys back to her. This led to a bitter fight between Constance and Lola. Lola argued that Constance was not fit to take care of the boys due to a mental illness. Constance claimed that Lola was not responsible enough to be a guardian. Lola's brother Bruce Burke also claimed that Constance had abused him and Lola and spoiled her only child, Saul, the children's father. Constance denied the allegations, insisting that she had always done her part to provide for her family. But the judge stepped in and decided that Constance was a suitable guardian for the boys. The judge noted Constance's strong connection to the boys, her financial stability, and her commitment to raising them in a loving and supportive environment. Bruce was accused of abandoning his own family and having an affair with his children's American-born nanny. Lola was in a lesbian relationship, which also made her an unsuitable guardian for the boys. Bruce and Lola were humiliated when their misdeeds were revealed, but the judge's word was final. The ruling was a victory for Constance and a reminder of family values. Well, we haven't seen the last of Constance yet. She was angry that Bruce and Lola had made up lies about her abusing them and her mental illness to get the boys. Constance also swore to make the Dursleys pay for keeping her grandsons away from her until they were 6 and 7 years old. She was also determined to make the Dursleys regret their failure to protect her grandsons from bullies. She would do anything to make sure that her grandsons would never suffer again due to negligence. But that part won't be until later in the story, when the boys are at Hogwarts. We have now seen, and heard, the last of Willa Tyrell's abusive older brothers. When Willa was 8 years old, her older brothers Ars, Raphael, Martin, and Simon came to Hogwarts. Ars, the oldest, snapped, "Where is Willa?" Dozens of students gasped as he burst into a classroom, but Willa wasn't there. Amber Dumbledore was there, and she was angry. "I said, where is Willa?" Ars snapped. Willa had been hiding behind a bookcase the whole time, but she was too scared to come out, so she stayed silent. "You don't own her," Amber snarled as she pulled out her wand. She put herself between Ars and Willa and shouted, "She doesn't have to answer to you." Ars, Raphael, Martin, and Simon stood in front of her, glaring at the Dumbledore heiress. "I don't like people like you," Amber snapped as she glared at them. "You think you have the right to talk to her in that way? If so, you have another thing coming." Martin snapped, "I don't care what you have to say, you freak. Willa lost all privileges when Mom died." "Don't make me laugh," Amber snapped. "What are you doing here?" Minerva McGonagall said as she approached Amber. She then slapped Ars across his face. "I heard what you said about Miss Willa, and I knew she was being abused, but now I see she wasn't lying at all. Get out of my school." Ars snarled in anger, but before he could respond, there was a loud explosion, accompanied by a large plume of smoke. The smell was so unbearable that Professor Snape, who overheard the confrontation and rushed to the classroom to intervene, had to evacuate the entire Slytherin dungeon. When the smoke cleared, there were 3 large piles of ashes where Ars, Raphael, and Martin had stood. Professor Snape was shocked and speechless. He had no idea what had happened. He gathered the students and ushered them outside, where they all stared in awe at the destruction that had taken place. Simon, however, was lying unconscious on the ground. As Simon was taken to the hospital wing, McGonagall stared at Willa. She was surprised that Willa had turned her cruel brothers into a smoldering pile of ashes. McGonagall had always known that Willa had a spark of magic in her, but she never thought she was capable of such a powerful spell. Yet, Willa had had enough of her brothers and was willing to crush them, even if it meant turning them into ashes. After all was said and done, Willa began sobbing. McGonagall held her tight, rocking her gently and murmuring words of comfort. She understood that while Willa had done a terrible thing, she had done it out of love. She knew she had done nothing wrong, yet Oz blamed her for their mother's death. McGonagall said, "Don't worry, Willa. You will live here at Hogwarts, and we'll be your family." "But why do they hate me?" Willa cried. "What have I done to make them hate me and want to hurt me?" "I don't know," said McGonagall, "but it's nothing to worry about. They're gone for good, and you'll never see them again. Now you can live your life as if they had never been here." McGonagall smiled reassuringly. "Let's not dwell on them anymore." "But what about Dad?" Willa said as she was taken back to her dorm. "What is he going to say when he finds out that I destroyed the family?" "If anything, he'll understand why you did what you've done," Dumbledore said as he walked into Willa's dorm. "Now don't worry about your father, let us handle him. You need to rest and recover from your harrowing ordeal. I'll send Amber to keep you company." To McGonagall, he said, "Now let's make sure that Willa has no further contact with the Tyrell family, shall we?" As Willa watched the old wizards leave the dorm, she had no idea her troubles weren't over just because her brothers were now a pile of ashes being swept away by the castle's house elves. In fact, her problems were only beginning. Meanwhile, 10-year-old Harry was sitting in a corner of the dining room, trying to hide from Robbie, Felix, and David. The three boys in question were as thick as thieves since Felix and David were born, and they loved to annoy Harry. He needed 10 hands to count how many times they tortured him and the times he hit them back. One day, Harry was hiding in the dining room, trying to stay away from the 3 naughty boys. Nicholas saw him while preparing lunch for the boys and said to him, "Your uncle is insane." "That's something I haven't heard before," Harry said sarcastically. "No, I mean it," Nicholas said as he glared at Harry. "Vernon Dursley is the dumbest father in the world." "Why would you say that?" Harry was surprised by what Nicholas was saying about his uncle. Nicholas continued, "He drinks too much, his job is atrocious, his wife is no better, his son is spoiled, and the orphans he has aren't exactly happy to live with him." "I'm sure he has his reasons for doing the things he does," said Harry. "They're not good reasons, whatever they are," Nicholas said. "In my opinion, which no one cares to hear about, Vernon Dursley should be arrested for being a terrible man." Harry sat quietly for a second, then said, "Well, why are you telling me this?" Nicholas said, "To be honest, Vernon and Petunia Dursley have been trying to get custody of you for 9 years, but Carlisle Evans has stopped them at every opportunity. Plus, you remember when Petunia began spreading those ugly rumors about Mary Lewis, hoping to destroy Carlisle and Mary's marriage. But she failed, didn't she?" said Harry. "That's why you're still here with Carlisle and Mary instead of Vernon and Petunia," said Nicholas. He sighed as he said, "But I'm afraid our friend Patrick Harvey isn't so lucky." "Really?" said Harry. "Why? Between you and me, let's just say that Albus Dumbledore had put a spell on Patrick that's keeping him weak and docile," said Nicholas. "I mean, it's already bad enough that the boy has a mental illness that prevents him from being able to function properly, but this is beyond awful." "What do you mean?" said Harry. "Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but for now, beware of the unexpected," said Nicholas. "Nothing is as it seems, and the truth will be revealed in due time. Be cautious and don't let your guard down." Harry nodded as he left his hiding place and walked to the kitchen. There, he saw Lee and Robbie hunched over a book. He also saw the twins playing on a rug, and Mary and Louise in the kitchen preparing lunch. The smell of food wafted through the house, and the warm atmosphere was inviting. Everyone was content and relaxed, enjoying the peace of the moment. Robbie sighed, "Why are we reading this book?" Lee said to him, "Little Women is an American classic. Your Aunt Petunia used to love this book when she was a girl." "That book's for girls," Robbie snapped. "Why isn't Louise reading it?" Because your mother's convinced that Louise isn't conforming to female roles, said Lee. She doesn't like it when your sister plays with you and the twins instead of sitting quietly and knitting with Ginger and Twyla. He sighed as he continued, I don't see what her problem is with Louise. I don't mind her playing with you boys, as long as she does her chores and behaves at school. But Ginger and Twyla are so boring, and Dudley's so much fun, Robbie complained. I'd rather hang out with him instead of with the girls. What about me? Harry said when they looked up and saw him. I'm your cousin too. You're as boring as Ginger and Twyla, said Robbie. In fact, you'd rather read than watch cartoons with us. Cartoons are boring, said Harry. Robbie glared at him, remembering a trip to the movie theater last year to watch Little Nemo, Adventures in Slumberland. The screen blew up in the middle of the movie. 5-year-old Louise burst into tears, as did many of the other children in the theater. Robbie and Ginger were also upset about the screen blowing up, but they kept their cool. Twyla, however, slapped Dudley, who was also at the movies with Vernon, Petunia, and Agnes, across his face for blowing up the screen. Harry was so embarrassed that he vowed to never go to the movies again. He was sure it was all his fault that the screen blew up, as he had been the one who suggested they see Little Nemo. The movie wasn't the only thing Harry unintentionally ruined. He had ruined various birthday parties, sleepovers, and holidays. It wasn't his fault, but Mary blamed the Dursleys for the disasters that occurred in the Evans house. Not only that, Petunia found out about the incidents. She filed numerous police reports, claiming that Lee and Mary were abusing their children, and not sending them to stay with her at her house during the weekends. But when the police investigated those claims, they found that all the children were in good health and there was no evidence of abuse or neglect in the home. But Petunia vowed to do whatever it took to save Harry, and get her brother away from his wife. But no matter how hard she tried, Lee was always 2 steps ahead of her. Petunia was becoming desperate and frustrated, knowing that she had to outsmart Lee and get her brother away from his wife. She was determined to succeed, no matter the cost. As Harry wandered around the living room, he stared at a plate of cookies that Mary had baked earlier. She was now showing Louise how to make soup. Harry reached out and touched the cookies, causing the entire plate to explode. Everyone gasped as they ducked under the couch pillows as cookie remains rained down upon them. The twins laughed and ran around the living room, gobbling up the bigger pieces of the cookies. Lee shook his head, knowing the boys would not eat their lunch anymore. Robbie and Twyla plugged up the vacuum cleaner and sucked away the tiny crumbs the twins missed. Ginger buried her face in her book, ignoring everything going on around her. Harry stood in the middle of the living room, not knowing what was going on. He had no idea what had happened and appeared in a daze. In fact, he didn't hear Mary calling his name until Louise splashed a huge cup of water on him. "Harry, are you all right?" Mary asked. "I think so," said Harry, "but why am I all wet?" "It's that Petunia Dursley again," Lee muttered as he gave Harry a towel to dry himself off. "I swear, that woman has been nothing but trouble from the start." "Well, she's your sister," said Mary. "And between her and Lily, I don't know who's worse. Not to mention her fat and ugly husband and their pig of a son," said Lee. "I don't understand how my sister could have married a man like him. Plus, I feel sorry for that little girl who lives with them. She needs help and perhaps a permanent vacation from them." Harry went to the front porch and sat in a large chair in front of the large bay window. He had to think. Something was clearly wrong with him, or he wouldn't have blown up the cookies. He had been feeling off for weeks, but he had never expected it to manifest itself in such an explosive way. He had to figure out what was wrong before it happened again. Just then, Nicholas approached him, saying, "If I were you, I would be careful for the next few weeks. Petunia has been trying to get her hands on you." But why would she do that? Said Harry. We both know that she's no good. Not to worry, because the moment she finally gets you away from Lee Evans, she'll regret it forever, said Nicholas. Just you wait and see. But why would she do that? Harry asked again. Nicholas smiled. Trust me, she'll be sorry. And by the time you're done with her, she'll be wishing she had never set her eyes on you. Nicholas reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. Here, take this. It will help you in your quest. He handed it to Harry, who examined it in awe. Good luck, Nicholas said. Harry frowned, knowing that even though things were bad for him now, things would be so much worse for him the following year. Chapter 4. It is now 1991, and things in the Dursley family have gotten worse. Jonathan and Adrian Kavanagh moved in with their grandmother Constance in 1988, bringing the number of people helping Patrick Harvey survive as a slave in the Dursley household down to 2. As in, Patrick could only rely on Agnes Parker and Nicholas to help him stay alive. He also began to feel the effects of Dumbledore's curse on him. To him, the curse felt like a monster that would scratch him if he thought about breaking free from the cupboard under the stairs. Of course, the neighbors began wondering about who Vernon and Petunia were and why they still kept Agnes when Jonathan and Adrian moved in with their grandmother. At the same time, Agnes and Nicholas were teaching Dudley some harsh lessons about being a spoiled brat and not taking responsibility for his actions. One night after the Dursley family went to bed, Nicholas said to Agnes, "If we don't do something quick, Patrick will be dead before he can make it to Hogwarts." "I've noticed," said Agnes. "But how are we going to save him when we can't save ourselves? It's already bad enough that Petunia's brother took her nephew Harry away from her. You'd have to be a complete idiot to try to switch them." "That's it," Nicholas said as he had an idea. "We could switch Patrick with Harry Potter. It'll be perfect." "I don't know if that's a good idea," said Agnes. "We don't know how he will react when he finds himself here instead of with his other uncle and aunt. We don't know what he might think of this plan." "Oh, I've spoken to him about it and he agreed," said Nicholas. "Harry told me that the Evans family is going to the zoo soon, which is when Dudley is having his birthday. Harry also said that no one would notice if he was gone." "Well, I'm impressed," said Agnes. "For a second there, I thought that Harry would be another stuck-up jerk, who's spoiled and doesn't take responsibility for his actions. We already have to deal with that from Dudley, and we shouldn't have to deal with it from anyone else." Nicholas nodded, then said, "Here's how I would go about doing things. First, I'll incapacitate all the sitters so that the Dursleys have no choice but to bring Patrick to the zoo with them. Next, you will persuade Dudley to bring him to the aviary while the Dursleys take Patrick and bring him to the sitting area. At the same time, Harry tells me that he's planning to meet me at the reptile house, which is where you will bring Dudley. Patrick will want to go to the reptile house for some odd reason, and I will force Vernon and Petunia to let him spend some time with me. Then we pull the old switcheroo, and Harry comes back with us as Patrick and Patrick will be with the Evanses." "And then what?" asked Agnes. "Won't they suspect a thing when they notice that Harry isn't with them and Patrick is dressed head to toe in Harry's clothes? After tomorrow, it won't matter what they suspect," said Nicholas. "In fact, we get to sit back and watch as nature takes its course. Lee will without a doubt notice that something is off about Harry, and when he does, he won't hesitate to notify the authorities. And when that happens, well, Vernon and Petunia will be unable to explain why they did what they did to the boy. I hate to interrupt, but what's going on here?" Patrick said as he approached Nicholas and Agnes. Patrick was much shorter than most 9-year-olds, even if he was about to turn 11 within a few weeks. Patrick's hair, damaged after years of dyeing his light brown hair black, hung limply over his shoulders. Vernon wasn't allowed to give him a haircut. He was wearing a pair of pants that once belonged to Jonathan and a t-shirt that once belonged to Adrian. "What are you guys talking about?" "Don't worry, Patrick Harvey, as we are here to set you free," said Nicholas. "You'll be far away from those rotten Dursleys soon." "You can't do this," Patrick cried out as the reality of what Nicholas and Agnes were plotting hit him. "I can't escape from them. If I do, then—" We know, you'll have a very bad case of the flu and won't be able to walk for a month," said Agnes. "It's Dumbledore's curse. He wants you to be weak and docile, so that he can start training you how to fight." She would have continued when Petunia's voice was heard. "Agnes Parker, are you downstairs?" "No," Agnes yelled while trying to hide Patrick in the cupboard. "I'm just watching TV. That's all." "Whatever you're doing, keep it down," said Petunia. "Dudley's birthday is tomorrow, and those rotten Evanses are going to the zoo. I don't know why, but I already know that that brother of mine is up to something. If he thinks he's going to get his hands on that little freak, he's got another thing coming." "Petunia, do you honestly think Dumbledore could be controlling us?" said Agnes. "As in, he has people spying on us?" "I don't know about that, but all I know is that if that old goat drops off another orphan at my doorstep, I will have some very harsh words with him," Petunia snapped. "I'm not a charitable organization, and I can't take in every stray child that shows up," she continued. "That's not how it works." "Good job, Agnes," Nicholas said as Petunia went back into her room. "You stopped her from figuring out our plan to get Patrick away from her." "But what about the next-door neighbor, Mrs. Fig?" said Agnes. "If she gets word about this and tells Petunia—" "Oh, don't worry about her. She'll be much too occupied with a swollen ankle and her daughter coming over for a surprise visit to worry about Patrick," said Nicholas. "Plus, I've already disrupted the other sitters, so they can't take Patrick. He'll be out of this wretched house soon." "But not soon enough," Agnes said as she stared at Patrick, who was sitting on his bed reading a book. "He's dying, as it were, and the longer he stays here, the weaker he'll get. He won't be able to escape if he stays here alone, as Vernon intends him to be. Don't worry about that, as I have a plan to stop that man and save the boy," said Nicholas. "Now get some rest, tomorrow will be quite a day." That fateful morning, Harry got out of bed and dressed. He stared at the letter he had gotten from Nicholas that explained what was wrong with Patrick Harvey. The letter also explained the part he would play in helping the boy escape from the Dursleys. Harry smiled, knowing that the moment he set foot in the Dursley house, the curse that Dumbledore had put on Patrick would be negated. Harry said to himself, "You can do this, Harry. It's just for one day. All you have to do is to stand up to them and don't let them push you around. You'll be back with Lee and Mary soon. Harry, it's time to go." Mary's voice rang through the house. Lee and the other children were dressed and ready to leave for the day. "We're waiting for you." With a sigh, Harry nodded and headed for the front door. He hoped whatever scheme Nicholas was plotting, it would go off without a hitch. A child's life was at stake. As Harry and the Evans family was leaving their house for the day, Vernon and Petunia were angry when most of the sitters called, claiming that they were unable to watch Patrick. Plus Mrs. Fig had fallen and broken her ankle the night before, so her daughter, who had come from out of town, was currently taking care of her. "Petunia, this is a conspiracy," Vernon snapped as Petunia came into the kitchen with the news that Mrs. Fig had fallen and broken her ankle several hours before Petunia came to her house begging for her to watch Patrick. Mrs. Fig's daughter, who was visiting her mother, had firmly told Petunia that, "My mother is not your child's nanny. If you can't handle him, I'll find someone who can." Needless to say, Petunia was not happy about the whole thing. "It's a conspiracy all right, one that's threatening to ruin our son's special day," she snapped as she stared at Patrick, who was busy making the birthday pancakes that Petunia had promised Dudley. I don't know why, but something or someone is at work, trying to destroy everything we've built together. Patrick stared at Nicholas and Agnes, who both smiled back. The plan was working. There was no way that nothing could go wrong. Except that it did. Dudley came into the kitchen, angry, because during the night, someone had replaced his birthday gifts with lumps of coal and plastic toys that easily broke. Agnes rolled her eyes, knowing that Dudley had somehow messed up again. And this time, she didn't have Jonathan and Adrian to back her up. Her friend Abigail Beaufort had gone on vacation with her uncle and aunt to Disneyland, so she couldn't help. Plus, her other friend Julian Olsen was with his family at the beach for the weekend. Yet Harry Potter was on his way to them. Harry knew exactly how to tame the unruly boy, as he had to deal with 4 misbehaving children named Robbie, Louise, Felix, and David. Fortunately, Patrick knew exactly how to placate Dudley. With a huge plateful of pancakes, Dudley was sated. Patrick then turned to Agnes and Nicholas and asked, "What do we do next?" "Get yourself ready, kid, we have a trip to the zoo to go on," said Nicholas. "And hopefully, nothing will go wrong." "Absolutely not." Vernon snarled as he glared at Nicholas. "That freak is never to leave this house for as long as we're under contract from Dumbledore." "And did his contract explicitly say that Patrick was to be confined to the house and never be allowed to leave unless we are with him?" said Agnes. "No, the contract never said that," said Vernon. "The contract only said that Patrick couldn't leave the house until it was time for him to go to Hogwarts, whatever that is." Petunia turned to Patrick, Nicholas, and Agnes and said, "You 3 had something to do with this, did you not?" "Oh no," said Patrick. "There's no conspiracy here. It's merely a series of unfortunate events, that's all. And besides, didn't Dumbledore say that I had to live with you until it was time for me to go to Hogwarts?" In case you were wondering, it was Dudley's 11th birthday. He had been begging his parents to take him to the London Zoo for several months. Vernon and Petunia couldn't say no to the fat boy, so they decided to gather the whole family and go. Agnes and Nick were also going. Before they left, Agnes and Nick thought about taking Patrick with them. After all, Patrick had not been seen since he came to live with the Dursley family almost 10 years ago. Despite the number of social workers and police coming to the Dursley house, no one could get Patrick away from the Dursleys, nor could Vernon and Petunia be charged with child neglect. Dumbledore's spell had worked too well. Yet, Dumbledore's spell was taking its toll on Patrick. The poor kid was declining, and Nicholas and Agnes, along with Jonathan and Adrian, made sure that Patrick was okay. They knew that Patrick would have to play the part of the boy who lived and be the hero that he wasn't meant to be. "Well, I guess we have no choice but to let him come with us," Petunia said with a sigh, not noticing the smiles on Nicholas and Agnes' faces and the hopeful look on Patrick's face. "But you two," she said as she glared at Nicholas and Agnes, "are responsible for the boy." "His name is Patrick, you witch," Nicholas muttered. "You will be wise and remember that. Anyway, we have to leave now or else we won't make it to the zoo on time," said Vernon. "And as far as I heard, there will be so many people there." Within a few hours, the line for the London Zoo was already long before the Dursleys got there. Agnes frowned, thinking it looks like we picked the wrong day to go to the zoo. At the same time, Patrick felt overwhelmed. He had never been outside the house before, and the fact that there were so many people there seemed to make him sick. Nicholas said, "Easy there, Patrick. It'll be over soon." "I don't know about that," Patrick said with a huge frown on his face. "After all, Petunia put you and Agnes in charge of me, and I'm not sure if you guys will be able to switch me with Harry without them noticing." Nicholas frowned as he stared at Vernon and Petunia. They and Dudley looked like a decent family, but they also had Abigail and him. Plus, Patrick was also with them, and no one knew he was alive. Yet Patrick had spent his entire life playing the part of the boy who lived. He had no idea that the real boy who lived, Harry Potter, was about to mess up Dumbledore's plans for the wizarding world. A few hours later, Vernon and Petunia were watching as Dudley ran around the zoo with excitement. Agnes and Nicholas were watching Patrick, as he cautiously observed many of the people and the animals. Harry and the Evanses were also at the zoo. Harry made sure that Petunia didn't see him, even if he had put on a silly disguise to prevent her from recognizing him. Harry found himself approaching the reptile house, which was where the switch would take place. The rest of the Evans family was at the petting zoo. Agnes was standing at the exit to the reptile house, with a mischievous look on her face. She said to Harry, "I take it that the others didn't notice you leaving." "Not really," said Harry. "In fact, they're currently at the petting zoo. Anyway, where's the disguise?" "Right here," Agnes said as she opened up the bag she had packed before leaving the Dursley house for the day. "I must warn you, though, Patrick has been forced to wear all of Dudley's clothes, and they're all too big for him." "Not a problem," said Harry. "After all, I'm not very tall, and I can wear the clothes just fine." "Yet, you're about a head taller than Patrick is," Nicholas said as he and Patrick approached Harry and Agnes. "And you look more well-fed than he is." "Well, I can be a convincing actor," said Harry. "Right now, we can't concern ourselves with how we think the Dursleys will react to Patrick being replaced with myself. All we have to do is to—" Just then, the group looked up and saw Jonathan and Adrian approaching them. It had been a few years since Jonathan and Adrian saw Agnes, Nicholas, and Patrick. Adrian said, "So Agnes, what's been going on with Patrick? Please don't tell me that Vernon and Petunia have made things worse for him after we left." "Yes, Vernon and Petunia made things worse for Patrick after you left," said Agnes. "In fact, Dumbledore's spell is making things even worse for him." "Dumbledore did this?" Harry cried out, not knowing that he was about to find out the ugly truth about Dumbledore and his many schemes. "Dumbledore put a spell on an innocent boy, dressed him up as me, and now he's messed up." "Well, Dumbledore wanted you to be the hero of the wizarding world," said Patrick. "I don't know why, but I have a feeling that Dumbledore wants to use you to further his own agenda." "Why am I not surprised?" said Harry. "I wish that old man would learn to leave the wizarding world alone." Or do any of you know the story about how Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald screwed up the wizarding world many years ago? "Really," said Jonathan. "Funny that you should mention that Dumbledore is trying to create a myth about the boy who lived. Well, here's a shocker, nobody survives the Avada Kedavra curse. It's just not done." "What does that mean?" said Harry. "That means that the minute the curse hits a person, they are dead," said Adrian. "There's no counter curse, nor is there a way to bring that person who was hit by the curse back to life. They are dead. That's all." "But what about me?" Harry hissed as he adjusted his clothes. "I was struck by the Avada Kedavra curse, and I'm still alive. What happened to me to make me so special that I had to be the hero who lived? Nobody survives the curse, so why me?" "Why you indeed?" Nicholas said as the group entered the reptile house. At the same time, Dudley pointed to a giant snake in one of the exhibits. "You guys need to see this," he yelled as he pointed to a huge snake in the exhibit. Agnes was afraid of snakes as a small child, because she had seen a snake eating a rat in her mother's garden, but she, Harry, Patrick, Jonathan, and Adrian stared at the snake. Suddenly, the snake seemed to move. It crawled out of its glass encasement and slithered across the room. Agnes screamed and fled from the exhibit, with Patrick following her. Vernon heard her screaming and ran into the exhibit, shocked to see scores of people fleeing from the place. At the same time, Lee and Mary Evans, along with Robbie, Louise, Felix, David, Ginger, and Twyla headed towards the exhibit. Vernon stared at Dudley, who laughed at Agnes's predicament and refused to help her. Vernon said, "All right, Dudley, what happened here?" "Nothing really, except that the snake asked me to help it escape," Harry said innocently as he stared at his uncle in fear. At this, Jonathan and Dudley laughed, with Dudley saying, "I always knew you were weird, Patrick, but this is way too silly. Snakes don't talk." "You're right, Dudley. Snakes don't talk," said Harry. "But for some reason I don't understand, that snake decided to talk to me." Jonathan and Adrian laughed, but Agnes said, "Are you okay?" "Well, I must say that wasn't the weirdest thing I've seen all day," Harry said as Patrick said, "You need to be careful, Harry Potter. I've heard some strangers talking about you, and they say that you could be the one to defeat the Dark Lord." Harry snorted, saying, "I wonder who made up that particular story." "Dursley." The angry voice of Lee Evans cut across the room as everyone turned around and glared at Vernon. "What is it now, Evans?" Vernon muttered as Lee and Mary stepped in front of Vernon. Petunia grabbed Agnes and Harry and pushed them behind her back. Nicholas gripped Harry's hand. A nervous look formed on his face. Mary yelled, "You've corrupted our nephew." "Who, Dudley?" Vernon quipped. "No, Harry," said Lee. "What's going on here?" Vernon cried out. "It's already bad enough that you and your wife lost the Kavanaugh boys to their grandmother 2 years ago, and you two don't have the capacity to take care of those other orphans. But we will not have you telling Harry it's okay for him to play with snakes," said Mary. "Harry was playing with snakes," Vernon cried out. "When did that happen?" "While we were here," said Agnes. "I don't know why, but someone is trying to use Harry to stir up trouble where there is none." "I see," Mary said as she reached for Patrick. "I don't know how you and your ilk managed to get near Harry, but whatever you did to him, we're going to wipe that nonsense out of his head." She took the other children and walked away. "You better pray that I don't find a way to destroy you once and for all," said Lee. "As for you, Petunia, I wonder if you're planning to open an orphan home with all the orphans you seem to keep adopting." Petunia glared at him as he walked away. Vernon turned to her and said, "Your brother is continuing to demean and belittle us, and I've had enough. One day, he's going to overstep his boundaries and do something that he never should have done. And when that happens..." While Vernon and Petunia were speaking, a zoo employee tapped them on the shoulders. He told them they were banned from returning to the zoo for 10 years due to the disaster in the reptile house. Plus, the snake in question was found back in its habitat, looking quite angry that someone had disturbed it. It glared at the Dursleys, as if it was plotting to kill them. Yet, Nicholas smirked as he looked at the results of his work. Patrick was safe with the Evans family and Harry was with the Dursleys. Harry said to him, "I take it that they took the bait." "Oh yes they did," said Nicholas. "You're with us now, Harry Potter, and we have them in our trap." "Not so fast, guys," said Agnes. "We now need to activate Phase 2. "What's Phase 2? said Harry. "Phase 2 is us driving the Dursleys to insanity, mainly by you pretending to be Patrick," said Agnes. "Can you cook?" "Oh, I can make enough food for everyone," said Harry. "Don't forget, I live with several other people." "Good," said Nicholas as he stared at Harry. He then said, "You now have a chance to make that Albus Dumbledore pay for forcing you to live with the Dursleys when he dropped you off at their house when you were a baby, and revenge you shall have." "Well, I don't think revenge is a good idea, but as a pastor at my church once said, we should punish the sin, not the sinner," said Harry. "And Albus is the biggest sinner of all." "Well, He did nothing while some wizards killed my parents, which is the reason why I'm currently living with the Dursleys, said Agnes. Luckily for me, he wasn't interested in a girl playing the part of his chosen hero. But Patrick is the same age as you are, and you kind of look like him, albeit temporarily. But there is another person who Dumbledore has overlooked, and it's always the overlooked people who do the most damage. Let's go, children, Vernon snapped as he glared at them. For some odd reason, the zoo decided that our Dudley wasn't good enough to grace its halls. Well, that's what happens when your son tried to feed me to a snake, Harry said, with a hint of fear in his voice. I'm sure he'll learn his lesson soon. Oh yes he will, Nicholas said as he sized Dudley up. Just give me a month, and he'll be very well behaved indeed. Oh, I'm sure you will, Vernon said with his voice dripping with sarcasm. Let's go home, apparently we're not good enough to go anywhere. At the same time, Willa Tyrell was watching everything happen from behind a trash can. She frowned as she watched Harry Potter being switched with Patrick Harvey. This was a sign that things were about to be very bad for the Dursley family. She said into a walkie-talkie, the plan has worked well, and the Dursleys have fallen for it. Good, the voice of Severus Snape came from the other end. Let us hope they remain oblivious to the truth. Now, you should keep a close eye on the boy, as he may be the key to the end of this nightmare. Well, Dumbledore isn't going to like that, said Willa. Dumbledore can eat a poisoned apple and die for all I care, Snape snapped. He's ruined our lives long enough. Willa was taken aback by Snape's words. She couldn't believe he would say something like that about the headmaster. She knew things had been difficult between the two wizards, but she hadn't expected this level of animosity. Indeed, Willa said as she stood up and walked away. She had to admit there was some truth to Snape's words. She had seen the headmaster's behavior firsthand and knew he could be difficult. But she still couldn't understand why Snape would be so openly hostile. It's time to ruin some lives. Chapter 5. It was the year 1991. Minerva McGonagall was in her office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, preparing to send out hundreds of letters to potential Hogwarts students. She felt a great sense of pride and accomplishment as she put the final touches on the letters. She knew that Hogwarts would soon welcome a new generation of students, and she was glad to be part of their journey. With a smile, she put the letters into the Hogwarts mail and sent them off. She watched the letters fly out the window and disappear into the night sky. She had done her part, and now it was up to the Hogwarts students to make their way to the castle. She knew this new generation of students would be the start of something special. There was one problem that Minerva had to deal with: what to do about a Muggle girl named Agnes Parker. Agnes was orphaned when she was a small child and had a Muggle family. She had spent the last 10 years of her life living with Vernon and Petunia Dursley, both of whom were Muggles. Agnes was now aware of her magical abilities, and it seemed impossible to keep her Muggle life and magical life separate. Minerva was determined to find a solution to this problem. Should Agnes attend Hogwarts because she was an orphan? Was she a Muggle-born witch, as several of Dumbledore's spies had suspected? Either way, Agnes would need a safe haven where she could use her magical powers without being ostracized. Minerva decided to take her to Hogwarts and enroll her in the school to learn how to use her magic and discover her true identity. The question of Agnes attending Hogwarts was answered by Willa Tyrell. Willa had been a permanent resident of Hogwarts for the last 7 years of her life. After her family disowned her, Willa began attending Hogwarts. She was placed in Hufflepuff. Not to be outdone by her best friend, Amber Dumbledore also started classes at Hogwarts. When she was 8 years old, she was placed in Gryffindor. Now both girls have recently graduated, having completed their time at Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore showed up as the last acceptance letter to Hogwarts was mailed. He said, it will be quite an interesting term without the girls in school. Maybe they could use a break from the school, said McGonagall. After all, they are 16 and 14 years old. Amber wants to tour the Ministry of Magic, while Willow wants to see the wizarding colleges. McGonagall thought for a moment. We'll allow it, she finally said. But they must be back in time for the start of this term. And they must keep their wands with them at all times. Dumbledore frowned and said, "What really concerns me is young Alexander Ulrich. I wonder if it would be right to admit him to Hogwarts, because his mother once attended our school. Perhaps Alexander could be magic, as Irene was," said McGonagall. "Magic or not, we're bringing him to Hogwarts. His father may have been a werewolf, but he may have magical powers, and I believe it is our duty to help him discover them. We cannot ignore a child with such potential, just as we once ignored his mother. We must give Alexander the same chance as we gave to Irene. He deserves that and more." "And what if I say no?" said Dumbledore. After all, Irene dropped out of Hogwarts to attend Gareth Hall Academy in Canada, and she broke her ties with the other students. I did not approve of that. "Then I would like to remind you that you caused the deaths of Paul and Isabella Ulrich," said his wife. "I would also say your stupidity caused their daughter Irene to leave the wizarding world. You owe it to Alexander to bring him to Hogwarts, maybe not as a student, but as a child who needs a proper home. Unless you want the entire wizarding and muggle world to know that you practically wiped out the Ulrich family, I insist you bring Alexander to Hogwarts." For once, Albus Dumbledore didn't say anything. Not while most of the Trickenberg family was either still hiding or dead. He was sure that Shannon and Joanna weren't dead, not when he led an investigation to their graves and discovered that the women had covered up their own deaths with the bodies of 2 dead squirrels disguised as them. He was relieved when he found out Shannon and Joanna were alive, but he was also dismayed that they had resorted to such measures. Dumbledore swore to go after the Trickenberg family for deceiving him. Yet he had no idea that the Trickenberg family had been planning to go after him for many years. He had underestimated them, as they had the power to manipulate the magical world. The Trickenberg family had been manipulating events in the background for many years, and now Dumbledore had to pay for his evil deeds. Meanwhile, at the Dursley residence, Harry Potter quickly adapted to the Dursley family routine. But with some small changes. As in, Harry refused to put up with their mistreatment. He also found ways to make life better for Agnes and Nicholas, like showing them kindness and helping them with chores around the house. He also found ways to make life more bearable for himself, such as finding solace in music, books, and other activities. As for the Dursleys, Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley realized that Harry was nothing like Patrick Harvey. Meaning, they couldn't mistreat him, because Harry stood up to them and treat him as a member of the family. The Dursleys were forced to give Harry a proper home instead of locking him in the cupboard. They were not happy about having to treat Harry like a member of their family. Also, Dudley was grounded for the zoo fiasco, and could no longer play his video games. Petunia faced scrutiny from the neighbors when Mrs. Lawrence, who lived across the street from the Dursleys, and her teenage daughter Antonia was Patrick's babysitter, remarked upon seeing Harry sitting outside one evening. Petunia was embarrassed and quickly took Harry inside. She was determined to keep him hidden away from prying eyes, and out of sight from the rest of the neighborhood. As for Vernon, he found himself clashing with Harry. Harry was bolder and stronger than Patrick, and Vernon couldn't stand it. Vernon tried to put Harry in his place, but Harry refused to back down. This only made Vernon more angry, and determined to get rid of Harry. Harry, Agnes, and Nicholas soon learned from Jonathan and Adrian that their plan to switch Harry and Patrick worked. Patrick was currently staying with Harry's Uncle Lee and Aunt Mary Evans and recovering from the damage that Vernon and Petunia had done to him. Agnes and Nicholas were pleased with the outcome, and thanked Jonathan and Adrian for their help. They were relieved to know that Patrick was now safe and could heal in a supportive environment. But the happy times could not last, as 3 letters arrived at the Dursley residence. The letters read, "Dear student, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The school is located in the heart of Scotland, near the village of Hogmeade, and sits at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Enclosed is a list of supplies that you will need for your year-long stay at Hogwarts. 3 black robes for everyday wear. A hat, preferably black, for everyday wear. Equipment, 1 wand, 1 cauldron, 1 set of brass scales, 1 set of crystal file, 1 telescope. First years are not allowed to bring broomsticks to school. Textbooks. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emeric Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Students are allowed to bring a cat, the toad, or an owl. We surely hope that you will consider attending our school. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Upon receiving his Hogwarts letter, Harry read it 3 times. He wasn't exactly happy about receiving the letter, as he was getting ready to attend the 6th form classes at his school. Plus, he assumed that going to Hogwarts contradicted everything he knew about physics. Harry put the letter aside and left the cupboard under the stairs, intending to go about his day. Of course, Dudley saw him in the kitchen cooking and grew upset, saying, "Where is my Hogwarts letter? I want my Hogwarts letter." "Oh, please, Dudley," Agnes snapped at him when he began whining. "You always get jealous whenever Patrick, or I get something and you don't." Dudley pouted, crossing his arms and glaring at Agnes. "It's not fair." He stomped off to his room, slamming the door behind him. Agnes sighed and shook her head, feeling a little guilty for keeping the letter from Dudley. "What did you do with the letter?" Harry said to Agnes. "Use your imagination," Agnes clapped back. Unknown to Harry, Agnes had taken Dudley's Hogwarts letter and hid it in the bureau, hoping that no one would find it. Very soon, Vernon and Petunia were heard speaking in Vernon's office. Vernon found the letter on a desk in his office. He read it and said, "Are you sure about this, pet? Do you want Dudley to attend Hogwarts?" "I don't know," said Petunia. "I dropped out of Hogwarts in my 5th year and switched to Southview Secondary School, as Irene Ulrich went to Gareth Hall Academy. I also received a letter from Smeltings, my old high school," said Vernon, "and they want Dudley to attend there. But I know that you might not want that for Dudley." Petunia said, "Well, my parents didn't want me to go to Hogwarts in the first place, as they wanted me to go to Stonewall Middle School. But what if we gave Dudley a choice about where he wants to go?" Outside the office, Harry, Dudley, and Agnes were standing by the door. Nicholas and Jonathan had joined them, with Jonathan claiming that he had also gotten his Hogwarts letter. Dudley said to Agnes, "Why did you hide the letter?" "Do you not know a joke when it happens?" said Jonathan. "But still, that was mean," said Dudley. "What if I want to go to the magic school? Haven't we seen enough of you already?" Agnes cried out. "You're everywhere we are, and to be honest, it's getting annoying. Don't you want to hang out with normal kids? I mean kids who aren't magic." "But they are boring," said Dudley. "Why would I want to hang out with kids who are boring? I rather hang out with you guys." "Maybe your parents want you to hang out with normal people," Harry began, but was interrupted by the door opening. Vernon and Petunia came out of the office. "We found this in the bureau," Vernon said as he handed Dudley the letter, "and I think it's best if we let Dudley decide if he wants to go to the magic school, or to Smeltings." "I want to go to the magic school," Dudley said, much to Harry's, Agnes, and Jonathan's chagrin. Agnes was the first to respond. "That's not a good idea, Dudley. You don't even know what you're getting into." Jonathan nodded in agreement. Harry said nothing, but his silence spoke volumes. Nicholas said, "Dudley, I know you think you want to go to Hogwarts, but you must know that magic is not a toy. It is a tool used by wizards, and it's not something to be taken lightly. It requires a lot of dedication and hard work to truly understand and master it." "Don't be such a naysayer, dude," said Dudley. "I still want to go to the magic school. Besides, all my friends think that magic is cool." Nicholas sighed. He knew that Dudley wasn't taking him seriously. "Okay, Dudley, if you still want to go to Hogwarts, I will help you prepare. But I want you to promise me you will take this seriously." "Are you kidding?" Agnes hissed. "You seriously want Dudley to go to Hogwarts? Do you want us to be a laughingstock?" "No, Agnes. I would rather Dudley learn what responsibility really is," said Nicholas. "And if that means taking him to Hogwarts, so be it." "Then it's settled," said Vernon. "Now to other business. This doesn't concern you children." Harry frowned, wondering why Vernon and Petunia didn't suspect that he wasn't Patrick Harvey. He was worried they would discover his true identity, but relieved that they hadn't. He knew it was only a matter of time before they would find out. After all, he had been gone for 11 years and he had changed a lot since then. He was determined to keep his identity a secret for as long as he could. "Nice going, Dudley," Agnes hissed as the boys glared at him. "Now we have to deal with you at Hogwarts." Dudley felt embarrassed. He had hoped to avoid this situation, but he had been too impulsive. He realized he would have to be extra careful from now on. "But I want to go to Hogwarts with you guys," he said. "Besides, what's so bad about me knowing about magic?" Harry frowned, not knowing that having Dudley be at Hogwarts would soon be the least of his problems. As for Willa, she was now the last living child of Marcus and Amia Tyrell. All but one of her brothers died mysteriously in 1990 and Amia was also dead. Marcus was still alive and missed his only daughter. He was upset to hear Oz had disowned her rather than accept her decision to go to Hogwarts. Yet, he also wondered why Oz disowned Willa, as Amia had died 2 years before Willa was born. Marcus could not understand why Oz had disowned Willa, and was determined to unravel the mystery. Willa also wanted to contact Marcus for many years. However, she could not speak to him due to Dumbledore's manipulations. At the same time, Marcus wanted to find out who Willa really was and how and why she ended up with his family. But Willa was too afraid to tell him the truth. She knew Dumbledore was watching and she was scared of how Marcus would react. She kept her secrets and stayed silent. So, Willa waited until summer 1991 to send the first of many letters to her father. Little did she know that when Marcus answered back, several family secrets would be exposed. Chapter 6. It was July 26, 1991, 5 days before the birthdays of Harry James Potter and Agnes Lauren Parker. During that time, Harry was staying with his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Both tried to mistreat him the way they had mistreated Patrick Harvey, a boy who was once in their care. But Harry refused to tolerate their mistreatment and stood up to them, refusing to be treated like a servant. This determination and courage would prove to be an important part of Harry's character, and would serve him well in his future adventures. Yet, he longed to get away from the Dursley family and return to the Evanses, where he would surely feel welcome. At the same time, Agnes had had enough of the Dursleys. She decided it was time to take matters into her own hands and reunite Harry with the Evanses. Also, she was determined to find out what had happened to Lily and James Potter. She knew that the answers to all of their questions lay in the past, and she was determined to uncover the truth. However, there were also drawbacks to Agnes's plan. She knew that if the Dursleys found out what she was doing, they would be furious. Additionally, she was not sure if Harry would be ready to face the truth about his parents' deaths. At this point, Vernon and Petunia still hadn't figured out that Harry wasn't Patrick. It was apparent that Harry looked like Patrick, despite being taller than Patrick. They were so convinced that Harry was Patrick that they didn't even ask simple questions that could have revealed the truth. The fact that they never asked Harry any questions about himself should have been a red flag. Nicholas said to Harry, "Well, you're a very convincing actor, Harry Potter. Vernon and Petunia are so blinded by their stupidity that they don't know that you're their nephew." Harry smiled, feeling a sense of pride. He had fooled his aunt and uncle, and it was easier than what he had expected. Harry then said, "Well, you know what they say, the best actors can fool anyone." Nicholas replied, "That's true, and you certainly did that. They don't suspect a thing." Harry smiled and nodded, feeling satisfied. Agnes joined them, saying, "Well, it's official. Vernon and Petunia Dursley are the dumbest people in Britain." Agnes laughed, and Harry and Nicholas joined in. They were glad that their plan had worked so well. "I'm not surprised," said Nicholas. "Dumbledore may have put a curse on them when they took Patrick in, but their natural stupidity will lead to their inevitable end. But that wasn't all, as there's more to come, especially as far as Harry and Agnes were concerned. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. As for Patrick Harvey, he was having a difficult time with the Evans family. While he was used to Vernon and Petunia yelling at him and making him do all the chores, Lee and Mary treated him as a member of the Evans family. For instance, Mary often asked Patrick to join her and Lee in their activities, something that Vernon and Petunia never did. Yet Patrick still found it difficult to adjust to living with the Evans family, as he was used to living in a household where he was treated poorly. The sudden change from being mistreated to being treated well was confusing for him. Additionally, while he appreciated the inclusion from Lee and Mary, he still felt like an outsider in the family. While Patrick was recovering from years of forced servitude, Nicholas came to visit him. Nicholas asked him, "How are you feeling, Patrick?" Patrick said, "It's difficult for me, but I'm doing my best to get better." Nicholas smiled and said, "That's all that matters." Patrick said, "I wonder what happened to that other guy who looked like me. Did the Dursleys do anything harmful to him?" "Who?" "Harry," said Nicholas. "Don't worry too much about him. Right now, Harry is standing up to Vernon and Petunia and putting them in their place. Plus, Vernon and Petunia are learning that Harry isn't anything like you, and he won't be bullied into submission." "And what about Dudley?" said Patrick. "Is he tormenting Harry as well?" "Well, Dudley was banned from playing video games for the entire summer, and Harry is teaching him a lesson that is nobody's punching bag," said Nicholas. "That's good," said Patrick. "But the most important thing is that Vernon and Petunia don't know that Harry has taken your place," said Nicholas. "Because of that, we need to be extra careful. If they find out, it won't be good for us." Nicholas would have continued, but then he said, "I have to get back to Harry, but I'll see you on your birthday." Patrick nodded, wondering how long it would take for the Evans family to send him back to the Dursleys. It was one thing to dress as Harry Potter, but it was another thing to pretend to be Harry Potter. Patrick knew that it was only a matter of time before Lee and Mary found out that he wasn't Harry and forced him to return to the Dursleys. On the other hand, Patrick also knew that the Evans family was very kind and that they would never force him to return to the Dursleys. They had already taken him in and treated him like family, and he was sure they would continue to do so. Patrick sat down on the front porch, not knowing that within a few days, an unexpected event would free him from the Dursleys forever. July 30, 1991, the day before Harry's 11th birthday. At the same time, the Dursley family had resigned themselves to living in ignorance, as far as Harry Potter was concerned. For example, they were so determined to keep themselves unaware of any magical activity, that they refused to watch or read anything related to it. Instead, the Dursleys preferred to focus on their mundane, everyday activities. They refused to talk about magic, and actively discouraged any of their acquaintances from doing so in their presence. As for Harry, he was still pretending to be Patrick Harvey, but he forced Vernon and Petunia, as well as Dudley, to stop bullying him. For instance, every time Vernon or Petunia tried to make a cutting remark, Harry would simply raise his eyebrows and glare at them until they stopped. This made Vernon and Petunia uncomfortable. They were used to having the upper hand over Patrick, and now that was taken away from them, no thanks to Harry. Harry, however, longed to return to the Evans family, where they made him feel welcome. He missed the loving family he once had, and he started to feel lost without them. But he had no idea that he was about to get his wish soon. So, when a giant came to the Dursley house that night after everyone went to bed, it was the break Harry had been waiting for. With that unexpected visit, Harry was one step closer to returning to the Evans family. "Are you kidding?" Nicholas snapped as he stared at the giant. He had come to speak to Harry when no one else was around. "Why are you here, Rubeus Hagrid?" "I've come to speak to Harry, of course," said Hagrid. "I've come to tell him about his family." "Indeed," Nicholas snapped as he glared at Hagrid. "Let's do this." Before Harry could ask what was going on, Hagrid settled himself onto a sofa and told his story. There was a time when the wizarding world was peaceful. There was no need for the Ministry of Magic to step in, and no need for magical creatures to hide from muggles. Then you know who showed up, gathered several hundred followers, and killed muggle-born wizards and witches, squibs, and anyone else who got in their way. The Order of the Phoenix was formed to counter the attacks of those fiends. Then one night, he shows up and kills both your parents. "You mean to tell me that he killed my parents?" said Harry. He had never asked Lee and Mary about how and why his parents died, nor did he feel the need to know about that. "Indeed," said Hagrid. "He would have killed you as well, but he failed, and you ended up getting that scar." Harry pulled back his hair, revealing the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his head. He was rather sensitive about it, as he always kept it hidden underneath his hair. When he was 5 years old, Lee once made the mistake of taking Harry to the barber shop to have his hair cut. This resulted in more than a few stares, and some not-so-nice remarks about him. Harry did not appreciate that at all, and he let Lee know that through a collapsed upside-down pineapple cake that Mary had baked that day. "I see you have that scar, Hagrid. I will not lie and say that so many people haven't counted on your survival after the Dark Lord's attack." "So, what happened to him?" Harry asked. "Some said he died that night. Others disagree. But everyone knows you defeated the Dark Lord," said Hagrid. "And how did that happen?" Nicholas said angrily. "As far as I could tell, Harry hasn't done anything worthy of the fame that was forced upon him." "And can you explain what happened to Agnes' family?" "From what I was told, Adeline Connor and Toby Parker were killed by Death Eaters in the aftermath of the Wizarding War, leaving their only daughter an orphan," said Hagrid. "As a result, Agnes was given to your uncle and aunt." "Say, where are they anyhow?" "I hope you're not talking to anyone, Patrick Harvey," Petunia snapped as she stared at Harry from down the hall. "You're supposed to be in bed, young man." "I'm in bed, Mrs. Dursley," said Harry, "and I'm not talking to anyone, except for Nicholas." "Who?" "That spineless, twisted little dwarf," Petunia yelled. "You're a bigger fool than your parents, and I'm sure that they were known for the company they kept. If you're thinking about going down their path, think again. Yes, Harry said as he closed the door to his room. He then said to Hagrid, I think you might need to leave. My Aunt Petunia is in no mood to have unwanted guests here. And I shall, said Hagrid. But I will meet you again, when it comes time for you to prepare to go to Hogwarts. And what's a Hogwarts? Said Harry. What's Hogwarts? Said Hagrid. Only one of the best wizarding schools in England, if not the rest of the world. Surely you can't not know what Hogwarts is. Or have you not received your letter? I have, said Harry. And what about Agnes? The giant sighed, then said, I wasn't supposed to be telling ye this, but the headmaster feels responsible for the deaths of Agnes' family. He hopes by bringing young Miss Parker to Hogwarts he'd patch things up with her. And how is that possible? Said Harry. Agnes' parents are dead, and we don't know if she had other relatives to take her in. Aye, that's right, said Hagrid. But then again, we don't know much about the Parker family, except that they are muggles. So, we must wait and see if she decides to go. But they had no idea that going to Hogwarts was Agnes's only choice. At the same time, the Mobley twins Ginger and Twyla had suspected that Patrick Harvey was in their house, but they didn't say anything to the others. Of course, the girls taught Patrick how to behave properly, as in they made him sit in a corner and read or crochet. Patrick was tired of sitting still, and he longed to go outside and play with the other children. That day, Hagrid dropped off Patrick's Hogwarts letter while everyone was asleep. Patrick read the letter, not believing that all of the suffering that he was forced to endure when he was living with the Dursleys was leading to this. Patrick was forced to live with the Dursleys so that he could go to Hogwarts. This made him angrier than an ordinary 11-year-old, but he was also excited to see what Hogwarts had in store for him. However, upon reading the letter, Patrick's excitement quickly turned to anger. He was bitter that he had to suffer while the other children could go to school like normal. He was determined to make the most of his time there and prove to the rest of the world that he was not the worthless person the Dursley family thought he was. But Patrick thought about how the Dursleys had mistreated him while they treated Agnes, Jonathan, Adrian, and Nicholas better, and he grew angry. He realized that he had subjected Harry to a painful summer with the Dursleys, even if Harry had gladly put the hated family in their place. Patrick found himself whispering a curse, may they pay for what they've done. May they never be happy again. May they suffer like I have. He nodded, knowing that his curse had been heard, and the Dursleys would pay for their actions. He felt a strange sense of peace and comfort in knowing his wish had been granted. At the same time, Lee Evans felt the ground shake, thanks to Patrick's curse. Fearing for his family, his wife Mary was about to give birth to her 5th child. He took everyone to the hospital. But when they got there, the doctors took one look at Patrick and realized that he needed help. Despite the Evans family helping Patrick recover from the abuse that the Dursleys had inflicted on him, Patrick still suffered from malnutrition and PTSD due to years of mistreatment. He was also severely underweight and had a weakened immune system. The doctors told Lee and Mary that Patrick needed intensive medical care and nutrition to get him back to a healthy weight. They also suggested that he receive therapy to help him process the trauma he had experienced. Lee and Mary agreed, knowing that Vernon and Petunia Dursley were responsible for Patrick's condition. As for Vernon and Petunia Dursley, they decided to take Harry, Agnes, and Dudley and go for a drive. As they were driving along the street, their car was involved in an accident, which killed Vernon and Petunia. Harry, Agnes, and Dudley survived with minor injuries. When Harry woke up in a hospital room, he saw Lee sitting next to him, holding a small baby. "Where am I?" Harry said. Lee said, "Well, you're in the hospital, Harry. I can't say too much right now, but you were involved in a car accident." "You knew," Harry said. You knew I was with the Dursleys. They were trying to take me away with them. Lee nodded sadly. I know. But it's okay now, you're safe here. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You don't have to worry anymore. Just then, the baby started crying. Lee frowned, looking at the baby. I'm sorry, he said. I have to go take care of her. But I'll be back soon. He gave Harry's shoulder a gentle squeeze before getting up and leaving the room. Harry frowned, not knowing what was going on. All he knew was that 1 minute, Vernon and Petunia were loading him into their car, and now he was in the hospital. There was no sign of Dudley and Agnes anywhere, and even Nicholas wasn't there. He could only assume that he had been in an accident, but he couldn't remember anything. He felt a sudden wave of panic and confusion as he wondered what had happened. It's true, Harry, a voice cut right into the fog that Harry was still stuck in. You were in a car accident. I had warned Vernon and Petunia that if they didn't start treating that boy right, it was going to come back to them. Nicholas, Harry said when he saw Nicholas sitting next to him. Why are you here? I came as soon as I heard, said Nicholas. I should have stopped them, but they didn't listen to me. Now I'm cleaning up the mess they made. I hope Dumbledore is happy. Harry nodded, wondering what he was going to do next. No one wished him a happy birthday. And why would they, when he survived a car accident and was left alone to suffer? He still hadn't heard from Agnes, and who knew what was going on with Dudley. However, things could have been worse. Harry could have died in the car accident instead of surviving. At least he was still alive, and had the chance to make something of his life. He was grateful for that, even if no one else seemed to be. Eventually, Nicholas said, as for your other uncle and aunt, their daughter Matilda Liliana Evans was born this morning in all this chaos. And what about Patrick? Said Harry. Is he going to be okay? I already know that Vernon and Petunia put him through hell. Oh, he'll be fine, but he has a long way to go, said Nicholas. After all, Patrick must learn how to undo the years of abuse that Vernon and Petunia had inflicted on him. It won't be so easy for him to do that as long as Albus Dumbledore is still in charge of him. Harry frowned, knowing that the Evans family was on their way to see him. Given what had happened to him over the summer with the Dursleys, he was sure that Lee and Mary wouldn't let him leave the house until it was time to go to school. He knew that they would try to protect him from the outside world, and he wasn't sure that he was ready to face it yet. He sighed, wishing he could go back to the summer and undo the events that had led him here. On the other hand, maybe it was better that he was here with the Evans family. They were kind and understanding, and he knew that they would never mistreat him like the Dursleys had. They would help him to face the outside world when he was ready, and they would be there for him when he needed them. But he would deal with that later. Right now, he felt safe, and that was all that mattered. He knew he would have to leave eventually, but for now, he was content. Within a week after the car accident, Vernon and Petunia Dursley were buried. Harry frowned as he heard the priest read the final rites. He looked at the mourners, all dressed in black. Most of the people at the funeral were glad to see Vernon and Petunia go, as they never actually liked them. The only person who truly mourned for Vernon and Petunia was their son, Dudley. At least Dudley got to grow up with his parents, just as Robbie, Louise, Felix, and David had their parents, Harry thought to himself as he watched Lee and Mary talking to several people after the funeral. The Dark Lord Voldemort killed my parents when I was a baby, and who knows what really happened to Agnes' parents. Baby Matilda is so lucky that she'll never get to meet Vernon and Petunia, as messed up as they were. Harry wished he'd had the same opportunity to know his parents, but he had to be content with the fact that Lee and Mary had chosen to take him away from Vernon and Petunia and raise him themselves. They had given him a loving home and a chance at a better life. Harry was thankful for all that he had, and for the people in his life who had chosen to love him. As for Agnes, she would have to decide where she would be going to school, as the boys were going to Hogwarts and most schools in Britain she knew wouldn't accept an orphan like her. Yet, there was the possibility that she could be accepted into Hogwarts as well. At the same time, Harry and Agnes had to make a decision regarding Agnes's future, a decision that would change the world forever. Chapter 7. Harry Potter was more than happy to return to the Evans family after spending a particularly difficult summer with the Dursley family. He was relieved to be surrounded by the warmth and love of his family. He quickly resettled into the familiar routine of life with the Evans family, leaving the unpredictable life with the Dursleys far behind. Of course, there was the matter of Patrick Harvey and whether or not he would stay with the Evans family. After all, Patrick had been tormented by Vernon and Petunia for several years until Harry, Nicholas, and Agnes saved him from the cruel couple and brought him to the Evans house. Patrick was taken to the hospital soon after, where he would have to stay until he recovered from years of abuse and was deemed healthy enough to be released. Yet, many people believed that Patrick didn't need to be placed with another family due to him being mistreated by the Dursley family. Some people believed that Patrick was better off in an orphanage or a mental hospital, as he had a mental illness, which was made worse by Dumbledore's curse. As for baby Matilda, Robbie had nicknamed her Molly, claiming that the name Matilda was old-fashioned. His siblings Louise, Felix, and David disagreed, as the name Molly showed their sister disrespect. Lee and Mary told Robbie that a nickname was a sign of disrespect, and he should apologize to his siblings. He did so, and the family agreed to call her Matilda, as it was the name her parents had chosen. But that's not all, as Dudley Dursley went to live with the Evans family after the accident. He had learned that Lee and Mary wouldn't tolerate any childish behavior from him, and they expected him to follow the rules of their house. Dudley also realized that his parents Vernon and Petunia had spoiled him while they were still alive and refused to discipline him. For example, he was not allowed to stay up late to watch television, was required to eat the food served at the table, and had to help with household chores. Agnes now had a huge dilemma. Like Patrick, she had no family to take her in and knew she couldn't stay with the Evans family for much longer. She was 10 years old, and she knew she would be sent to an orphanage or another foster family. The Dursleys had been a decent family to her, but they had mistreated Patrick, and she risked everything she had to help him. Plus, given the 9 years she spent living with the Dursley family, Agnes wondered if an orphanage was a better choice for her. Agnes had to make a tough decision. Should she stay or should she go? She had no idea what the future would bring, but she had to make her choice. One night, Agnes went to the dining room armed with a pen and a notepad. She had a decision to make. She had gotten letters from not just Hogwarts, but from Walnut Valley Christian Academy, her mother's school, and Providence Christian School, her father's school. The schools were boarding schools like Hogwarts, yet they emphasized the importance of Christian education, instead of learning about magic. Providence Christian School had a chapel service every morning, while Walnut Valley had mandatory Bible study classes. Hogwarts, on the other hand, didn't offer any religion-based education. She had to decide between the three schools, each offering different values and learning environments. For a while, Agnes was certain she didn't have magic. She also knew that her parents were killed by wizards, which sent her to a house filled with 2 wizards. 3 if you include Dudley, who she didn't think was a wizard at all. Agnes was sure that whatever the outcome of her decision, she knew she could find a way to make it work. After all, Agnes wasn't the type of person to back down from a challenge, not matter what it was. She picked up the pen and wrote. To Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. My name is Agnes Parker, and I am interested in attending your school. I have received 2 similar letters from 2 other schools, and I have already sent a request to attend those schools. I'm also highly aware that I am what you refer to as a muggle, and I understand that the odds that I will actually go to your school are slim to none. Therefore, I have a few requests to make if I'm going to attend your school. I wish to be placed in a dorm with the other children instead of in my own room. I want to know how you found me, even if you didn't know who or where I was for so many years. I wish to know the truth about how and why my parents died when I was a small child. I don't know if I'm a witch or not, and to educate a non-magical person would be considered completely unethical. As Agnes continued writing, Harry came to her, saying, "What are you doing?" "I'm writing a letter to the headmistress of Hogwarts," said Agnes. "I also received 2 other letters from other schools my parents attended, and I'm considering going to one of those schools." "Maybe you should consider going to one of those schools instead of Hogwarts," said Harry. Agnes glared at him. "Why would you say that?" she snapped. "To be honest, I don't think it's a good idea for you to go to Hogwarts," said Harry. "You're not a witch. And who knows if you can use magic." "Well, how will I know who I am if I don't go to Hogwarts?" said Agnes. "When last I remembered, those people from the other schools never bothered to reach out to me after my parents died. So why should I bother with them and their schools?" "So, you're not going to those schools then," said Harry. "Why would I go to a Christian school, when I had to stay with an unchristian family that had 2 wizards living with them?" said Agnes. "That doesn't sound right to me. On the other hand, there are many benefits to attending a Christian school. Christian schools provide a strong academic foundation based on biblical principles. In addition, Christian schools offer a supportive community where students can share their faith and grow in their relationship with God. I'm sure you know about that, don't you, Harry?" "Yes," said Harry. "I've been to that homeschool that's being run by my church." "What are you trying to say?" Just then, the lights in the room flickered on and off while the cans of food stacked in the pantry fell over. Harry and Agnes jumped at the sound of the falling cans. "I guess you must be a witch after all, as nothing else could have caused this mess," Harry said as he and Agnes cleaned up the mess in the pantry. "Don't say it like that," said Agnes. "Like how?" said Harry. "You say I'm a witch like it's a bad thing," said Agnes. "But what if it is a bad thing?" said Harry. "After all, you said your parents were Christians. And my parents were killed by a wizard for no reason other than existing," said Agnes. "It doesn't matter if they were magic or not. All I know is that I received a letter from Hogwarts, which means that I'm probably magic." "Robbie isn't going to like that," Harry said as he put the cans away. "I mean, he's already not happy that Dudley is living here with us, and Dudley has already gotten on his nerves with his bad behavior. Robbie will have to learn to grin and bear it," Agnes said as she straightened up the jars. "After all, Dudley is his cousin and they'll have to get used to being around each other." "Yet, we all know that Robbie hates Dudley because of his parents," said Harry. "Plus, Robbie's dad often told him and his siblings that Petunia had tried to get me away from him for several years." "I've heard," said Agnes. "Plus, I already know that Petunia had been trying to get her brother away from his wife by calling her a toxic gold digger, which is not true. But enough about that, we have other things to worry about." "So, I assume you're going to Hogwarts," said Harry. "I would be careful if I were you, Agnes. They might not want you there." "Does it matter what they want?" said Agnes. "Those wizards will have to pay for killing my family, and I'm sure the magical government isn't too big on murder. If I'm seen at Hogwarts, someone will start asking questions. And when enough people start asking questions, there might be an investigation into who killed my parents. We might find the killer and make sure he is sent to jail for the rest of his life if I go to Hogwarts." Harry nodded as he put the rest of the cans away, and Agnes finished writing the letter. But he was sure that no matter what the circumstances were, Agnes would somehow find herself at Hogwarts. There, she would not rest until she found the answers to the questions about her parents' deaths. And Harry knew he would be there when that happened. At the same time, Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office at Hogwarts reading over a list of students who had responded to their invitation to attend Hogwarts. So far, only 210 students had said yes, yet 290 students had declined the invitation. He sighed in disappointment. He had hoped that more students would respond positively to the invitation, as Hogwarts had a reputation for producing some of the finest witches and wizards of the century. He was determined to make the most of the situation, however, and set out to make the 210 students the best they could be. At the same time, Dumbledore knew that over the years after Lord Voldemort's defeat, the number of children attending Hogwarts quickly declined, mainly because the fact that Voldemort had attended Hogwarts had caused a large number of pureblood wizarding families to pull their support and their children out of Hogwarts. This caused a significant financial strain on Hogwarts, and Dumbledore was forced to take drastic measures to ensure the school's survival. He decided to open Hogwarts up to Muggle-born students and increase the number of scholarships available. This decision earned him both praise and criticism from the wizarding community. The influx of Muggle-born students allowed Hogwarts to continue operating, but it also meant that the wizarding world was exposed to the Muggle world more than before. This caused a great deal of tension between the two worlds and led to further divisions among wizards and witches. While Dumbledore was deep in thought over his decision to take in Muggle-born students, Minerva McGonagall came into his office, saying, "I just received word that Harry's Uncle Vernon and his wife Petunia were killed in an automobile accident a few weeks ago. I hope you didn't have anything to do with that." "And what if I did?" Dumbledore snapped. "When last I checked, I said that Harry Potter was to stay with the Dursley family. I didn't want anyone outside the family to raise him. If that were to happen, they would die. If the Dursleys gave Harry away, they and the adoptive family would die. I wanted the boy to arrive at Hogwarts dependent on me and unhappy with his life." "Yet that never happened," said McGonagall. "As far as I know, Harry Potter appears to be well adjusted and happy with his life. What are you going to tell him when he finds out that you had a hand in the deaths of his parents and uncle and aunt?" That question was left up in the air as McGonagall left the room. Dumbledore was sure that whatever magic surrounding Harry was protecting him from his lies and manipulations. After all, his spy next door had reported seeing Harry being treated well by the Evans family. The Evans family also kept him away from the Dursley family, who would have mistreated him. This would not do. Yet there was one thing Albus Dumbledore did not expect. This was the name Agnes Lauren Parker, appearing on the list of expected Hogwarts students. He had never heard of the Parker family, and he was sure that the Parkers were Muggles. How did the magic that controlled Hogwarts select a Muggle girl to attend Hogwarts? Dumbledore stood up and left the office. He had an appointment to keep, which was to visit a young orphan boy named Patrick Harvey. Patrick was currently in the hospital, recovering from 10 years of abuse from the Dursleys. Dumbledore smiled, knowing that if he could not get Harry to yield, he had a definite backup plan. He knew that Patrick was the perfect candidate for the position of Hogwarts special hero. He had the courage, the brains, and the determination to be a great wizard. Dumbledore was certain that Patrick would be an invaluable asset to the school. But little did he know that someone was spying on him, following his every move, knowing his every plan for the magical world. "Well, it's not as bad as you think," Nicholas said as he took Harry, Agnes, Jonathan, and Dudley to Diagon Alley to get their school supplies. "Although I could have done without the goblins running amok at Gringotts." "Yeah, who understands those goblins?" Agnes said as she stared at him. "I'd like to know something about the wizarding world's banking system. Like, who moves the money around?" How do wizards make their money? My dad sold power tools, said Dudley. And how do people make the power tools your father sells, said Agnes. I know, said Harry. For some reason I don't understand, the wizarding world doesn't seem like a nice place to live in. Too many people around here don't know basic math. Yet, we're required to know magic, said Dudley. That's dumb. Not to mention the number of wizards who think they're better than non-magical people, said Jonathan. Now that disturbs me. The group soon found itself in the main square. There, they saw Hagrid talking to Patrick Harvey. Patrick had recovered significantly enough to go to Hogwarts, and the group was overjoyed to see him back on his feet. Hagrid noticed Harry and waved to him, saying, "Hello, Harry." "Hagrid," said Harry. "Why are you here?" "I'm here with young Master Harvey," Hagrid said as he pointed to Patrick. "He's going to be attending Hogwarts with YA." Patrick frowned as he saw Harry. "Some old man didn't give me a choice," he snapped. "I've never been to school before, and I don't know anything about magic. This is a bad idea." "I see," said Nicholas. "We'll deal with that eventually." "If you say so," said Patrick. Hagrid said, "Well, now that that's settled, I'll see you at Hogwarts. And before I forget, happy birthday." Harry frowned as Hagrid set a huge package at his feet and left. Patrick frowned at Harry again, before leaving with Hagrid. "What the hell was that?" Jonathan snapped after a few minutes passed. "Whose bright idea was this?" "Dumbledore's," Nicholas snapped angrily. "Who?" said Harry. "I don't want to scare you, but Albus Dumbledore is a man without honor," said Nicholas. "Sure, he was blamed for a number of things that happened many years ago, but at the same time, he forced me to leave my father and mother and work for him." "Doing what?" said Agnes. "Spying on Harry," said Nicholas. "Why would he do something like that?" said Dudley. "Is he messed up in the head?" "He is," said Harry. "For some reason I don't understand. I bet he might have had something to do with why Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia are dead. Not that I like them or anything like that, but I know something has to be done about this." "I know," said Nicholas. "There's no way we're going to sit there and let Dumbledore run your life. Remember, Harry, you are who you decide to be." Harry nodded as he picked up the strange package Hagrid left for him. Inside the package was a snowy white owl in a huge iron cage. "Some people have all the luck," Dudley said as he stared at the owl in awe. "Maybe we should all get pets, just to spite the rules," said Jonathan. "We're not letting anyone tell us what to do." Harry nodded as he picked up the cage, and everyone kept going. Little did he know that many people in the place were watching him, and those people were shocked at what they saw. From the murmuring he overheard, Harry was certain that something strange would happen to him soon. Chapter 8. Several weeks later, Harry Potter packed his things into his trunk and loaded everything into the back of Lee's van. Harry had no idea that within a few hours, he was about to leave behind everything he knew and attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. To be honest, Harry wasn't looking forward to attending Hogwarts, but he had no choice. Albus Dumbledore was still in charge of the school, and he was responsible for Patrick Harvey being forced to live with the Dursleys, where Patrick's life was a huge mess. Harry knew that he had to stop Dumbledore before he damaged another child. But he wasn't going there alone, as his cousin Dudley Dursley and two orphans named Jonathan Cavanaugh and Agnes Parker were also going to Hogwarts with him. While Dudley was excited about going to Hogwarts, Jonathan was nervous. He had heard some not-so-nice things about the school, and he knew that as a Trickenberg, he shouldn't trust Dumbledore. But Agnes wasn't ready to give up the Christian life she had planned for herself, as she was determined to remain faithful to her beliefs no matter what she encountered. Yet, how this story progresses is different from what J.K. Rowling had previously written. When the children reached the Hogwarts Express, Jonathan and Agnes boarded the first train car they saw. Harry was about to follow Agnes when Dudley said, "Hey Harry, let's get in this car." Harry followed Dudley and Nicholas to the next car. Jonathan was already there, and he was talking to a boy and a girl. Jonathan saw them and said, "Harry, Dudley, I was beginning to wonder if I should get out of the car and come find you. Anyway, this is Philip Dennison and Eleanor Barlow, they're going to Hogwarts like us." "I see," Harry said as his eyes fell on Philip and Eleanor. Philip looked at him and said, "Aren't you Harry Potter?" He was tall, with brown skin, brown eyes and brown hair. He wore a t-shirt and jeans, as most of the kids Harry saw at the train station were wearing. Harry nodded and smiled. He could tell that Philip and Eleanor were excited to meet him. "Well, of course I am Harry Potter," said Harry. "Who else would I be?" "Forgive me, I never heard of you until now," said Eleanor. She was short, had china-white skin, brown eyes, and long red hair. She wore a grey loose top with medium-length sleeves, green trousers, and magenta shoes. "I hear that you're attending Hogwarts this year." "I am," said Harry. "And what about you?" "Well," said Eleanor, "I'm one of the youngest children in my family, and we moved here from America." "What part of America did you come from?" said Jonathan. "St. Francisville, Florida," said Eleanor. "You're from Florida," said Harry. "Why'd you leave?" asked Dudley. "My family left because of my brother, Chauncey," said Eleanor. "He was mentally disabled, and my parents refused to put him in an institution, as required by city law. So, my family came here so we could raise him without any interference." To Philip, she said, "What's your story?" Philip said, "Well, I was also born in America, but my parents moved here because they got new jobs in London." "What part?" said Dudley. "Montgomery, Alabama," said Philip. "I feel sorry for you," said Dudley, but Harry gripped his arm. "Don't mind Dudley," said Harry. "Sometimes he thinks off the top of his head and says things without thinking." "Yeah, right," Dudley shot back. "Well, my parents are dead. So it's just me and my brother Adrian," said Jonathan. "Do either of you have siblings?" Dudley said, "Well, I was an only child, but Agnes Parker and Patrick Harvey live with me." "As for me, I'm adopted," said Harry. "I have my parents and siblings Robbie, Ginger, Twyla, Louise, Felix, David, and Molly." To Philip, he said, "What about you? Do you have any siblings?" Philip said, "I don't have any brothers or sisters. My parents both came from large families, and they refused to have a second child after I was born." Eleanor sighed, saying, "Besides my brother Chauncey, I have Simon, Isaiah, Eleazar, Thaddeus, Prudence, Felicity, the twins Zacchaeus and Zipporah, the triplets Tabitha, James, and Mercy, Jesse, and then of course, there's me, my younger sisters Verity and Modesty, and my youngest brother Noah." "How does your mother manage to keep up with you all?" asked Jonathan. "Especially with so many of you living at home." "Don't ask," said Eleanor. "You don't want to know." Jonathan gave a knowing smile. Eleanor shook her head and laughed. "Let's just say she's got plenty of practice," she said. "Indeed," said Harry. "Anyway, what's your opinion about Albus Dumbledore, based on some rumors about him out there?" "Well, I've heard that Dumbledore isn't exactly a man of honor, if that's the case," said Philip. "He has done some questionable things in the past," said Harry, "but I'm still holding out hope that he can at least be a good teacher." "I hope so," said Jonathan. "I hate to be associated with a man who does bad things to innocent children in the name of creating a hero." "Yeah, and that too," said Harry. During the time that the Hogwarts Express was heading towards the school, McGonagall and Dumbledore were in the Great Hall with the other teachers, as they were preparing for the students to arrive. McGonagall said to him, "Now remember, Albus, Alexander Ulrich is coming to Hogwarts, and he's going to have questions about his grandparents' deaths." "Him, and several others," said Dumbledore. "And is it any concern to you that a large number of the incoming students are 10 years old?" said McGonagall. "I wouldn't know, unless they were asked to come here for a good reason," said Dumbledore. "We already have Stacy and Gabriel Snape, plus Juliana, Joanna, and Jamelyn Black are already here. Amber and Willa have attended Hogwarts when they were 7 and 8 years old. What will a few 10-year-olds do to our school that they won't do when they're 11 years old?" "I'm not sure," said McGonagall, "but the Ministry and the school governors will hear of this. There's no way Lucius Malfoy will allow this to go unnoticed, especially where his son Draco is concerned." Dumbledore frowned, saying, "And I recall a letter addressed to you concerning Agnes Parker. What's that about, I wonder?" "Yes," said McGonagall as they watched Severus Snape staring at them with a raised eyebrow. "I have my reasons to believe that the girl could be magic as well. How else should I explain the death of Shane Blackwell in that car fire, and the outing of Abigail Beaufort's cousin Bailey Paulson as a child abuser? If you ask me, I will say that Agnes Parker is magic for a reason," said Snape. "There's no other excuse for why she decided to come to Hogwarts. As the Beaufort family was Hayden Pierce's foster family and the boy was removed from them, I'm sure that she might want some answers about that. And she might want answers about why her parents are dead," said Dumbledore. "For the last 10 years, the Ministry has refused to investigate the deaths of Adeline and Toby Parker, which has angered many people. Plus, with the sudden influx of Muggle-born children and the declining population of pureblood children, I'm sure that the Ministry will issue an order for the pureblood families to start having more children." "Is that legal?" said Snape. "I'm sure very few pureblood women would be happy to hear that," said McGonagall. "It matters not what they want," said Dumbledore. "It seems that these days, the Ministry cares about keeping the wizarding community population in line. And I'm sure someone will raise a stink about that and possibly go rogue," said Snape. "And if that happens, Muggles will be aware of the magical world, just as our world became aware of the northern fairies living in Etteldheim. And your late wife and her family were considered Etteldheimian royalty," said McGonagall. "Indeed," said Severus. "But I hear that Harry Potter will be among those who are coming to Hogwarts, and from the looks of it, he's not going down the path that you've marked for him." "And why not?" said Dumbledore. "You heard me," said Snape. "Harry is living with Lily's brother Carlisle, and you and I both know that he shares Lily's opinion about magic. I'm sure that Carlisle has taught the boy that magic is something you should use only for educational purposes. Are you still angry with Lily for refusing to be your friend?" Amber said as she and Willa came into the room. "When last I remembered, she blamed you for everything that happened to Irene Ulrich when Remus Lupin got her pregnant with Jody and she ended up losing him. You sided with Irene and tried to get Remus expelled. And I'm sure Lily didn't want anything to do with you anymore, because she was going out with James when that happened," said Willa. "And her sister by proxy wouldn't want you near her precious nephew." "I see," Snape said as he stormed away from the hall. He knew that for better or worse, Harry Potter was coming to Hogwarts. As far as he knew, Harry could be as troublesome as James or superficial as Lily. He could use his status as the boy who lived to cause trouble and break school rules. There was no way he was about to let that happen. He said to Phileas Flitwick, "Harry Potter is on his way here, and it's up to you and me to make sure that he doesn't go to Gryffindor." "Isn't that what Albus wants?" said Flitwick. "Yes," said Severus. "Either he goes into Slytherin or Ravenclaw. And if that doesn't work, we could ask Pomona Sprout if she's willing to let him into Hufflepuff." "Are you sure she would allow that?" said Flitwick. "She must, if we can't get to him," said Snape. "I'm not going to sit here and allow another James Potter to roam through the halls of this distinguished school, getting into trouble and receiving praise from Dumbledore. We have to get Harry into a house where his talents can be put to good use instead of being ignored and squandered. Are you suggesting that you and I break rank and keep Harry away from Albus? Said Flitwick. Does it look like we have a choice? Said Snape. Harry Potter cannot be used to defeat the Dark Lord, not even if he's the world's only hope. That is why I must do this. But can you defeat him? Said Flitwick. You're his best spy. And it's always the best spies who do the backstabbing, said Snape. Like it or not, we don't have another choice. Either we stop Dumbledore from forcing Harry into this senseless fight, or we do nothing. And I know we can't afford to do nothing. Little did they know that Hagrid was standing in the hallway listening to them. He grew worried, knowing that Harry could be in serious danger. He couldn't help but wonder if it was wise to bring Harry Potter to Hogwarts. When the train reached the school, Harry couldn't help but notice that 350 people were standing at the train station. He saw Agnes talking to one of the girls and Dudley and Jonathan were talking to several other students. It had to be his luck that one of them almost knocked Harry over. Harry turned to the boy and said, do you mind? Sorry, said the boy. I'm Duncan Snyder, he said. Harry Potter, said Harry. Harry Potter. As in The Harry Potter, said Duncan. Not so loud, said Harry. I don't like it when people go crazy whenever I tell them who I am. Just then, the girl Agnes was talking came to where Harry and Duncan were. She said, I can't believe you're actually here at Hogwarts, Harry Potter. And your name is? Harry said. Her name is Candace Thorpe, said Duncan. Her family is among the richest in the wizarding world. Candace was about to say something when a voice rang out, Furs years this way. It was Hagrid and he was calling everyone to the boats. Harry barely caught a glimpse of Agnes as he boarded the boat that would take him across the lake and to Hogwarts. Harry, Dudley, Philip, Eleanor, Jonathan, Duncan, and Candace all climbed into a huge boat along with a group of students. As Hagrid led the boats across the lake, Harry said to Duncan, So it's your first year at Hogwarts? It is, said Duncan. But I never imagined that you'd be coming to Hogwarts, Harry. Not when there are about 5 other magical schools that would gladly take you in, said Candace. Harry nodded, wondering if he had picked the wrong day to come to Hogwarts. All day long, he had to face a barrage of students fawning over him, as if he was a celebrity, and not just another Hogwarts student. Harry was particularly sensitive about that, if nothing else. He only wanted to be a normal student like everyone else, yet this was not to be. Harry, are you okay? Said Dudley. I think so, said Harry. To be honest, I want all of this to stop right now. The fame, the fans, the praise. I'm not special to begin with, and I don't know how to handle all this attention. I just want to live a normal life, without the added pressure of being in the spotlight. That's what I was afraid of, Bruce said as he saw Harry getting out of the boat. It appears that Albus Dumbledore's plot to manipulate you is getting more intense. Now we have to step it up and make sure that the old man won't be forcing you into Gryffindor. I hope not, said Harry. How will we do that? I'm sure you'll figure something out, said Bruce. You always do. When they arrived at the school, Professor McGonagall came out and greeted them. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she said. I am Professor McGonagall, your deputy headmistress, as well as your transfiguration teacher. When we arrive at the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your respective houses. Now follow me. McGonagall led the children into the Great Hall. There were many wizards present, including teachers, students, and staff. They all cheered as they saw the kids. Harry saw that many of them were staring at him. He assumed that everyone knew that he was indeed Harry Potter, the boy who lived. But he left it alone, he would deal with that later. Right now, there were other things to take care of. Such as which house he would be placed in. McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and said, "When I call your name, please take the sorting hat and go to the house to which you are assigned." Agnes was called first. She was placed in Gryffindor. Dudley was sorted into Hufflepuff. Jonathan was also sorted into Hufflepuff. As each child was sorted into one of the 4 houses of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, Harry wondered if any of them would accept him for who he truly was. He knew that some of them would be his true friends, while others would only like him for his fame. He watched as Duncan, Candace, Eleanor, and Philip were sent to Ravenclaw, while a shy boy named Connor Matheson was placed in Hufflepuff. Harry Potter. Just then, the sound of his name sent Harry hurtling back to reality. Everyone was looking at him. Harry approached the stool warily, just as he approached Uncle Carlisle and Aunt Mary when they had told him the truth about him living with the Evans family when he was 10 years old. He sat down, and the hat was placed on his head. The hat said, "You're the famous son of James and Lily Potter. Wonderful thing you did defeating that Dark Lord. Alas, you have lived with your relatives, one of whom is a Muggle, and the other who made an unwise decision by leaving the wizarding world." Harry frowned. The hat said, "However, I believe that you'll do fine in Slytherin." Harry shook his head. "No, thank you. I won't go into Slytherin." Everyone in Slytherin was shocked. "No," said the hat. "What about Gryffindor?" "I don't think I can go into Gryffindor," said Harry. The Gryffindors were also shocked. Dumbledore frowned and glared at the hat in anger. "You don't want to go into Slytherin, and you don't want to go into Gryffindor," said the hat. "But you say there is a third choice." "There's always a third choice," said Harry. "Very well," said the hat. Ravenclaw. Harry stood up and walked over to the Ravenclaw table amidst cheers from the school, except for Gryffindor and Slytherin. They weren't too happy about this. Harry had chosen Ravenclaw over them. But Harry didn't care, as he was busy shaking hands with Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. He was also sitting with his new friends. Draco Malfoy sighed and said, "So, Harry Potter would rather be a Ravenclaw." "A Ravenclaw. God help us all," muttered Professor Snape. "Maybe it's for the best," Severus, Amber said as she sat beside him. "I believe Ravenclaws can achieve great things." "So can Hufflepuffs," said Willa. "Remember, I was once one." Dumbledore sighed and let Harry have his moment. But he did have plans to make sure that Harry would end up in Gryffindor. He wasn't about to let his golden boy become a Ravenclaw. Chapter 9. As Harry Potter was being sorted into Ravenclaw, Stacy Snape and Julia Black, who were 4th-year Gryffindors, observed the newcomers being sorted into their respective houses. "Check it out, Jules," Stacy said with a smile on his face. "Fresh meat." "You say that as if it's a bad thing," said Julia. "That's because it is a bad thing," Jaden Rose, a 3rd-year Gryffindor, said as he sat beside his cousins. "All we do is sit here and judge all the incoming and outgoing students. Such a shame that we have to stay here while they get to go home for the holidays," said Julia. "Yeah, and that too," said Jaden. As they watched the sorting, they gasped in shock as their 10-year-old cousin Alexander Ulrich chose to go to Slytherin instead of Gryffindor. "I don't believe it," said Julia. "Sandy chose Slytherin." "At least he's not here in Gryffindor with us," said Jaden. "You know that Jonathan chose Hufflepuff and Bethany chose Ravenclaw." "I'm not surprised, considering that more children are choosing to go to Slytherin instead of Gryffindor," said Stacy. "Who knows," said Julia. I bet many of them were instructed to avoid Dumbledore and his special house. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, to be honest, said Stacy. Who cares about Dumbledore anyway, said Jaden. I just hope that someone out there has the courage to humble him a bit. Yet, the three cousins had no idea that they would soon be involved in the story of a young boy named Harry Potter. Meanwhile, Harry was speaking with Phil, Eleanor, and Duncan when Candace approached them. She said, "Believe it or not, everyone around here is talking about you, Harry." "Is this true?" said Harry. "Are they seriously talking about me as if I'm some sort of celebrity that they all know about?" "You bet they are," said Candace. "Everyone around here is talking about how you should have been sorted into Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw." "I see," Harry said, frowning as he glanced around the Great Hall. Everyone else was eating and talking, and no one seemed to notice him at all. If they did not say anything. Just then, he looked up and saw Agnes waving to him from the Gryffindor table. Yet, the way she waved at him seemed very revealing. Harry asked her, "What's going on here?" Agnes said, "I don't want to alarm you, but you know who is here." Harry nodded as he looked up and saw Patrick Harvey staring at him, tears streaming down his face. He had a small group of followers surrounding him. The kids in question were glaring at Harry. Phil noticed the stare-off and asked, "What's going on, Harry?" "Who is that boy?" said Eleanor. "Oh, he's Patrick Harvey," Harry said as the others turned back to their table. "A long time ago, he lived with the Dursley family until he and I switched places during a trip to the London Zoo. I discovered that the Dursleys had abused Patrick, so I decided to make them suffer the consequences for hurting him." "So, you beat them up?" asked Eleanor. "No, I just made them regret what they did," said Harry. "I gave the Dursleys a taste of their own medicine." Phil nodded and said, "I see. To be honest, I destroyed them to the point where they were begging for mercy," said Harry. "I taught them that it wasn't right to hurt an innocent orphan boy, even if Dumbledore had wanted them to." He looked up and saw Dumbledore staring at him. The older man seemed to be afraid of him. As he should be, Harry thought to himself. Dumbledore knows that I'm aware of his secrets, and he knows that I won't hesitate to use those secrets against him. He knows his time is up, and if he thought that sending me to the Dursleys would make me into his perfect soldier, then he was sorely mistaken. "What happened next?" asked Eleanor. Just then, Harry felt a sharp poke in his back. He turned around and saw several children from the Slytherin table staring at him. "What is this?" he cried out. "Is today everyone stare at Harry Potter Day? Because if it is, we're just taking a closer look at you to determine if you are actually Slytherin material," said Draco Malfoy. "Judging by your appearance, you must have made quite an impression on the Sorting Hat to be sorted into Ravenclaw." "So what if I did?" said Harry. "You should know, there's no way I would join Dumbledore's favorite house." "And why didn't you join Slytherin?" a young boy said as he stared at Harry. "You should know that Slytherin is his least favorite house." "I'm not sure about that," said Harry. "How could Dumbledore favor one Hogwarts house over the others? Isn't that illegal?" "I'm not sure, but I think he favors Gryffindor, because Slytherin has produced the most dark wizards in wizarding history," said Draco Malfoy. "Well, you should know that if you're going to make a point about Dumbledore favoring one house over another, then there's no way in hell I would ever join his favorite house," said Harry. "You're a Ravenclaw," said Malfoy. "Yes, I am," Harry said as he began laughing. "And to be honest with you, I'm proud of it." "Indeed you are," 10-year-old Sandy Ulrich said as he faced Harry. "And in any other case, favoring one group of people over another is illegal, unless the headmaster is Dumbledore." His 12-year-old sister, Mona, a fifth-year Slytherin student, nodded in agreement. My sister Mona claims that Dumbledore is deceitful, and he will trick you into believing his lies. You can't trust him, no matter what you do. Stacy frowned as he said, "Our cousin is right. Dumbledore is a terrible monster, and you can't trust him." "Why am I not surprised?" said Harry. "You should know that men like him will do anything and everything to get what they want. And usually, what they want is morally questionable." "I see," said Stacy. "But here's a word about my father." "You mean, the guy with black hair talking to the guy wearing a turban?" Harry said as he pointed in the general direction of Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. Both men looked up and stared at Harry for a moment before resuming their conversation. "That's Professor Snape," said Julia. "Many people have said over the years that he's mean and nasty and doesn't have a single ounce of kindness in his bones, but I don't think so. All I know is that if you do the work and don't fool around in his class, he won't bother you." "I'll take that into consideration," Harry said, glancing around the Great Hall. At the same time, Nicholas approached Severus Snape and said, "It looks like our plan has worked. Harry Potter is in Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor." "Good," said Snape. "But there is the matter of how long we can keep him in Ravenclaw," said Nicholas. "Right now, Dumbledore is plotting to find a way to persuade Harry to join Gryffindor, and we must be prepared for his attempts. Our goal is to ensure that Harry remains in Ravenclaw, where his potential can be nurtured and directed towards a different path." Severus Snape's dark eyes narrowed as he contemplated the situation. Dumbledore's influence is strong, and he will not easily give up on his desire to have Harry placed in Gryffindor, he said. "We must be cautious and utilize every means at our disposal to protect Harry from his manipulations." Nicholas nodded in agreement. "I have been researching ancient protective enchantments that can ward off external influences. Additionally, I believe we should seek the assistance of Professor Flitwick. His expertise in charms and magical defenses could prove invaluable." "Agreed," Snape said. "Flitwick's involvement will enhance our chances of success. We must also closely monitor Harry, watching for any signs of emotional distress or vulnerability that Dumbledore might exploit. As much as it pains me, Severus, we must consider revealing a portion of the truth to Harry," Nicholas suggested. "If he understands the importance of staying in Ravenclaw and the potential dangers linked to Gryffindor, he may become more cautious in safeguarding his thoughts and choices." Snape hesitated, his expression conflicted. "Revealing the truth could also backfire, Nicholas. We tread a delicate line between protecting Harry and revealing too much about the intricacies of our plans." "Indeed, it is a risky path," Nicholas acknowledged. "But we must remember, Severus, that we are dealing with a young and resilient mind. Harry has faced great challenges before, and with the right guidance, he can navigate this trial as well." "Very well," Snape conceded, his tone resolute. "We shall proceed cautiously and judiciously. Our priority is Harry's well-being and his potential to shape a different destiny." As the two wizards continued to strategize, their determination to divert Harry's destiny from its predestined path grew stronger. Little did they know that the challenges ahead would not only test their magical abilities, but also challenge their unwavering belief in the power of choice and free will. As for Agnes, she was glad to see her friends Abigail Beaufort and Julian Olson, as they were sorted into Gryffindor as she was. Abigail said to her, "I heard that you got Patrick away from those horrible people." "It's true," said Agnes. "Nicholas recruited Harry Potter to pretend to be Patrick, so we could sneak Patrick away from the Dursleys. But Patrick is still sick and he needs to recover." "I've noticed," said Julian. "I don't know why Dumbledore insisted that he come here when he should be recovering from the years of abuse that he had inflicted on him. But at least we can trust Harry to do the right thing." "Harry went into Ravenclaw, which is a good thing," said Abigail. "But I can't help but wonder how long that's going to last." Hopefully, Dumbledore will be distracted with the beginning of this school term long enough to let Harry fully establish himself in Ravenclaw, said Agnes. If not, then we can think of something that could keep him out of Gryffindor without having to have him switch houses. Or maybe you could be the hero that the wizarding world needs, said Abigail. After all, you helped Harvey Parkinson escape from my cousin Bailey and put him behind bars, even though I'm still not happy about my parents being sent to jail because of him, and you saved Julian from a similar fate. They smiled as they waved to Harvey, who was in Hufflepuff, and he waved back. Think about it, Ag. While Dumbledore is trying to make Patrick into a hero, he doesn't even know that the real hero is hiding under his very nose. And that's how he's going to lose, said Agnes. He'll never get his victory, not as long as I'm around. And that's the biggest tragedy of all, said Julian. Albus Dumbledore was so hell-bent on making a hero out of Harry Potter that he forgot that anyone can be a hero. If you or Patrick become the true hero of this story, the narrative will take a twist that Dumbledore never saw coming. Chapter 10. As for Patrick Harvey, he was sitting by himself at Gryffindor table. He had never had friends before, save for Agnes, Nicholas, Jonathan, and Adrian, nor had he gone to school. For the first time in his life, Patrick found himself regretting not sneaking off to school while he was still living with the Dursleys. Agnes noticed him and said, "Are you okay?" "I wish I could be okay, but I'm not," said Patrick. "Right now, I don't know what to do or how to fit in with the other children here. I've never even gone to school, nor do I know how to properly function in a classroom. I should have known that coming here was a bad idea." "Well, I don't know about that, but all I know is that you don't have to go through it alone," said Agnes. "Not when you have me and the other students to protect you. Also, no one knows the truth about Dumbledore and his evil intentions regarding you." "But I'm not the hero," Patrick snapped. "I will never be the hero. In fact, I'm not sure if Harry Potter is meant to be the hero either, but I bet that he can stand up to Dumbledore and not be fooled by his lies." "Is that true?" said a random student. "And they say that Harry Potter is the true hero," said Patrick. "I mean, Agnes, you heard what Jonathan and Adrian told Harry about surviving a magical curse that kills all others who have had the same curse put on them, including Harry's parents. How do we know that this wasn't a conspiracy orchestrated by Dumbledore to manipulate Harry into becoming the hero that the wizarding world doesn't need?" Agnes was about to respond when she looked up and saw Amber and Willa coming towards them. Amber said, "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, but did you say that this was all a plot created by Professor Dumbledore to fool the wizarding world?" "Well, it has to be, or else Patrick wouldn't have been forced to play the part of Harry Potter for the last 10 years, said Agnes. "And that's why hardly anyone trusts Dumbledore nowadays," Willa said as she nodded in agreement. "It's just too convenient that Harry survived a curse that technically should have killed him. I mean, who's to say that Dumbledore himself didn't orchestrate it all to fulfill his own agenda? We would have to drop everything just to stop him before he gains more power and completely manipulates the wizarding world." Patrick frowned as he said, "Well, I'm not sure who Dumbledore thinks he is, but all I know is that he ruined my life and I'm not going to let him get away with it." "And how are you going to stop him?" said Willa. "Albus Dumbledore is very rich and very powerful, and I'm sure that he must have paid the Dursley family well to keep you with them. And I'm not even going to mention that he tried to force you to stay with a family that despised you until you vaporized them," said Amber. "I mean, was Dumbledore trying to make you be his promised hero?" "No," said Willa. "There's no way in hell that I'm ever going to be the promised hero." In his eyes, no girl can be the promised hero, no matter how progressive society has become during the last 100 years. "Well, what's wrong with having a girl being the promised hero?" said Agnes. "I mean, between Harry Potter and Patrick Harvey, I can't tell whose life was ruined more. Plus, why would Dumbledore want his hero to be an orphan? After all, there are so many people out there who could legitimately play the role of the hero, and no one would be the wiser. How many other orphans could Dumbledore pay to do his bidding? Patrick pondered this for a moment, then said, "Well, my life was ruined when the Dursleys kept me away from the outside world and never really loved me." "You mean to tell me that anyone who suffers from a sad childhood, and has no parents, should be the hero? Are you kidding me?" Patrick glanced at Willa, who seemed to understand his dilemma, and said, "I understand that you must have suffered unfairly before Dumbledore took you in, but do you really think that you could be the best hero that Dumbledore needs?" "Not that I know of, but I have been attending classes at Hogwarts since I was a child," said Willa. "I know what Dumbledore is really like, and he's not the type of person who you should be trusting. He has a hidden agenda, and I've seen things that make me question his true intentions. I can't say much more, but just be careful who you trust at Hogwarts. There's more going on behind the scenes than most people realize." Patrick nodded, knowing that while Dumbledore had ruined his life by forcing him to play the part of Harry Potter's role as the boy who lived, Harry Potter himself had the ability to destroy Dumbledore's plans for the both of them. But Patrick also knew that he couldn't let Harry do that alone. They were in this together, and they would have to work together to take down Dumbledore and his manipulative schemes. Patrick clenched his fists, determined to fight back and take control of his own destiny, no matter what it took. And with Harry by his side, he knew they could overcome anything. At the same time, Harry said to Philip and Eleanor, "Did you guys know anything about Hogwarts before you came here?" He looked around the room, wondering why he had never thought to ask Hagrid or Nicholas about Hogwarts before going to the school. It would have saved him hours of fruitless speculation. As Philip and Eleanor shared a look, anticipation filled the air, adding mystery and excitement to their conversation. Harry's question prompted them to explore shared experiences, strengthening their bond amidst Hogwarts' magical atmosphere. "Not really," said Philip. "My parents moved us here this past summer, and my mom was searching for the nice schools for me to attend when she found out about Hogwarts. The mention of Hogwarts, however, has given me some questions that I'm not sure if I should bother asking, if you know what I mean." "Well, my siblings have been going to Hogwarts since my family moved to London a few years ago," said Eleanor. "Most of them are in Hufflepuff, which speaks volumes about their loyalty and dedication. Well, Chauncey went to Gryffindor even though he has what most non-magical folk would call autism. Even though he was allowed to be here, most of the Gryffindors have gone out of their way to make him feel unwelcome, so he spends most of his time with the Slytherins. Given that Gryffindors and Slytherins usually don't get along, the fact that all of Slytherin House has accepted Chauncey has made everyone else feel uneasy." To Harry, she said, "And what about your family? Did any of them go to Ravenclaw? Or if not, which house did they go to? I'm quite curious to learn more about your family's magical history, given that I've never heard of the Potters, or you until recently." "Well, both my parents were in Gryffindor, even though I wonder why my mother never went into Ravenclaw, since she was smart," said Harry. "I can't help but wonder why I would want to be in Gryffindor to begin with, as I have no qualities that would make a perfect Gryffindor." "Sometimes, I wonder the same thing," Professor Snape said softly, his voice laced with a hint of regret as he approached Harry. "Your mother could have been one of the smartest witches of her era, but she made one stupid mistake, and that was being with your father, the worst sort of bully to ever come out of Gryffindor, leaving behind a legacy of arrogance and mischief. I can only hope that you do not turn out to be like him, that you will choose to rise above the shadows of his past and carve your own path, one defined by courage and integrity." "Unfortunately, I didn't know him, since he's dead," said Harry, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "In fact, I don't think I've met anyone who knew my parents, save for my Uncle Carlisle Evans, and he had some not so very nice things to say about my father, mostly how he should have married Shannon Claire Trichenberg instead of his sister Lily, who ended up becoming my mom. I wonder why my dad and Shannon didn't end up together, yet I can't imagine him being with anyone else but my mom. I could, said Professor Snape, his voice low and calculating as he surveyed the situation. After all, Shannon had been the only person among us who could tell James what to do, as she possessed the ability to decipher people's thoughts with such precision that it often seemed as though she could anticipate his every move. But at the end of our time at Hogwarts, James was starting to listen to Lily more than he was listening to Shannon, much to the chagrin of every decent student. Of course, James decided to marry Lily instead of Shannon, which made many people furious. As almost the entire population of magical England had expected James to marry Shannon, as she was part of the Trichenberg family, the most powerful magical family in the world, him marrying Lily was seen as a betrayal of tradition and expectation. While whispers and disapproving glances seemed to follow James and Lily everywhere they went, there was only one person who wanted that marriage to happen, and it was none other than Albus Dumbledore. And I'm sure that he had played a pivotal role in orchestrating their marriage, as James and Lily were never supposed to be together. Harry frowned as he thought about the implications of his family's hidden past. On one hand, he was the product of what had appeared to be a loving marriage, as evident by his parents giving up their lives for him. Yet, he had a strong feeling that he wasn't supposed to exist, not when his father was supposed to marry a magical princess. This unexpected revelation made him feel uneasy, as if he was nothing more than an ordinary boy who wasn't meant to be a hero. Just then, Snape said to him, "If you're going through this existential crisis, just remember that everything that you were forced to endure can ultimately be traced back to the manipulative machinations of none other than Albus Dumbledore. He had orchestrated a series of events that led to you being born, and then he had your parents killed once they had served their purpose. In doing that, he forced you to become his chosen hero, a heavy burden you were never meant to bear, but now you must carry. But if you want to talk more about your father and how he destroyed my life, you can find me in my laboratory. But I will warn you that once you learn the truth about your parents, you won't be able to unlearn it." At the same time, a stranger was watching the festivities with a stern look on his face. From what he had seen, Harry Potter had defied Albus Dumbledore's plans for his life, and went into a different house. This could mean several problems for the entire wizarding world, all which could change things. Nevertheless, the stranger smiled, knowing that no matter what happened next, Harry Potter had now changed his entire story, for better or for worse. Chapter 11. After all the delicious food had been enjoyed and the lively chatter had subsided, Professor Dumbledore gracefully signaled the conclusion of the meal by standing up from his seat at the head of the long, mahogany table. With a subtle clearing of his throat, he regained the attention of the students as they turned their curious gazes towards him. Unfurling a parchment scroll neatly tied with a crimson ribbon, he began to address the gathering, his words carrying the weight of wisdom and authority. The list of rules he held in his hands, meticulously written with his distinctive handwriting, outlined the essential principles and guidelines that he believed would foster a harmonious, respectful environment within the school grounds. 1. Students were strictly prohibited from engaging in any form of magical activity while transitioning between classes, or navigating the corridors, unless under the direct supervision of a qualified instructor or staff member. 2. Curfew times are strictly enforced within the community to ensure safety and security for all residents, and therefore, breaking curfew is a violation that is strictly prohibited and not permitted under any circumstances. 3. I was recently informed that the corridor on the 3rd floor of the school is off limits for those who do not wish to experience an unfortunate death. Harry frowned as the other students groaned about the rules imposed by the school administration. Little did he know that hidden beneath the dissatisfaction of his peers was a secret so grave that a new rule had to be enforced. Yet he couldn't help ask himself, why was such a clandestine presence being sheltered within the very walls of the school, shrouded in a veil of secrecy that begged to be discovered? Philip said to Harry, "I don't know what's going on here, but things around here are kind of suspicious. Like what's being hidden in this school, and why would they hide that thing here, especially where a curious child or adult could easily get to it?" Harry's gaze bore into Patrick's empty eyes, reflecting the inner turmoil swirling within him. He couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that Dumbledore, once again, had swayed Patrick to fulfill the role of the boy who lived. Despite this certainty, Harry couldn't deny the realization that Patrick held the weighty title, a reminder of how Patrick had managed to survive Dumbledore's deceitful schemes, even as the odds were against him. Harry was upset to acknowledge that, by circumstance alone, Patrick had been thrust into the place originally meant for him as the hero of the wizarding world, yet he saw Patrick as the harbinger of Dumbledore's imminent downfall, the inevitable consequences of the many lies unraveling before them. To that, Harry said, "I honestly have no idea, but whatever it is, I'm sure that it's going to make itself known." Philip nodded in agreement, his expression serious. "We need to keep our eyes and ears open," he said quietly. "There's definitely more going on here than meets the eye." As the students began to disperse, Harry could feel a sense of unease gradually creeping up within him, causing a heavy weight to settle in the pit of his stomach. Despite the jovial chatter and laughter around him, an impending sense of foreboding gripped his very being. It was as if the ancient walls of Hogwarts held secrets that were on the brink of revealing themselves, a revelation that would unleash a storm of change, altering the course of their lives in ways they couldn't yet comprehend. But for now, all he could do was wait and watch, ready to face whatever challenge came his way, his heart filled with anticipation and a surge of determination to protect all he held dear. And as he turned to leave the Great Hall, Harry's mind raced with curiosity about the mysteries that might be concealed within the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor, imagining the potential dangers and wonders that awaited discovery. Secrets of ancient magic, unsolved riddles, and hidden truths whispered temptingly in the back of his mind, beckoning him towards a path fraught with uncertainty and undeniable allure. A path that could ultimately reshape the destiny of not just his own life, but those of his companions as well. While everyone else was settling down for the night, Harry felt a sense of unease, as though something dangerous was lurking around the corner. Harry was fully aware of Dumbledore's disappointment in his decision to join Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor, and he could sense Dumbledore's strong desire for him to switch houses. Despite knowing that Dumbledore would go to great lengths to persuade him to transfer to Gryffindor, Harry stood firm in his choice, and was not one to give in easily to pressure. He decided to walk around the spacious grounds, enveloped in a calming blanket of tranquility, the gentle rustling of leaves, and the distant chirping of birds creating a serene symphony around him. Hoping that the fresh air and serene surroundings would provide some respite, he strolled through the school's dimly lit corridors, the shadows dancing eerily along the walls. However, an unsettling feeling began to creep over him, intensifying with each echoing creak of the old floorboards and every sway of the time-worn tapestries, as if an unseen presence was trailing his every step, sending a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, he heard a low, sinister laugh echoing through the halls, sending shivers down his spine. The ominous sound reverberated, filling the corridor with an eerie atmosphere. Harry's heart raced furiously in his chest, creating a thundering rhythm that echoed the fear that gripped his soul. With each step he took, the air seemed to thicken, suffused with tension and foreboding. Desperation urging him forward, Harry quickened his pace, his feet echoing off the cold stone floor. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to find the source of the noise, to confront the unknown entity that lurked in the shadows. As he turned the corner, the dim light revealed a cloaked figure, their presence exuding malevolence, their eyes gleaming with a sinister intent that chilled him to the core. Before Harry could muster a response, the figure abruptly launched towards him, a silent menace cutting through the air like a blade. His rapid reflexes saved him from the initial strike, his body instinctively dodging the impending danger. Without hesitation, his hand searched for the familiar touch of his wand, the only shield he had against the unknown threat that stood before him. But as quickly as the figure appeared, it dissolved into nothingness, leaving Harry standing alone in the oppressive silence. Breathless and bewildered, Harry stood frozen in place, his mind racing to comprehend the bizarre encounter. The realization dawned upon him that this was no ordinary trial. A sinister force had set its sights on him, threatening not just his safety, but the very fabric of his reality. Determination ignited within him as he vowed to unearth the dark secrets that lurked within the shadows, to safeguard not only himself, but his fellow Ravenclaws from the looming peril that now engulfed them. Just then, as the night air filled with the echo of Nicholas casting protective spells, he tilted his head up, his keen eyes catching a glimpse of the retreating figure. With a swift motion, Nicholas raised his wand, infusing the incantation with power before shouting it towards the mysterious intruder. "And stay out," his voice boomed, echoing in the empty courtyard. As his arm slowly descended, Nicholas turned to Harry, a look of concern clouding his eyes. "Sorry, Harry, but there have been persistent attempts to breach the school's defenses lately. I can't risk your safety being compromised." A startled gasp escaped Harry's lips, his mind racing to make sense of the danger lurking around him. "People are trying to get me," he blurted out, disbelief tinging his voice. "But why?" Offering a reassuring smile, Nicholas patted Harry's shoulder gently. "I'm not entirely certain, but rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly," he replied, his tone filled with determination. "Besides, it's not just wild imaginations. The grounds are indeed perilous, with rogue elements skulking in the shadows, always looking for an opportunity to exploit. Our dedicated friend Rubeus does his best, but even he can't fend off every threat." With a worried expression etched across his face, Nicholas gestured urgently for Harry to accompany him back to the safety of the Ravenclaw common room, conveying a sense of unease that lingered in the air. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Harry let out a resigned sigh and trailed behind Nicholas, as they made their way through the empty school corridors. In the midst of their silent walk, a nagging curiosity crept into Harry's mind, prompting him to voice a question that had been weighing on him. "Didn't he used to be shorter?" he inquired, noticing the sudden change in Nicholas's stature. As Nicholas expanded to his full height, with a solemn expression, he revealed a past marked by tragedy and loss. "My mother's protective enchantments kept me small during the Wizarding War," he explained, his voice tinged with remnants of sorrow. "But my father and brothers were not as fortunate. They fell victim to the turmoil that plagued our world." The mention of his family members stirred emotions within Nicholas, his gaze clouded with memories of a painful separation. "My mother and sister are the only ones left," he confided, a sense of longing evident in his tone. "It's been a decade since I last saw them, since the day Dumbledore forced me to leave them and serve under his command." Harry looked at Nicholas, his heart heavy with understanding. He knew the sacrifices made in times of war, and the burden of responsibility it brought. He felt a new sense of camaraderie with Nicholas, bonded by their shared histories of loss and sacrifice. Harry reached out a hand, offering support and solidarity to his new ally. "Well, for what it's worth, you did take care of Patrick when he was trapped with the Dursleys," said Harry, "which is more than what everyone else has done." "I have, since Albus gave me no choice," said Nicholas, his tone tinged with a sense of obligation. "But forget about him for a second. You need to see this," he continued, gesturing towards a large room at the end of the corridor illuminated by intricate spells, a sense of urgency creeping into his demeanor as he emphasized the importance of Harry's attention to the discovery before them. Harry followed Nicholas to the trophy room, making sure that Filch, the caretaker, didn't catch them. There, placed in front of a huge cup, was a picture of James Potter and the words, "Winner of the Quidditch Cup, 1976. James H. Potter." Harry could hardly speak, as he saw his father's name engraved on the memorial plaque, his eyes welling up with tears of bittersweet reminiscence. As he sat in silence, memories of his parents flooded back, the same parents who had made the ultimate sacrifice for him, leaving a void that could never be filled. He had grown up hearing many stories about Lily from Lee, his closest friend, since most of Petunia's stories about her were filled with lies and exaggerations. James had no siblings to share stories with, leaving a void in Harry's knowledge about his father's past that he desperately wanted to fill. Harry felt disconnected, not having anyone in his life who could provide first-hand accounts of James Potter's life and personality. Soon, tears poured down his eyes, tracing salty streams along his cheeks, yet he made no move to alleviate his sorrow. It was a poignant moment, the first instance in his existence where he longed for the comforting presence of his departed parents, yearning for their guidance and warmth amidst his overwhelming grief. That night, Harry sat in his new dorm, a sense of loneliness engulfing him, his gaze fixed on the peaceful slumber of his dorm mates, as they bid goodnight to their parents over magical mirror calls and nestled into their beds. Amid their familial interactions, Harry was acutely aware of his lack of parental presence, feeling disconnected and isolated, like a solitary figure amidst a sea of comforting bonds. He sighed as he said to Hedwig, who came with him, "I know most of my friends have parents, but what about me? Why can't I have parents and they can? Is there anything wrong with me? Am I not worthy of actually having a real family? What did I do to deserve this punishment of not having a family?" As the owl hooted softly, Harry carefully cradled her in his arms. Together, they perched on the windowsill, their gazes fixed upon the twinkling stars that adorned the night sky, enveloped in a serene tranquility that lingered between them. Amidst the stillness, Harry couldn't help but release a heartfelt sigh, his voice barely audible as he murmured, "If only I had the chance to truly get to know them, Hedwig," his longing palpable in the quiet of the night. Hedwig, known for her grace and intuitive understanding, affectionately nuzzled against Harry's cheek in a comforting manner, as if to reassure the young wizard that he wasn't alone in feeling this overwhelming mix of emotions. Harry, feeling the warmth of Hedwig's presence, closed his eyes briefly and exhaled a heavy sigh, unaware that the impending revelation about his parents would soon shatter the illusions he had held onto tightly, unveiling a profound truth that would reshape his very essence and the intricate tapestry of his family's history. Chapter 12. The next day, Harry was the first to wake up. He had stayed awake half the night wondering about what his future would be now that he was in Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor. He quietly slipped out of bed and began pacing the room, trying to come to terms with this unexpected turn of events. But he didn't have too long to wander around, though, as Philip saw him and said, "We gotta get going, Harry. Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace are waiting for us, and we can't afford to be late to class. Remember, we're supposed to be in Ravenclaw." Feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what his future in Ravenclaw would hold, Harry reluctantly followed Philip's reminder to get ready for class. As he quickly dressed, his mind raced with thoughts of what his new house would mean for him and his friendships with Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace. With a deep breath, Harry steeled himself for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead in Ravenclaw. Within a few weeks, as the days passed by swiftly, Harry, Philip, and Eleanor found themselves engrossed in the vast collection of books and resources housed within the well-stocked school library, eagerly diving into the world of literature and knowledge. Even though Harry was smart and liked to study physics, he never liked to read for enjoyment. That was mainly because there wasn't much to be expected of him, save for being known as the boy who lived. As such, he was treated by many as a hero, not as a normal boy. Well, that was going to change. A few weeks after the sorting ceremony event, which had ignited much excitement and uncertainty among the students, Harry found himself in another encounter with the notorious Draco Malfoy. This time, Malfoy, accompanied by his loyal companions Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, deliberately intercepted Harry along with his friends Philip and Eleanor in the corridors leading to the library. Malfoy, sneering in his trademark manner, addressed Harry by remarking, "So, the rumors are indeed true, aren't they? Harry Potter, the renowned boy who lived, now embracing his identity as a Ravenclaw." His tone was filled with a mix of astonishment and mockery as he added, "I must admit, witnessing you display genuine Ravenclaw qualities is quite unexpected, to say the least. Yeah, you may think it's weird, but Harry could have gone into Slytherin and be stuck with you," Eleanor said with a laugh, reflecting on the intricate ways in which the Sorting Hat could have altered Harry's destiny at Hogwarts and the potential dynamics that might have unfolded between the characters if different choices were made during the sorting ceremony. "Varlo, isn't it?" Malfoy snapped as he looked at Eleanor, his tone laced with disdain and superiority towards her lineage. "The biggest blood traitor family in the wizarding world, perhaps even bigger than the renowned Weasley family, marking your place among those who defy our pureblood heritage with every step you take, every word you speak," his words dripping with the venom of centuries-old prejudices. "I'd watch it if I were you," Philip warned him, emphasizing the importance of staying cautious in the given situation. "A mudblood?" Malfoy laughed scornfully, his sneer cutting through the air. "I am genuinely amazed that they allowed someone from your tainted family line to set foot in this prestigious establishment, given your unsavory background. You might want to rethink that, Malfoy," a voice echoed from behind them. Turning around, everyone noticed Patrick Harvey glaring at Malfoy. Harry frowned as he looked at the two kids standing next to Patrick. The girl had messy brown hair, and the boy had bright red hair. Harry thought to himself that they weren't the type of people who would be friends with Patrick. Or did Dumbledore recruit them to act as friends for Patrick? With a groan of disdainful disgust, Malfoy continued, "And what do we have here? Some miserable young orphan who's nothing more than a cheap imitation of Harry Potter. How pathetic." His buddies, enjoying in his cruel words, burst out laughing as Malfoy said, "I've heard stories about devoted fans naming their children after Harry Potter, but I never imagined that anyone would mold their own child into an inferior replica of Harry Potter. It is truly a sad sight to behold." Malfoy's sardonic ridicule permeated the air, heightening the tension and casting an evident sense of dejection over the setting. "That's Patrick Harvey," Harry tried to say, but Malfoy cut him off quickly, focusing his angry comments to Patrick in an attempt to impose supremacy. With a tone full of contempt and disdain, he said, "Listen up, mate. I don't like wasting my time with people like you, especially when you're pretending to be someone that you're not." This created an awkward silence that was only broken by the tension in the room, preparing the audience for an inevitable altercation, in which egos collided and tempers flared. "You don't know the story," Patrick snapped, his frustration evident in his voice. However, Malfoy retorted with a sneer, coolly dismissing Patrick's words, "Come back to Hogwarts when you're done playing pretend. Your ignorance is showing." Just then, Patrick, fueled by a surge of raw emotion, delivered a swift and resounding slap across Malfoy's face, his words dripping with a warning so ominous yet intertwined with a hint of suppressed power. "I'd watch it if I were you, for the depths of my capabilities are far beyond your wildest imagination." "Patrick, please don't antagonize him," Harry cried out as Malfoy's eyes narrowed. The tension in the room was palpable, and Patrick's bravado seemed to hang in the air like a charged spell. But Patrick wasn't one to back down, especially when he had the chance to hit back at everything that had tried to destroy him. He leaned in, his voice low and dangerous, "I've faced worse than him, Harry. Trust me." Everyone in the hall held their breath, waiting for the next move. Malfoy's cheek still stung from the slap, and his pride was wounded. But Patrick's resolve was unyielding, and in that moment, everything hung on a knife's edge. Just then, a voice cut in, yelling, "That's enough of that." The voice belonged to Professor McGonagall, her stern expression leaving no room for arguments. In her crisp Scottish accent, She commanded silence with authority and a flicker of disappointment, making it clear that she would tolerate no misbehavior at all. To Malfoy, she said firmly, "Go to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey will see to your injuries." As Malfoy was being forcibly led away, his eyes blazing with hostility, he couldn't resist muttering a chilling warning to Patrick Harvey, "You're going to regret this, Patrick Harvey." Despite the tension in the air, the students looked on, sensing the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. McGonagall's stern voice reverberated in the room as she addressed Patrick directly, expressing her disappointment at his actions. "I don't know what you were thinking," she began, her tone a mix of concern and disapproval, "but that was definitely not a very wise decision to make." "He was making fun of Harry," Patrick began, but McGonagall was stern. Her eyes narrowed as she spoke firmly, emphasizing her point. "I won't tolerate any misbehavior in this school." With a distinct authority in her voice, she continued, "Now, go straight to my office and wait for me there. We will have a thorough discussion about your actions," her tone leaving no room for arguments or excuses. The red-haired boy, with fiery determination in his eyes, stood his ground and firmly expressed his thoughts. "But that's not fair, Professor. Malfoy was just being a rude jerk, like he always is." His voice resonated with a mix of frustration and defiance as he tried to justify his actions. However, Professor McGonagall, maintaining her stern demeanor, shook her head in disappointment as she chastised him, "And you have just earned yourself a week of detention, Mr. Weasley." Her disappointment was palpable as she continued, "I was hoping that you would be better behaved than your twin brothers Fred and George, but that's apparently too much for me to ask." She couldn't hide the hint of resignation in her voice, knowing the mischievous nature that often ran through the Weasley family. "But you heard what Malfoy said," said the girl with the messed-up brown hair, her expression a mix of frustration and defiance as she glanced towards McGonagall. The stern professor's response was swift and unwavering. "Not another word, Miss Granger," she declared firmly, putting an end to the conversation. Her voice held no room for negotiation, as she continued, "I will have no further arguments from you. Go straight to my office now," her eyes locking onto Hermione with a steely gaze. As Patrick and the other two children walked away, Harry turned to him with a solemn expression and expressed, "I'm sorry I got you in trouble. It wasn't my intention to cause any harm." Understanding Harry's sincerity, Patrick reassured him, saying, "He was making fun of you, and I couldn't bear to see that happen without standing up for you. It was important to me to show you support, and not let anyone belittle you in such a manner." Just then, Hermione Granger said something that would haunt Harry for a long time. She said, "You should have gone into Gryffindor when you had the chance. You don't belong in Ravenclaw. You're too brave for your own good." The implication that he didn't belong in Ravenclaw stung, echoing in Harry's ears long after the conversation had ended. Despite his constant bravery, Hermione's words planted a seed of doubt, making him question his place in the magical world more than ever before. "And you're way too smart to be in Gryffindor," Harry said in turn as Patrick nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rare intellect his friend possessed. "But that's not the case, isn't it?" Harry continued, his tone slightly teasing, yet filled with genuine curiosity. Hermione glared at him, saying, "But you're supposed to be in Gryffindor. You're the boy who lived, the chosen one, the hero of the wizarding world. You don't belong with those nerdy Ravenclaws who care more about books than people." Little did anyone know that she had always envisioned him as a symbol of courage and valor, standing shoulder to shoulder with the lion-hearted students of Gryffindor, ready to face whatever challenges the magical realm threw their way as a united front. Harry's cheeks turned crimson with embarrassment as he looked at his companions, who were astonished by Hermione's claim that he wasn't in Ravenclaw. They were shocked given Harry's deliberate choice to join Ravenclaw over Gryffindor. The tension rose as Harry tried to make sense of the misunderstanding. "Maybe you don't belong in Gryffindor," Harry said coldly. Maybe you're too afraid to challenge yourself, to learn new things, to think for yourself. Maybe you're just a follower, who does whatever Dumbledore or McGonagall tells you to do." Hermione gasped, as if Harry had slapped her. She looked at him with a mix of hurt and disbelief. She opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it again. She turned around and ran away, tears streaming down her face. Ron Weasley glared at Harry before he turned around and walked away. Harry felt a sudden pang of guilt, but his strong self-control led him to justify his actions, convincing himself he was right and Hermione wrong. This self-righteousness clouded his morality, burying any doubts beneath layers of arrogance. Amid his internal struggle, Harry glanced at Patrick for reassurance. Patrick's supportive smile offered a brief sanctuary, easing Harry's turmoil temporarily, and providing a momentary respite from his moral doubts. "Don't let her get to you, Harry," Patrick said. "She was looking forward to seeing you and having you in Gryffindor along with her and Ron, but I tried to warn her that you're not like how everyone else thinks you're supposed to be. After all, you chose to go to Ravenclaw, which was what Dumbledore didn't want." Eleanor said, "So that's Hermione Granger, who's supposed to be the smartest witch here." "Never thought she'd be so awful," said Philip. "She'd make a perfect Slytherin with that attitude." "I don't know," said Harry. "The last thing we need here is a female version of Draco Malfoy, and he's not as bad as most people think." Unknown to them, Nicholas had been watching the confrontation between Harry and Hermione. He said, "Well, it appears that we've hit a little snag here." "Indeed," the voice of Severus Snape said as he glared at Harry. "I was so worried that Harry would be his father's son that I almost forgot that Harry is his mother's son. Yet I can't help but feel sorry for Miss Granger, as pathetic as she is." "She should have known better than to speak to Harry in that way," said Nicholas. "In fact, she should be lucky that you weren't there to catch her as she said those awful things to Harry." "Not to worry, as I'm sure that Minerva can handle her," said Snape. "After all, she was once my headmistress, and she won't allow anyone to display such horrible behavior. Now, I must speak to young Master Potter and make him tell me what happened, as I'm sure that whatever he said was enough to make Miss Granger snap." When Harry, Philip, and Eleanor got to the library, Candace saw them and said, "Well, I heard that you met Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. She had said something about Harry that was pleasant. Or am I wrong?" "Well, she was very pleasant, and when I say pleasant, I mean that her outward demeanor masked a rather harsh personality," said Eleanor, stress evident in her voice. She had the audacity to tell Harry that he should have been sorted into Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw, as if she knew him better than the sorting hat itself. "She did that," said the young boy named Connor Matheson, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "Well, typical Gryffindors," he continued, a slight teasing tone in his voice. "They're never truly content unless they're challenging the status quo, or pushing the boundaries of what's considered normal. With a knowing grin, Connor added, "It's just in their nature to seek out adventure and excitement, even if it means breaking a few rules along the way. But hey, that's what makes them stand out from the rest, right? I'm just glad I never went into Gryffindor," Harry said, a sense of relief evident in his voice as he looked around the room at his friends with a sheepish grin. Eleanor, always one to add a bit of humor to the conversation, chimed in, "And so are we, as we all know that you would make a terrible Gryffindor." Her playful tone brought a collective chuckle from the group, each member imagining the mischievous Harry trying to fit into the brave and noble house of Gryffindor. Harry's gaze met Eleanor's, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes as he replied, "True, I think I would have given Professor McGonagall quite the headache with my antics." The room filled with laughter, the camaraderie between friends strengthening as they shared this light-hearted moment. In that moment, Harry felt grateful for his friends who accepted him for who he was, house rivalry aside, knowing that their friendship transcended the boundaries of Hogwarts houses. Chapter 13. Halloween had come to Hogwarts, bringing with it an air of anticipation and excitement that enveloped the ancient stone halls of the castle. The great hall was adorned with pumpkins, their flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the students gathered for the festive feast. Costumed witches and wizards filled the room, their laughter mingling with the crackling of the warm hearth fires. The enchanted ceiling above replicated a starry night sky, adding to the magical ambience of the evening. Ghostly apparitions floated gracefully through the corridors, adding to the mystique of the occasion. The delicious aroma of seasonal treats wafted through the air, tempting all who passed by the tables laden with sweets and treats. From the youngest first years to the oldest professors, everyone was caught up in the spirit of the holiday, eagerly anticipating the surprises and wonders that Halloween night at Hogwarts always brought. It was a time when the boundaries between the magical world and the Muggle world seemed to blur, and anything felt possible in the enchanted confines of the Wizarding School. Harry realized, with a heavy heart, that his parents had met their untimely demise a decade prior at the hands of the Dark Lord, causing a sense of unease to settle within him. Despite the comforting efforts of Philip and Eleanor, a lingering feeling of discomfort persisted. On that particular day, the trio aimlessly roamed the corridors of the school, an air of desolation surrounding them as if the school's walls held the weight of their sorrow. The silence enveloped them, nobody daring to breach the solemn atmosphere that shrouded Harry in his moment of mourning. Notably, even Duncan and Candace, usually filled with cheer, displayed concern for Harry's well-being, their troubled expressions serving as silent gestures of solidarity in his time of need. When it came to Halloween costumes, the Hufflepuff house stood out as the sole house within Hogwarts that fervently indulged in the tradition of donning elaborate attire. The enthusiasm for dressing up seemed to be a defining feature of the Hufflepuff students, setting them apart from their peers in the other houses who opted for a more subdued approach to the festive occasion. Surprisingly, not a single student from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin could be seen in costume, creating a stark contrast with the sea of yellow and black outfits characteristic of Hufflepuff. Even the usually jovial teachers seemed to eschew the allure of dressing up, preferring to maintain their usual dignified demeanor throughout the day. This discrepancy in costume participation only emphasized the strong sense of house identity and tradition prevalent at Hogwarts, with each house maintaining its distinct characteristics and values, as exemplified by the vibrant display of Halloween spirit in Hufflepuff. The Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin houses at Hogwarts all wore traditional school uniforms symbolizing unity, while Draco Malfoy and his group stood out with custom-made, exclusive attire, signaling their elitism. This contrast in attire revealed tensions and power dynamics, reflecting social hierarchies and rivalries among students. Despite the facade of unity from standardized uniforms, Malfoy's group's choices demonstrated their need to assert dominance and superiority over their peers. That night at dinner, Harry, Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace were gathered together in the bustling Great Hall, the clinking of silverware and the buzz of conversations enveloping them. They tried their best to focus on their own discussion, with the excited chatter of their peers filling the air. The topic of conversation piquing everyone's interest was about a real-life haunted house that the diligent prefects had meticulously crafted in preparation for the upcoming Halloween festivities. Despite the animated atmosphere around them, Harry found his gaze consistently drawn to the Slytherin table, his eyes lingering on Draco Malfoy's group. The boys stood out in their robes, vibrant scarlet cotton adorned with intricately sewn flowers that added an elegant touch, while a striking crimson silk armband accentuated their attire. The girls, on the other hand, exuded an air of sophistication in gowns made from flowing peacock blue gauze. Each ensemble was completed with a maroon veil delicately attached to their hair through the glimmering hold of golden tiaras, creating an aura of mystery and allure that captivated Harry's attention amidst the lively surroundings. Harry let out a heavy sigh, his heart heavy with the pain of losing his parents on Halloween night, a date forever etched with sorrow in his memory. The unfathomable loss left him questioning the cruel twists of fate, unable to find any rational explanation for the tragedy that had befallen his family. As the laughter lingered in the air, Willow's eyes met Harry's with a sense of unease. "Well, it wasn't supposed to happen," she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper, weighted with a mix of sorrow and disbelief. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. "What are you talking about?" he inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of urgency, the corners of his mouth slightly downturned. A somber silence enveloped them until Amber spoke softly, her presence unexpected yet comforting, as she settled beside Harry. "Your parents weren't supposed to die," she stated, her voice steady but filled with empathy. "And especially on Halloween, a day that was meant for joy and celebration, now forever marked by tragedy." The weight of her words hung heavily in the room, each syllable resonating with the pain and disbelief of an unfathomable loss. Willow, Harry, and Amber sat in shared silence, the profoundness of the moment binding them together in a mix of grief and somber understanding. Harry was about to ask Amber what she was talking about when a scream from Professor Quirrell cut into his thoughts. Just as confusion started to settle in, the sudden urgency in Professor Quirrell's voice sent shivers down everyone's spines. "There's a troll in the dungeons," he screamed, his words echoing with an ominous weight that filled the air. In the chaos that ensued, panic spread like wildfire, driving students and staff to hurriedly scatter in different directions. Despite the fear and uncertainty, Professor Dumbledore's commanding presence brought a sense of order to the chaos. With a swift wave of his wand, he raised his voice above the frantic din, calling for calm and cooperation. "Silence! We will leave in an orderly fashion." Dumbledore's authoritative tone resonated through the room, instilling a semblance of control amidst the turmoil. In a display of swift organization, he delegated tasks to the prefects, assigning them the crucial responsibility of guiding their peers back to safety. Among them, Josephine Britton and Christopher Hendrickson, the Ravenclaw prefects, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. "We must head back to our dorms now," they asserted, their voices a firm anchor in the midst of the storm. "But what about the Slytherins?" said a random student, concern evident in her voice, as she glanced around at the ancient stone walls enclosing them within the depths of Hogwarts. "Aren't their dorms located in the dungeons?" "Indeed," Stacy said with a calm and assured tone, a glint of determination in his eyes as he guided the Slytherin students with unwavering resolve towards the Ravenclaws, their footsteps echoing faintly in the dimly lit corridors. To the watchful prefects who awaited their arrival, he spoke with a sense of purpose. "I have been instructed to escort the Slytherin students to the Ravenclaw quarters, as per the headmaster's orders." "Indeed you were," Josephine acknowledged with a nod of approval, her demeanor exuding authority as she beckoned them to follow her, her steps leading the way through the maze-like passages of the castle, each turn a testament to the rich history and hidden wonders that awaited within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. "Well, there goes my plan to talk about why my parents died on Halloween night," Harry thought as he and the other children were led away from the Great Hall and back to Ravenclaw quarters. He frowned, thinking about the years he had spent not celebrating Halloween, but never knowing why he didn't like to celebrate Halloween. As he processed his conflicting emotions, a wave of realization washed over him, highlighting the heavy burden he carried in his heart. The tragedy of losing his parents on that fateful Halloween night had cast a shadow over the joyous festivities, leaving Harry grappling with a mix of sorrow, confusion, and a profound sense of emptiness. Unable to grasp the depths of his grief and struggling to comprehend his own complex feelings towards his deceased parents, Harry found himself at a loss. The weight of their absence lingered in his soul, a haunting reminder of the void they had left behind. Confronted with the challenge of mourning for individuals he barely had the chance to know, Harry's inner turmoil only deepened, casting a somber veil over his thoughts. Once the Ravenclaw and Slytherin students reached Ravenclaw quarters, excited chatter filled the air as they discovered an array of Halloween-themed options awaiting them. Ghoulish decorations adorned the common room, setting a spooky ambience that delighted the students. Jack-o'-lantern carving stations had been set up, allowing for creative expressions of Halloween spirit. Additionally, a potion-making workshop beckoned those eager to concoct magical brews with a holiday twist. Despite the festive atmosphere, disappointment gripped the students when they learned that the highly anticipated haunted house trip had been unexpectedly cancelled. Murmurs of disapproval circulated through the crowd, with many expressing their dismay over this unfortunate turn of events. The cancellation cast a shadow over what had otherwise promised to be a memorable Halloween night for the Hogwarts community. Nevertheless, the resilient students quickly adapted and found solace in the other engaging activities available to them, determined to make the most of the evening despite the setback. "Well, this sucks," Duncan said with a sigh of disappointment, his eyes scanning the bustling scene before him. He, Harry, Philip, Eleanor, and Candace were seated at a nearby table, observing the energetic buzz of their classmates engaged in an array of activities. "And I was really looking forward to the haunted house, too," he added wistfully, a tinge of regret evident in his voice. Candace raised an eyebrow at Duncan's comment, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Really? You were actually looking forward to screaming like a girl," she teased, unable to resist poking fun at his apprehension. Philip chimed in, his tone laced with a hint of eerie fascination. "Well, it's not every day you get to experience a haunted house. But you know, where I grew up, near that old cemetery," he began, his voice trailing off as he recalled the chilling legends of his childhood. "On certain nights, you could almost swear you see the ethereal figures of the soldiers who perished on the battlefield behind my house. It's a spine-tingling sight, truly spooky," he concluded, his words invoking a sense of ghostly intrigue. Harry, concerned by unexpected events, watched Slytherins and Ravenclaws uniting, hinting at an unexpected newfound harmony. Hermione had told him her opinions about Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, sparking uncertainty amid memories of Patrick's tragic childhood. As he looked around at the chaos engulfing Hogwarts, Harry couldn't help but ponder deeply whether his actions and decisions had inadvertently contributed to the turbulent situation unfolding before him, causing him to question his role and responsibility in the unfortunate turn of events. Harry thought about Dumbledore's impact on his friendships, even envisioning Gryffindor life with Ron and Hermione. Despite a fleeting sense of superiority, he valued his own worth as a Ravenclaw over potential friends. Reflecting on his true destiny at Hogwarts, he quickly learned how his house shaped defining friendships, enhancing his understanding of choices and connections at school. As a result of the troll attack, which sent shockwaves through the students and staff alike, classes were promptly cancelled for nearly 3 consecutive days. During this time of chaos and uncertainty, amidst the eerie silence that replaced the usual bustling halls of Hogwarts, Hagrid, the gentle giant with a heart of gold, was urgently summoned to lend his expertise in capturing and subduing the menacing troll that had wreaked havoc on the school. With classes suspended, Harry found himself with unexpected free time that he had hoped to spend delving into the mysteries surrounding the tragic deaths of his parents. However, the unfortunate circumstances prevented him from even making a trip to the library, leaving him feeling frustrated and at a loss. Meanwhile, suspicions loomed in Harry's mind as he couldn't shake the feeling that Patrick Harvey's sudden companionship with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger was orchestrated by none other than the astute Professor Dumbledore himself. Harry feared that this calculated move might be a subtle yet compelling attempt to sway him from his Ravenclaw roots and into the spirited realm of Gryffindor. Just then, Hagrid, the tall and burly groundskeeper of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, arrived at the Ravenclaw quarters with a sense of urgency in his voice. "I've got some good news," he boomed, his eyes twinkling with excitement, causing a ripple of anticipation among the students. "The troll that was causing all the trouble has been successfully captured by the professors." The room erupted into cheers and applause, grateful for the swift resolution of the dangerous creature's presence. But the joy was quickly dampened by Hagrid's next words. As the cheers quieted down, his expression turned grave. "There are, however, some troubling reports that have come to our attention," he continued, his deep voice filled with concern. "There have been whispers of a mysterious shadow skulking around the corridors of Hogwarts, causing unease among both students and staff." Hagrid's news took a darker turn, as he revealed that the Minister of Magic himself had taken an interest in these unsettling rumors. He will be arriving in a few days to conduct a thorough investigation, Hagrid informed them somberly, his gaze sweeping over the room. "I urge you all to remain vigilant and conduct yourselves with utmost care and responsibility during his visit. It's imperative that we present Hogwarts in the best light possible to the Ministry." "But why would the Minister want to come to Hogwarts?" Candace cried out in disbelief, her voice filled with curiosity and concern. "He has been intrigued by the rumors circulating throughout the wizarding community for quite some time," said the giant solemnly. "Indeed, a diligent student took the initiative weeks earlier to write a detailed account to him, vividly describing the mysterious events witnessed in the Great Hall on Sorting Night, compelling the Minister to investigate further. It had to be either Agnes or one of her friends," Harry thought to himself. "After all, Agnes, Abigail, Julian, and Harvey are just 10 years old, while the rest of the first-year students, such as himself, were 11 years old. Yet, the fact that many of the first-year students were 10 years old was very disturbing, as it meant there was a possibility of someone wanting to bring young children to Hogwarts. This could potentially have serious consequences for the school's enrollment process and the safety of the students. "School is still closed for the weekend," Hagrid said again, his deep voice filled with a sense of certainty. "And on Monday, the Minister will come," he added, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a nod, he left, his bulky frame disappearing into the distance. Left alone, Harry furrowed his brow, pondering the unsettling shadow that seemed to linger in the corner of his mind. Its presence left him feeling anxious, a feeling he couldn't shake as he struggled to concentrate on the pile of homework that was awaiting him. And then again, Harry had no idea that the next few weeks would be very telling, as if he was about to embark on a journey that would change his life forever, in ways he could never have imagined. Chapter 14. Needless to say, things didn't exactly improve at Hogwarts as challenges continued to persist, creating a lingering sense of unease among students and teachers alike. The Trolls' attack on Halloween night had only served to increase the tension, and Harry was sure that the subsequent events would be even more unpredictable and dangerous, making him extra cautious as he ventured out into the dark halls of the castle. When the school reopened after the troll attack and classes resumed, Harry found himself confronting Patrick, Ron, and Hermione in the Great Hall. Apparently, Patrick had been missing when the troll attack happened, and Harry couldn't help but wonder if somehow Patrick ended up getting hurt or killed in the attack. But seeing him still alive and with Ron and Hermione made him feel better, yet there was something particular about Ron and Hermione that he didn't like. Harry said to Patrick, "What happened to you? First, you disappeared during the troll attack and no one could tell me anything." "About that," Patrick said as he told the story about how he had run into the corridor during the evacuation from the Great Hall and reached the girls' bathroom, only to see Hermione being attacked by a troll. Luckily for her, Ron had gone with Patrick, and the two boys managed to stop the troll and save Hermione. "I'm not sure if I want to believe all of that, but I'm glad you're okay," said Harry, looking relieved. "After all, Dudley and Jonathan couldn't tell me anything, and who knows what else might have happened. You didn't get in any trouble for that, or did you?" "Not exactly," said Patrick nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "But Hermione did lose a few points for not being at the evacuation point where the Gryffindors were supposed to meet. Plus, Ron and I had gotten a few points each for saving Hermione, but I don't see the point of having all these house points." Harry chuckled, agreeing with Patrick's sentiment about the house point system at Hogwarts. It often seemed like a trivial aspect of their magical education compared to the more pressing issues they faced. Harry then said, "If I ran the school, the house points would be the first thing to go. The house point system is stupid and it just adds unnecessary competition and stress to everyone's lives, you know." "Agreed," Eleanor said as she, Philip, Duncan, and Candace approached them. "The house point system doesn't have anything to do with going to school. It doesn't do anything but promote division and rivalry between the houses. We should focus on working together and supporting each other instead of competing all the time," she continued in a casual tone. Hermione glared at Eleanor as she said, "How could you say something like that? The house point system is a great idea, you're just bitter about not being in the best house at Hogwarts. But that's to be expected of a Ravenclaw, or am I wrong? Come on, can't we all just appreciate the friendly competition and camaraderie it brings? Let's not let house rivalry get in the way of our friendship." "What are you talking about?" Harry snapped as he faced Hermione. "We are not friends, and we don't do friendly competitions. You think that's how we roll around here. I hate to break it to you, but you're living in a world where things are a bit more serious," Hermione replied casually, raising an eyebrow. "But hey, if you want to stay in your own little bubble, be my guest. Now, for the last time, leave me alone," Harry snapped, his tone firm. "I don't like you and I don't want to be your friend. I'm already not in the same house as you, so get off my back." Harry then stormed away, with his friends following him. Patrick said to Hermione, "You clearly don't have good social skills, do you? Harry Potter isn't the type of bloke that you can put down and think that it's okay. Why didn't he go into Gryffindor?" Ron snapped. "I mean, he should have gone into Gryffindor when he was supposed to." Patrick turned to Ron and said, "I'm going to tell you something important, so you better shut up and pay attention. Harry Potter is the boy who lived, not the boy who should have gone into Gryffindor. That means he has made his own choice to go to Ravenclaw, and we aren't to question his choices. And it's not our place to judge where he belongs." Ron said, "But why would Harry choose Ravenclaw over Gryffindor? Isn't he supposed to a true Gryffindor at heart?" "To be honest, Harry has always been more than what people expect him to be," said Patrick. "He has never followed the path that was laid out for him. And maybe that's what makes him truly exceptional." Ron nodded in agreement, a newfound understanding dawning on him. "You're right, Patrick. Harry's always defied expectations and forged his own destiny. Whether it's Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, he'll undoubtedly make a mark wherever he goes." Hermione was not happy, as she said, "How can Harry be so happy in Ravenclaw when he's clearly supposed to be in Gryffindor?" Patrick gently touched Hermione's arm, offering reassurance. "I understand your concern, Hermione, but Harry has made his decision, and that decision reflects his growth and complexity. He values knowledge and wisdom just as much as bravery. So, we're going to have to trust his judgment." At the same time, Professor Snape saw the trio and said, "I see that you three are having a discussion about Mr. Potter's recent house placement." Hermione tensed at Snape's interruption, but Patrick stepped forward confidently. "Yes, Professor Snape, we were just discussing Harry's choice to join Ravenclaw." Snape's expression was inscrutable as he regarded the trio. "Mr. Potter's decision is indeed unusual, but it is not for us to question his motivations." Hermione bit her lip, still unconvinced. "But Professor, Gryffindor is where Harry belongs. He's always exemplified the qualities of bravery and courage." Snape's gaze softened slightly as he regarded Hermione. "Miss Granger, while Gryffindor may be where Mr. Potter has thrived, we must remember that individuals are not defined solely by their house. Harry's journey is his own, and he may find new strengths and opportunities in Ravenclaw." Ron nodded in agreement, sensing the weight of Snape's words. "You're right, Professor. Harry's always been one to defy expectations. Maybe this is just another step in his journey." Snape inclined his head slightly. "Indeed, Mr. Weasley. Time will reveal the wisdom of Mr. Potter's decision. For now, let us trust in his judgment and continue to support him as he navigates this new chapter." Shortly after Harry's encounter with Ron and Hermione, he said to Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace, "Will I never stop dealing with Ron and Hermione? I chose Ravenclaw, and they just can't seem to accept it." Philip chuckled, shaking his head. "You know how they are, Harry. Gryffindor through and through." Eleanor raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful expression on her face. "But Harry, why Ravenclaw? What made you decide to go to Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor?" Harry paused, reflecting on his choice. For a long time, he had been considered a child prodigy due to his interest in science, yet he was questioning the validity of magic and why it seemed to defy the laws of physics. The allure of the unknown tugged at his curiosity. With a determined gleam in his eye, he resolved to explore both worlds, determined to uncover the truths hidden within each, embarking on a journey that would challenge his beliefs and redefine his understanding of reality. "I've always admired Ravenclaw's dedication to learning and creativity," said Harry. "Plus, the sorting hat did suggest it when I was being sorted." Duncan grinned, clapping Harry on the back. "Well, mate, you're definitely in good company here. We Ravenclaws stick together." Candace nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. You totally belong here with us. And don't worry about Ron and Hermione. They'll come around eventually." Harry smiled, grateful for his friend's support. "Thanks, guys. I just hope they understand that this doesn't change who I am." Philip put a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "They'll understand, Harry. And if they don't, well, we'll just have to remind them what being a true friend really means." With a renewed sense of confidence, Harry walked alongside his Ravenclaw companions, ready to embrace the new adventures that awaited him. It was now Christmas time. Harry sighed as he watched his dorm mates pack their bags. Almost everyone was heading home for the holidays. Most students opted to go home for the holidays due to the troll attack, but there were some who chose to stay at Hogwarts. Harry had wanted to return to the Evanses for Christmas, but Dumbledore refused to let him go. Patrick and Agnes were also forced to stay at Hogwarts. Dudley had gone home the first chance he had gotten. Harry said to Philip, "I don't know why, but this doesn't feel right. I avoided Dumbledore's plot to force me to go into Gryffindor, but is still trying to manipulate my life. I want to make my own choices, even if they lead me away from the path others expect me to follow." Philip nodded, understanding Harry's frustration. "It's your life, Harry. Follow your instincts, even if it means forging a new path. Trust yourself, and you'll find your way." Encouraged by Philip's words, Harry felt a renewed sense of determination. He knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and uncertainties, but he also knew that staying true to himself was the only way to live a life free from the constraints of others' expectations. With newfound resolve, Harry set out to carve his own destiny, guided by the compass of his heart and the strength of his convictions. Nicholas saw Harry and said to him, "Why are you so upset?" Harry said, "Because once again, I have to deal with Dumbledore and his constant meddling in my life. I thought by now that I would be free from his control by going to Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor, but he won't let me live my life." It's no surprise that he had to force Patrick Harvey to play the part of the boy who lived and not let him have his own life. "Why does that not surprise me?" said Nicholas. "I should have known that Dumbledore would continue to pull the strings, no matter who the hero is." "Was there no one else who could have played the role?" said Harry. "Besides Patrick, who doesn't have any magic in him." Nicholas said, "Well, there is Neville Longbottom, but Dumbledore doesn't see him as the chosen one, destined for greatness. No, Patrick is a convenient pawn. Moldable, unsuspecting. Dumbledore's always had a penchant for playing the long game, even if it means sacrificing a pawn or two." Nicholas narrowed his eyes, a flicker of worry in their depths. "Though an unmagical pawn against you-know-who. It feels awfully reckless, even for Dumbledore. How could he do this to an innocent child, especially a child who has no magic?" Harry snapped. "Patrick doesn't deserve this. He's 10 years old. Naive, sure, but with a good heart. Dumbledore might be playing chess, but Patrick's being thrown onto the battlefield blindfolded. It's not a game anymore, Nicholas. This is a child's life on the line." Harry's voice trembled with a mix of anger and fear. The weight of Dumbledore's plan, and Patrick's unwitting role, settled heavily on him. But then another issue came up, the issue of Agnes Parker. Like Patrick, she was a 10-year-old Hogwarts student who was sorted into Gryffindor, yet she was more than capable of being more heroic than Patrick. After all, Agnes had faced many dangers and protected Patrick from the Dursleys long before she recruited Harry to switch places with Patrick and help him escape from the Dursleys. Harry then said to Nicholas, "I was just thinking about why Agnes had to be dragged into this situation. It's already bad enough that Dumbledore had to force Patrick to a role that he wasn't meant to play, but why did Dumbledore have to choose Agnes to play a role in the story about the boy who lived when she's also 10 years old like Patrick? What is Dumbledore planning with this charade? Does Agnes even know the truth? Is Dumbledore using her innocence to manipulate the narrative? This whole thing feels wrong, Nicholas. We can't just let innocent children be pawns in this war." Harry's voice grew steely. A sense of urgency bloomed in his chest. He knew he had to act, and fast, to protect the unsuspecting Patrick and Agnes from whatever Dumbledore had planned. Harry and Nicholas had no idea that Patrick, Agnes, and Agnes's friend Harley Parkinson, Agnes's other friends Abigail Beaufort and Julian Orson were going home for the holidays, were overhearing the conversation. Patrick said to Agnes, "Did you hear that? Dumbledore's using us." "Like, using us, using me." His voice wobbled, fear replacing his usual bravado. Agnes, eyes wide, whispered, "But Dumbledore's good, isn't he? Like Harry." Harley chimed in, ever the pragmatist, "Good or not, sounds like we're in the middle of something dangerous. Maybe we should tell someone who can actually help." Patrick swallowed. The weight of the situation settled on his young shoulders. He looked at Harry and Nicholas, their voices muffled through the thin wall. A decision had to be made, and soon. That Christmas, Harry found himself sitting alone in the Ravenclaw common room. The usual buzz of activity was replaced by a strange quiet. Most students had left for the holidays, leaving the once bustling common room echoing with a loneliness that mirrored the hollowness in his chest. He traced the familiar worn armrests of an armchair, his gaze lingering on the dying embers in the fireplace. The weight of recent events pressed down on him, Dumbledore's secret plan, Patrick and Agnes' unwitting involvement, and the gnawing fear that he, once again, wasn't being told everything. At the same time, Patrick, Agnes, and Harley were in the Great Hall, watching as the remaining students and staff threw a party. A pitiful display of festive cheer hung in the air, tinsel drooping from the deserted walls. Patrick kicked at the floor, the polished stone feeling cold beneath his trainers. Envy pricked him as he watched the small group of Gryffindors by the fireplace, their laughter echoing unnaturally in the vast space. Agnes clutched a forgotten mince pie, her lower lip trembling. Harley, ever practical, nudged Patrick with his elbow. "Maybe we should have gone home after all," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. But Patrick knew they couldn't. Not with the weight of Dumbledore's secret, and the chilling possibility of their own destinies hanging over them. Nicholas approached them and said, "What are you children up to?" Patrick said, "Is it true what you said to Harry? Am I to be a pawn in Dumbledore's scheme? Why is he using me?" "Harry Potter is no one's pawn," said Nicholas. "And besides, Dumbledore rarely reveals his full hand. There's always more at play than what we see." He knelt before Patrick, his gaze serious. "There might be a reason you, an unmagical boy, are crucial. Perhaps your ordinariness is exactly what's needed. A weapon no one expects." Agnes, clutching the forgotten mince pie tighter, piped up, "But what about me? I don't understand. Why did Dumbledore choose me to play a friend in this story?" Nicholas sighed. "There's a lot I can't tell you, but trust me, you being close to Patrick is important. You might be the bridge between his normalcy and whatever extraordinary role he's destined for." Harley, ever the pragmatist, chimed in, "So, are we just supposed to sit here and wait for whatever Dumbledore throws at us?" Nicholas, a small smile playing on his lips, looked at Harley. "Not at all, young man. Observation is a powerful tool. Keep your eyes and ears open, and most importantly, keep each other safe. You three, unlikely as it may seem, are now a team." Harley frowned as he said, "Why would Dumbledore have the school bring in a group of 10-year-olds here, when most of the first-year students are 11 years old? It's not like they snuck in, they had trunks and owls. There's something fishy going on, and us three being stuck in the middle of it feels less and less like a coincidence." "Who knows," said Nicholas. "Anyway, I implore you to keep your eyes and ears open, and say nothing about what you have overheard to anyone. Trust only me and Harry. We will figure this out, one way or another." Patrick frowned, realizing that staying safe with this newfound knowledge was easier said than done. He knew that Dumbledore had the power to manipulate people like chess pieces, and Patrick wasn't about to be a pawn in the old man's game. A spark of defiance ignited within him. He wouldn't be a passive participant, he'd find a way to take control of his own destiny. The next day, however, Patrick found himself in the library staring out the window. Agnes, Harley, and the remaining students were outside having a snowball fight. Harry walked up to Patrick, saying, "You're concerned about Dumbledore, aren't you?" "I don't know why Dumbledore can't take care of his own problems without involving a group of innocent children," said Patrick. "What is he trying to prove?" "It's not about proving anything, Patrick," Harry said softly, pulling up a chair opposite him. "Dumbledore believes there's a reason you're here, a reason you might be the key. But even he can't see the future perfectly." Patrick scoffed. "A key? I'm just a regular kid who can't even tie his shoelaces without tripping." "Regularity can be powerful, Patrick," Harry said, a glint in his eyes. "Think about it, you're an outsider, someone no one expects. You wouldn't be on anyone's radar. Maybe that's exactly what's needed." Patrick pondered this, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "But Agnes, why would he involve her?" "Perhaps you need a tether to normalcy," Harry continued, "someone who keeps you grounded while you navigate this extraordinary world you've been thrust into." The library door creaked open and a flustered Agnes peeked in, her hair dusted with snow. "Patrick, have you seen Harley? He threw a snowball at Professor Flitwick, and now he's chasing him around the courtyard." Patrick and Harry exchanged a wry smile. Maybe normalcy wasn't quite the word for Agnes, but her loyalty and friendship were undeniable. "Thanks, Harry," Patrick said, feeling a newfound resolve. "I think I know what I need to do." He found Harley hiding behind a large stone statue, Professor Flitwick's tiny figure sputtering in frustration nearby. With a mischievous grin, Patrick launched a perfectly aimed snowball, soaking the professor's hat. Professor Flitwick whipped around, his face turning the color of a beetroot. But before he could unleash a scolding, Patrick interjected, "Professor, I apologize for the disruption. Perhaps a truce could be declared. We could all use some warming hot chocolate." Professor Flitwick, momentarily stunned, looked between the three children. Then, a hint of a smile played on his lips. "Hot chocolate sounds delightful, Mr. Patrick Harvey," he said, extending a hand. "And these are my friends, Agnes Parker and Harley Parkinton." Professor Flitwick shook their hands, a twinkle in his eye. "Well then, Patrick," he said, adjusting his soggy hat. "Lead the way." As they walked towards the warmth of the kitchens, Patrick realized something. Maybe Dumbledore's plan wasn't about using them as pawns, but about preparing them. They were a team, a unique blend of ordinariness and hidden potential. And together, they were ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. Chapter 15. A few months passed since Harry Potter realized what Professor Dumbledore was truly up to. As far as he knew, Dumbledore was controlling Patrick Harvey, Agnes Parker, and Harley Parkinton, and forcing them to play the role of his golden trio. Yet Agnes and Harley were 10 years old while Patrick had stunted physical and mental growth due to his years of living with the Dursleys and never going to school or having any friends. Disillusionment gnawed at Harry. The weight of Dumbledore's manipulation sat heavy on his chest. Gone was the blind trust he once held for the aged headmaster. The golden trio, charade felt grotesque. Agnes and Harley, barely out of childhood, were being forced to mimic bravery they barely understood. And Patrick, well, Patrick was a broken puzzle piece that Dumbledore tried to jam into Harry's role. He stammered through lessons, his magic erratic, fear flickering in his wide, owlish eyes. Harry felt a surge of protectiveness for these pawns in Dumbledore's grand scheme. He couldn't condone the man he once revered, but abandoning Agnes, Harley, and Patrick to the headmaster's machinations felt unthinkable. Fury simmered within him. He wouldn't be Dumbledore's puppet anymore. But how could he expose the truth without jeopardizing himself and the others? Night after restless night, Harry tossed and turned. He needed a plan, a way to navigate this twisted game Dumbledore had set up. Maybe there was a way to help Agnes, Harley, and Patrick find their own strengths, to become who they truly were, not pale imitations of Ron and Hermione. A seed of rebellion sprouted in Harry's mind. He wouldn't play Dumbledore's game. This time, he would rewrite the rules. But to do that, Harry would have to do something that he would have hated had he gone into Gryffindor. He was a Ravenclaw, and Ravenclaw students always waited patiently and saw all possible options before making their next decision. And Harry had made his next decision. He would have to talk to Professor Snape. The mere thought of approaching Snape made Harry's stomach churn. Years of scathing remarks and rumored blatant favoritism towards Slytherin left a bitter taste in his mouth. Yet, logic outweighed his aversion. Snape, with his sharp mind and knowledge of the darker side of magic, could be the key to unraveling Dumbledore's web. Swallowing his apprehension, Harry approached Snape's office one gloomy afternoon, using the excuse of needing help with a particularly tricky potion. The dungeon classroom, perpetually shrouded in shadows, felt suffocating as he pushed open the heavy oak door. Snape, his dark robes swirling, swiveled to face him, an eyebrow raised in suspicion. "Potter," he drawled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "To what dubious pleasure do I owe this visit?" Taking a deep breath, Harry launched into his rehearsed story about the potion, keeping his voice steady. Snape's response was a scathing assessment of Harry's brewing skills, but Harry persisted. Finally, when Snape turned his back to retrieve an ingredient, Harry blurted out, "Professor, there's something else bothering me. It's about Dumbledore." Snape whirled around, his black eyes narrowed. The air crackled with tension. This was it. Harry had taken the first perilous step down this path. The success of his plan, the fate of Agnes, Harley, Patrick, and perhaps even Hogwarts itself, might hinge on the next few words. After a few hours, Snape said, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Mr. Potter. I'm glad that someone who has the last name of Potter has more than enough sense to ask for assistance instead of plunging headfirst into danger as your father had done." The barb about his father sent a familiar pang of anger through Harry, but he forced it down. He knew this fragile truce with Snape wouldn't survive constant defensiveness. "What do we do now, Professor?" he asked, his voice low. Snape steepled his fingers, his black eyes glinting with an unreadable light. "Now, Potter," he said, his voice soft, but laced with a hint of something that might have been grudging respect, "we plan." At the same time, Patrick found himself facing Ron and Hermione. Since he had discovered the ugly truth about Dumbledore controlling his destiny and forcing him to be friends with two people who he didn't really like, Patrick had developed an attitude that screamed, "Get away from me or die." That attitude had caused a ton of chaos in Gryffindor and resulted in Patrick having to go to counseling with Professor McGonagall every other day. Ron said to Patrick one day after class, "Why would you say something like that about Dumbledore?" Patrick's defiance crackled in the air. He puffed out his chest, trying to appear imposing but falling short. "Don't pretend we're friends, Weasley," he shouted. "Dumbledore forced us together. I don't even like you or Granger." Ron's face flushed red. Patrick's accusation stung, especially because a part of him, a nagging insecurity, wondered if it might hold some truth. "That's not," he stammered, searching for words. "Dumbledore wouldn't do something like that. And anyway, we could be friends if you just gave us a chance." But Patrick wasn't receptive. The revelation of Dumbledore's manipulation had left him feeling isolated and distrustful. He lashed out, throwing hurtful words at Ron and Hermione like shields, pushing them away before they could get too close. This newfound hostility wasn't going unnoticed. Professor McGonagall, stern but fair, had taken Patrick aside for frequent counseling sessions. There, Patrick would rant about Dumbledore's control, his voice laced with a confusion and anger that tugged at McGonagall's heart. The wise professor suspected there was more to the story than Patrick was letting on. Patrick's anger didn't go unnoticed, as Stacy Snape and Julia Black pulled Patrick aside, saying to him, "Well, we've noticed that you've been having an attitude that most people here don't know about. What's going on with you?" Patrick didn't miss a beat. "Dumbledore's controlling my life, and he won't let me do anything. He's not a good person, and don't you dare try to convince me otherwise." Patrick's outburst sent shockwaves through Stacy and Julia. Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster, a villain controlling a student's life. The idea was unthinkable. Dumbledore had always been a symbol of authority, a wise mentor who steered Hogwarts through its darkest times. To hear a student speak of him with such suspicion and defiance was unsettling. "Dumbledore is controlling your life." Stacy finally managed, his voice laced with caution. "Patrick, that's a serious accusation to make." Emboldened by his newfound rebellion, Patrick continued. His voice trembled slightly, betraying a flicker of uncertainty beneath his bravado. "It's true. He says I have to be friends with Ron and Hermione, but I don't even know them. And he keeps going on about some stupid prophecy." Julia, the more practical of the two, interjected. "Even if there's some truth to this story, Patrick, Dumbledore must have his reasons. Maybe it has something to do with Voldemort's return." Patrick scoffed. "Voldemort? I bet that it's all some made-up story to scare people into following Dumbledore." His dismissive tone made it clear that Patrick was deeply entrenched in his own narrative. Years of isolation under the Dursleys, coupled with Dumbledore's manipulations, had warped his perception of reality. Stacy and Julia exchanged a silent look, a question hanging heavy in the air. Should they believe these outlandish claims, or dismiss them as the ramblings of a troubled student? The truth, as always, was likely more complex. Professor McGonagall's arrival sent a jolt through the group. Her tall figure and no-nonsense demeanor commanded immediate attention. Her piercing gaze landed on Patrick, and a flicker of disappointment shadowed her usual stern expression. "What you have said about Professor Dumbledore is very serious, Patrick," she said, her voice leaving no room for argument. "And I have an obligation to investigate these claims." Patrick's bravado, meticulously constructed over the past few weeks, seemed to evaporate under the weight of McGonagall's presence. The anger that had fueled his outburst began to curdle with a cold dread. His accusations, fueled by a cocktail of confusion and resentment, suddenly felt reckless. Now, faced with the potential consequences of his words, a knot of apprehension tightened in his stomach. The tension crackled in the air. Ron and Hermione, blindsided by Stacy and Julia's hostility, instinctively tensed. Julia, fueled by a sudden protectiveness for Patrick, lashed out. "Out of all the Weasleys I've dealt with over the last few years, you are the worst, Ronald," she spat. "You think you can just bully Patrick around, because Dumbledore assigned him to you. He doesn't like you, and frankly, the feeling seems mutual." Her words hung heavy in the air, laced with a venom that surprised even herself. Ron's face flushed red, a mixture of anger and humiliation burning in his chest. He stammered, searching for a retort, but Hermione cut him off. "That's not true, Julia," she said, her voice firm, but laced with a hint of uncertainty. "We don't know what's going on with Patrick, but accusing Ron of bullying is way off base." The situation had spiraled into a confusing mess of accusations and mistrust. Patrick, now the unwilling center of attention, watched the exchange with a growing sense of despair. The outburst he'd intended to be a display of defiance had backfired spectacularly, fracturing the fragile peace and dragging his supposed friends into the fray. Julia's accusatory tone deepened the confusion. "Apparently, you and Hermione don't know the first thing about Patrick Harvey," she exclaimed. "There's more to him than you think, and Dumbledore isn't exactly being upfront with either of you either." Hermione, ever the defender of logic, frowned. "We're just trying to understand the situation, Julia. But making accusations without any proof isn't helpful." "Oh, don't be so naive, Hermione," Julia snapped as she faced Hermione. "After all, you put yourself and Patrick and Ron in danger on Halloween when you decided to face that troll instead of meeting at the evacuation point." The confrontation was escalating, drawing unwanted attention. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over the group, silencing them instantly. "Enough," she boomed, her voice echoing through the hallway. "My office, now. All of you." Julia said, "Thank you for taking control over this situation. I'm sorry that I had to see it happen." McGonagall's sharp tone cut Julia off mid-sentence. "That's all right, Miss Black," she said, her voice firm but fair. "Right now, you and Stacy need to corral the first-year students and ensure they get to their next class on time. This situation requires my full attention." Her words were laced with an unspoken promise to deal with the situation at hand. Relief washed over Julia, momentarily eclipsing the anger that had fueled her outburst. With a curt nod, she and Stacy shepherded the bewildered first years away, leaving McGonagall to face the complex web of accusations and mistrust that Patrick's outburst had revealed. Professor McGonagall, a pillar of authority and reason at Hogwarts, knew this wouldn't be an easy feat. Patrick's claims about Dumbledore's manipulation were serious, yet they seemed fantastical. Ron and Hermione, caught in the crossfire, were expressions of confusion and hurt. The situation demanded a delicate touch, a careful unraveling of the truth. As McGonagall ushered everyone into her office, a heavy silence descended upon the group. The camaraderie that had existed just moments ago had fractured, replaced by a tense uncertainty. The afternoon sun cast long shadows through the window, highlighting the growing turmoil within the castle walls. Meanwhile, Harry told Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace about his talk with Professor Snape. "You took a huge risk trusting Snape, Harry," Candace said, her brow furrowed. "What if he tells Dumbledore?" Harry ran a hand through his hair, the weight of his decision settling on him. "I know it's a gamble," he admitted, "but I had to try something. Dumbledore's manipulating everyone, and Snape, well, Snape seems to have his own agenda. Maybe our interests can align for now." Duncan, the ever-optimistic one, chimed in. "Maybe Snape can provide some much-needed insight. After all, he's not exactly Dumbledore's biggest fan." Candace, known for her sharp wit, snorted. "That's putting it mildly. But even a broken clock is right twice a day, isn't that the saying?" A tense silence followed. The idea of working with Snape, a man who reveled in their discomfort, was unpalatable. Yet, the alternative, remaining pawns in Dumbledore's game, was equally unappealing. Harry, Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace realized that they were at a crossroads, the air thick with the weight of their decision. Swallowing down a surge of resentment towards Snape, Harry surveyed his companions. Philip's jaw was clenched, his knuckles white around the arms of his chair. Eleanor, usually so composed, fidgeted with a stray strand of hair, a flicker of fear in her usually steady gaze. Duncan, the youngest, seemed overwhelmed, his bravado momentarily replaced by a raw vulnerability. Candace, ever the pragmatist, pursed her lips, her eyes narrowed in shrewd calculation. The idea of collaborating with Snape, a man who had reveled in their every misfortune, their every misstep at Hogwarts, was a bitter pill to swallow. The memories of his taunts, his cruel jibes, were still fresh in their minds. Yet, the alternative, remaining mere pawns in the grand game orchestrated by Dumbledore, a game where the pieces were constantly sacrificed for the greater good, was equally unappealing. A tense silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire in the hearth. Finally, Harry, emboldened by a surge of defiance that surprised even himself, straightened in his chair. "All right, we're going through with this alliance," he started, his voice tighter than he cared to admit. "I already know that Snape and my father hated each other, but I'm nothing like James Potter. And I'm going to make sure that he sees that for himself." That night, Harry sat up in bed, wondering about his own legacy. He knew both his parents went to Hogwarts from Hagrid's story, but James Potter and Lily Evans were both in Gryffindor. For some reason, Harry chose to go to Ravenclaw, the house where most of its members would study in the library. But was he really a Ravenclaw? Or should he have gone into Gryffindor like he was supposed to? He stood up and read the names of famous Ravenclaws on a tapestry that was over the fireplace, noting the name Petunia Evans. Was Petunia a Hogwarts student at one point in her life? If so, then why had she quit? What had caused her to abandon her magical education? Harry stood there for a long time, wondering what he was going to do next. He needed to plan his future, one that was going to be just a normal Hogwarts student. No drama, no far-fetched plans, and certainly no getting involved in other people's business. "From now on, I will be a Ravenclaw, and I will put my house first before anything else," Harry vowed. "I will focus on my studies. I will make my parents proud." A powerful resolve settled within Harry. Gone was the impulsive boy who should have gone into Gryffindor, ready to charge headfirst into danger. From this moment on, Harry decided he would be a true Ravenclaw. He would prioritize reason and knowledge, meticulously planning his next steps. Trust, once given freely, would be earned through careful observation. His thoughts drifted to his parents. He yearned to honor their memory, to prove himself worthy of their sacrifice. He envisioned their faces, filled with pride, not at reckless exploits, but at his intellectual triumphs. A new determination ignited within him. He would excel in his studies, unravel the mysteries surrounding Dumbledore, and forge his own path, a path paved with knowledge and reason. The adventure that awaited him wouldn't be a mindless rush towards danger, but a strategic game of chess, and Harry Potter, the cunning Ravenclaw, was ready to play. Chapter 16. It was now mid-April, and Harry Potter was still trying to stick to his goals of prioritizing reason and logic, and avoiding the impulsiveness that Gryffindor was known for. He was a Ravenclaw student, and he felt an ever-present pressure to live up to the house's reputation for wit and wisdom. However, the allure of adventure, a Gryffindor trait that seemed to seep into his very core, constantly threatened to derail his carefully laid plans. This internal conflict manifested in his potions class that very day. Professor Flitwick, perched precariously on a stack of books, was demonstrating a particularly complex truth serum, Veritaserum. Its shimmering, pearlescent essence swirled in the flask, and Harry couldn't help but lean forward, his curiosity ignited. He yearned to ask a question, to delve deeper into the potion's ability to unravel the most guarded secrets. But the memory of his recent outburst in Charms class, where his impulsive question about a Confundus charm had accidentally caused Professor Flitwick to sprout a temporary beard, restrained him. He bit his lip, willing himself to stay silent and simply observe. The struggle felt every bit as challenging as any Quidditch match, the adrenaline of intellectual pursuit warring with the fear of another Gryffindor-esque blunder. A stolen glance around the classroom revealed a sea of attentive faces, some Ravenclaws scribbling furiously in their notes, others like Luna Lovegood, lost in a private world of contemplation. Harry sighed, a single, frustrated puff escaping his lips. Perhaps, he thought, there was a way to reconcile these seemingly opposing parts of himself. Maybe a Ravenclaw could be brave too, brave enough to ask the question, and use his newfound knowledge for good. At the same time, though, Harry was beginning to wonder if working with Professor Snape was a good idea. After all, the older man hated Harry's father, James, and he had been sure that Harry would turn out like him. Time and again, Harry was beginning to prove him wrong, but Snape's relentless barbs still stung. Potions class felt like navigating a minefield of insults and thinly veiled threats. Yet, Harry couldn't deny the undeniable Snape was a brilliant potions master. His knowledge was vast, his instructions precise, and his expectations sky-high. Under Snape's harsh tutelage, Harry was undeniably improving. Potions, once a subject he dreaded, was slowly becoming a source of grudging respect. Perhaps, Harry mused, that was the point. Maybe Snape, in his own twisted way, was pushing Harry to excel, a silent duel where his father's memory was the unwilling battleground. It was a chilling thought, but one that resonated with the truth. However, Harry wasn't naive. He knew Snape's motivations were likely far from altruistic. The man loathed his father, James, with a passion that bordered on obsession. Harry had seen it in the way Snape sneered at him, the unfair criticism sprinkled liberally amongst genuine potions instruction. It felt like a constant test, Snape gauging whether Harry would succumb to recklessness, the very Gryffindor trait the potions master seemed to despise in him. But Harry wouldn't let Snape's personal vendetta derail his progress. He would master potions, not for Snape's approval, a notion as likely as sprouting a beard himself, as the Flitwick incident had amusingly proven, but for himself. There was a growing sense of accomplishment that bubbled beneath his churning emotions, a satisfaction in wielding ingredients and heat with precision, coaxing forth vibrant concoctions that shimmered with power. He would prove, to himself and maybe even to the perpetually scowling professor, that a Ravenclaw could not only be wise, but also remarkably resilient. He'd navigate this academic minefield, mastering potions not with reckless abandon, but with the measured focus and intellectual curiosity that truly defined his house. It might be a slow burn, a calculated simmer simmering beneath the surface, but Harry was determined to be the master of his own destiny, both in the classroom and beyond. The question of trust, however, remained a nagging ache. Could he ever truly trust Snape, a man shrouded in so much secrecy and bitterness? Harry yearned to believe there was more to the potion's master than his perpetual scowl, a flicker of something resembling respect, perhaps even grudging admiration, hidden beneath the surface. But those moments were fleeting, like wisps of smoke dissipating in the ever-present hostility. Maybe, Harry thought with a touch of melancholy, trust wasn't necessary. Maybe all he needed was a sliver of respect, and potion by painstaking potion, a silent acknowledgement of his burgeoning skill. That, in itself, would be a victory, a testament to his ability to forge his own path, a Ravenclaw carving his own niche within the walls of Hogwarts. One day, Nicholas saw Harry studying in the library. He said, "I don't know how you do it, Harry, but you must have the patience of a saint to put up with Severus Snape. Most students in your position would have given up a long time ago, but you appear to be thriving. Your potions work has been nothing short of impressive, even earning a grudging nod from Snape himself the other day." Nicholas leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "There's something more going on there, wouldn't you say? Snape pushing you so hard, yet a flicker of, dare I say, respect in his gaze during your successful draft of peace concoction." Harry hesitated. While Snape's barbs had softened, slightly, respect from the potion's master was a territory Harry hadn't dared to explore. "Maybe," he admitted cautiously. "But it's hard to tell with him. He's like a potion himself, all simmering ingredients and hidden depths." Nicholas chuckled. "Aptly put, Potter. But that's the beauty of potions, isn't it? Unraveling the secrets, understanding the delicate balance of ingredients that can create something truly magical. Perhaps Snape sees the same potential in you." The idea sparked something within Harry. Could Snape, beneath the layers of animosity, truly be recognizing his abilities? It was a thought that both terrified and intrigued him. The challenge of earning Snape's respect, however begrudging, became a new goal, a way to prove himself not just as James Potter's son, but as Harry Potter, a Ravenclaw with a knack for potions. "Maybe you're right, Nicholas," Harry said, a determined glint mirroring his friend's. "Maybe there's more to Snape than meets the eye. And maybe," he added, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, "that's the most interesting potion of all to brew." Meanwhile, Patrick Harvey found himself facing Sandy Ulrich, a 10-year-old Slytherin student, and Chauncey Barlow, Eleanor's older brother, who was a Gryffindor student. He realized that he needed allies to help him with his quest to take down Professor Dumbledore. Sandy was in Slytherin and Chauncey, despite being loved by his siblings, was unwelcome in Gryffindor. Both boys were eager to prove themselves. Sandy, a scrawny boy with sharp, calculating eyes, craved power and recognition within the Slytherin ranks. Chauncey, stocky and impulsive, harbored a childish resentment towards Gryffindor, after being sorted there himself, much to his family's amusement. Patrick, with his reedy voice and oily demeanor, saw their vulnerabilities like cracks in a poorly brewed potion. "Professor Dumbledore," Patrick began, his voice dripping with false sincerity, "has grown complacent. He's lost sight of what truly matters, protecting the wizarding world from those who threaten it." Sandy's eyes gleamed with agreement. Chauncey, however, puffed out his chest. "Dumbledore's the greatest wizard alive. You can't just overthrow him." Patrick smirked. "Overthrow? No, Chauncey. We simply offer a different perspective. A perspective that values strength and control, not reckless heroism." He turned to Sandy. "You, young Slytherin, understand, don't you? The importance of order and discipline." Sandy nodded eagerly. "Of course. Gryffindors are all about glory and showing off, while Slytherins get things done." Chauncey frowned, but Patrick held up a hand. "Precisely. Now, Imagine a world where Slytherin values are respected, where strength is used for the greater good, not foolish quests. A dark glint flickered in Chauncey's eyes. Like getting revenge on those who mocked me for being sorted wrong. Patrick's lips curved into a thin smile. Revenge, he said, the word a caress, can be a powerful motivator. But imagine something bigger, Chauncey. Imagine being part of a movement that changes the wizarding world for the better. The appeal of power, of belonging, and even a twisted sense of justice, hung heavy in the air. Patrick, a spider weaving his web, had found two unlikely flies. Whether they would become loyal allies, or simply pawns in his larger game, remained to be seen. One thing was certain: the seeds of discord had been sown, and the halls of Hogwarts, usually abuzz with youthful energy, were about to face a different kind of challenge. At the same time, Agnes Parker, Harley Parkinton, and Agnes' friends Abigail Beaufort and Julian Orson huddled around a crackling fire in the Gryffindor common room, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. The air crackled with a tension that went beyond the usual pre-Quidditch match jitters. "Oh dear," Abigail said, her voice laced with a peculiar blend of amusement and concern. "Looks like our friend Patrick Harvey is heading down a rather dark path." Her brow furrowed, and she pushed her thick hair away from her face, peering at the dying embers as if seeking answers within the glowing coals. Agnes snorted. "Well, I know who we can all blame for Patrick going to the dark side, which is absolutely," she paused, her voice dripping with sarcasm, "Dumbledore, of course. Because clearly, it's all Dumbledore's fault that Patrick couldn't handle being sorted into Gryffindor." Harley, a lanky boy with perpetually worried eyes, chimed in, "Maybe. But still, it's not right that Patrick's hanging out with that creepy Sandy and that Gryffindor reject, Chauncey." Julian, known for his sharp wit and even sharper tongue, snorted. "Gryffindor reject. Chauncey was sorted into Gryffindor, remember? He just doesn't quite fit the mold, which is quite a tragedy." "Exactly." Harley sputtered, his voice rising an octave. "I heard that he had always been causing trouble, just like Patrick used to before he, well, you know." He trailed off, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the air. Agnes, ever the pragmatist, rolled her eyes. "Look, dwelling on what IFS won't help. We need a plan. Patrick's our friend, even if he's making some bad choices. We need to pull him back from the ledge before it's too late, before whatever dark influence is swirling around him swallows him whole." Abigail, a girl with a manet of thick frizzy hair that seemed to defy gravity, grinned mischievously. A glint of determination flickered in her eyes, a spark that quickly spread to her friends. "A plan, you say? Well, Gryffindors are known for their bravery, right? Maybe it's time we put that bravery to the test with a little proactive intervention." The Gryffindor common room fell silent, a charged anticipation hanging in the air. Agnes, Harley, and Julian exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. They knew interfering with whatever Patrick was brewing could be risky, perhaps even dangerous. But the thought of losing their friend to the shadows, to the whispers of dark magic and twisted ambition, was unbearable. With a shared nod, a silent pact formed between them. They would embark on a mission fueled by loyalty, a dash of Gryffindor recklessness, and a whole lot of hope. They would navigate the treacherous halls of Hogwarts, unravel Patrick's descent into darkness, and bring their friend back from the brink, no matter the cost. The night stretched before them, filled with uncertainty, but their resolve was firm. They were Gryffindors, after all, and Gryffindors didn't back down from a challenge, especially not when a friend was in need. Well, as for Patrick Harvey, his latest outburst had landed him in detention with Professor Snape. The potions master frowned when Professor McGonagall had told him about the circumstances leading to Patrick's outburst, saying, "Why does this not surprise me? I always knew that Albus Dumbledore was a fool to play games with the life of Harry Potter, and now he's trying to corrupt this young boy. When will he stop interfering with destinies that he has no right to control? Snape's voice echoed in the dungeon classroom, laced with a bitterness that transcended mere annoyance. Patrick, fidgeting on the stool, watched the potions master with a mixture of fear and newfound admiration. Here was a powerful wizard, someone who wasn't afraid to speak his mind, even against the esteemed headmaster. Professor, Patrick stammered, emboldened by a strange sense of camaraderie, do you really think Dumbledore is bad? Snape's black eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. Professor Dumbledore, he corrected sharply, is a man of unconventional methods. He plays a dangerous game, often with the lives of others as pawns. The statement hung heavy in the air. Patrick, ever eager to please, seized the opportunity. Exactly. And Harry Potter, well, everyone thinks he's this hero, but maybe Dumbledore is just using him for his own gain. A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. He swirled a murky potion in a nearby flask, the movement sharp and controlled. Potter, he said finally, his voice a low growl, is a troublesome boy, to be sure. But he is not a pawn. As for Dumbledore's motives, well, that's a question even the wisest witches and wizards struggle to answer. Patrick felt a flicker of disappointment. He'd hoped to find a clear villain, a simple answer to his growing disillusionment. Instead, Snape's words painted a more complex picture, one where even the most powerful wizards operated in shades of grey. Snape finished his task with the potion and turned back to Patrick, his expression unreadable. Detention, he said, his voice clipped, is for reflection, not conversation. Clean these vials thoroughly, Mr. Harvey. Perhaps while you work, you might also contemplate the consequences of engaging yourself in questionable behaviors. The dismissal was curt, leaving Patrick with more questions than answers. He stared at the dusty vials, a sense of unease settling in his stomach. Was he on the right side? Was Snape, with his harsh words and bitter demeanor, truly an ally? The once clear lines between good and bad were starting to blur, and Patrick realized he was in deeper than he ever imagined. As for Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, they had no idea of how much trouble they were about to be in, especially when Agnes confronted them outside of potions class one day. What the hell did you guys do to Patrick? Agnes snapped as she faced the two. Why did Patrick have to serve detention with Professor Snape? What do you mean? Ron sputtered, his face paling. We didn't do anything to Harvey. Why would you think that? He glanced nervously at Hermione, who stood beside him, her brow furrowed in confusion. Don't play dumb, Weasley, Agnes said, her voice laced with suspicion. Professor McGonagall mentioned detention, and you two were the last ones seen talking to Patrick before his little outburst. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, interjected. Agnes, there must be a misunderstanding. We simply had a brief conversation with Patrick about the upcoming herbology exam. He seemed stressed, but that's all. She narrowed her eyes. Why exactly was Patrick in detention? Agnes hesitated, torn between loyalty to her friends and the urgency of the situation. He had a bit of a meltdown in Transfiguration, she admitted reluctantly. Apparently, he was spouting off about Dumbledore and Professor Snape being, well, not exactly who everyone thinks they are. Ron's eyes widened in alarm. Meltdown. About Dumbledore. That doesn't sound like Patrick at all. Exactly. Agnes exclaimed, her frustration mounting. Something's going on, and I think you two might have a clue. Did you say anything to him that might have triggered this? Hermione pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Not that I can recall. We were simply discussing the textbook material, as usual. A spark of suspicion flickered in her eyes. Could someone else be influencing Patrick? Maybe someone with a different agenda. Agnes's face hardened. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Patrick's never been one for conspiracy theories, and now he's suddenly questioning everything. It doesn't add up. The three Gryffindors stood in a tense silence for a moment, the weight of the situation settling upon them. Ron, ever the pragmatist, finally broke the silence. All right, let's not jump to conclusions. We'll keep an eye on Patrick, see if we can figure out what's gotten into him. But in the meantime, maybe you should keep this whole meltdown thing under wraps, okay? Agnes considered his request, her gaze flitting between Ron and Hermione. Finally, she sighed. Fine. But if anything else happens, you two better tell me. Patrick's our friend, and we need to look out for him, even if he's being a bit odd lately. With a curt nod, Agnes turned and headed towards the classroom, leaving Ron and Hermione alone in the corridor. The weight of the situation pressed down on them. Patrick's sudden shift in behavior was concerning, and the cryptic warning from Agnes added another layer of worry. One thing was clear, they needed to tread carefully. They were about to embark on a delicate mission, one that involved navigating a web of friendships, hidden agendas, and the potential for a darkness they never thought they'd encounter within the walls of Hogwarts. Once Agnes reached the classroom, she said to Abigail, "I don't know about you, but all I know is that Ron and Hermione are being very suspicious. I bet they're the reason why Patrick is hanging out with that Sandy Ulrich and Chauncey Barlow." "I should have known," said Abigail. "I always knew that Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger were nothing but trouble, but I never imagined that they'd be the ones to turn Patrick to the dark side. Those self-proclaimed heroes wouldn't know a dark influence if it bit them on their precious noses." Abigail's voice dripped with disdain, her eyes narrowed in thought. "We need a plan, Agnes," she continued, a determined glint flickering in her gaze. "We can't let Ron and Hermione sabotage our efforts to save Patrick. We need to find a way to expose their meddling before it's too late." Agnes chewed on her lip, her mind racing. "Maybe we could talk to Professor McGonagall," she suggested tentatively. "Explain about Patrick's strange behavior and how Ron and Hermione might be involved." Abigail snorted. "Professor McGonagall. Do you honestly think she'd believe us over the Golden Trio? We need something more concrete." A mischievous glint entered Agnes' eyes. "Concrete, huh? Well, then maybe we need to do a little investigating of our own. Find out exactly what Ron and Hermione are up to. Maybe they've dropped some clues, some whispers about their so-called plan to save Patrick." A slow smile spread across Abigail's face. "Now you're thinking, Agnes. We need to be one step ahead of them, to anticipate their moves. And who knows, maybe in the process, we'll uncover something even more sinister. Something that could expose them for the frauds they truly are." The two friends exchanged a determined look, a silent pact forming between them. They wouldn't let Ron and Hermione, or whatever forces were manipulating them, win. They would become shadows themselves, weaving through the halls of Hogwarts, piecing together the puzzle of Patrick's descent. The fate of their friend, and perhaps the future of Hogwarts itself, hung in the balance. Their mission was clear: to expose the truth, protect Patrick, and prove that even Gryffindors, with a dash of cunning and a sprinkle of Slytherin resourcefulness, could be formidable opponents. Chapter 17. Meanwhile, Harry, Philip, and Eleanor were meeting at the library. Someone had spread a rumor that Patrick Harvey had begun an alliance with Sandy Ulrich and Chauncey Barlow, and Harry was determined to get to the bottom of the story. He saw Patrick and the other boys standing in front of Hagrid's house. Harry's suspicions flared. Was this the clandestine meeting to solidify the rumored alliance? His mind raced with possibilities. He nudged Philip and Eleanor, his keen green eyes fixed on the unsuspecting trio. "Let's go see what Patrick Harvey's up to," he muttered, a determined glint replacing his usual amusement. With a sense of purpose, Harry took the lead, his friends following closely behind, ready for whatever they might find. Patrick looked up and saw Harry, Philip, and Eleanor approaching him, Sandy and Chauncey. Patrick's surprise was evident. "Hey, Harry," he greeted cautiously, his voice laced with suspicion that mirrored Harry's own. "What's going on? Everything all right?" The unexpected encounter cast a shadow of uncertainty over their intentions. Had they overheard something? Were they here to confront him about the rumors? Patrick subconsciously shifted his gaze towards Sandy and Chauncey, a silent question hanging in the air. Their body language mirrored his unease, hinting at a shared concern about Harry's sudden appearance. Sandy, ever the pragmatist, nudged Chauncey with a look that seemed to say, "Let's hear what they have to say." The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension as they waited for Harry's response. Harry said, "I've been hearing rumors about you joining up with Sandy and Chauncey." Patrick's jaw clenched. "So what if I am?" he snapped. "You already know about the fight I had with Ron and Hermione, and frankly, I'm looking for some new friends, because those two apparently betrayed me. Sandy and Chauncey haven't exactly been showering me with kindness, but at least they haven't been gossiping behind my back." A flicker of anger sparked in Harry's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. He could relate to feeling ostracized, especially after his brief experience with the Dursleys that summer before he came to Hogwarts. "Look, Patrick," he said, "I don't really know you as well as I would like, but we've gotten through some things together, haven't we?" Patrick hesitated, his bravado faltering slightly. "Yeah, I guess," he mumbled, scuffing his shoe against the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Eleanor stepped forward. "We heard the rumors too," she admitted, "but honestly, Patrick, none of us really believed them. You wouldn't just abandon your friends like that, would you?" Patrick looked at each of them in turn, a mix of emotions swirling on his face. Betrayal, anger, and a flicker of something that might have been hope. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could get a word out, a booming voice echoed through the grounds. "What's all this commotion?" Hagrid boomed, his large frame filling the doorway behind them. "Shouldn't you lot be studying for Professor Flitwick's quiz? Unless," he added with a wink, "you've got a better use for those herbology textbooks." "Well, we're trying to clear up something with Patrick," Philip said as he faced Hagrid. "He had a fight with Ron and Hermione a while ago, and now he's not friends with them anymore." "I'm sorry to hear that," Hagrid said as he stared at Patrick. "It's quite unsettling to know that friendships can crumble faster than a poorly concocted shrinking solution," Hagrid rumbled, his voice laced with a hint of disappointment. He eyed each of them in turn, his bushy eyebrows furrowed. "Friendships are like magical creatures, ye see. They need tended to, nurtured with trust and understanding. A good spat can happen now and again, like a hippogriff molting its feathers, but if something more serious is festering, it needs addressing before it becomes a permanent rift." Patrick shuffled his feet, avoiding Hagrid's gaze. Shame radiated off him in waves. Eleanor, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, took charge. "We were just trying to see if there was any way to find out what's going on between Patrick and Ron and Hermione," she explained. "We overheard some rumors about him joining forces with Sandy and Chauncey and well." Her voice trailed off, unsure how to articulate their suspicions. Hagrid chuckled, the sound like a rockslide in a distant quarry. "Ah, those blasted rumors. They spread faster than a colony of doxy gnats in a poorly maintained greenhouse. Sandy and Chauncey. Now that's a right pair, those two. More interested in themselves than building strong bonds." He clapped Patrick on the shoulder, a gesture that could have easily knocked the wind out of a smaller student. "Don't go jumping into alliances out of spite, lad. True friends stick by each other, even when things get rough. Now, why don't you lot tell me what this fight with Ron and Hermione was all about?" Maybe Hagrid, the keeper of secrets and soother of beasts, can offer some advice on mend-in fences. Chauncey didn't skip a beat. He said, I know that Ron and Hermione had been trying to dominate Patrick, trying to force him to be someone he wasn't supposed to be. I take it that you've heard about his outburst. Why doesn't that surprise me? Eleanor said as she glared at her brother. I should have known that those two were nothing but trouble. Eleanor's outburst was cut short by a pointed look from Harry. He knew judging Ron and Hermione without understanding the full story wouldn't help. Chauncey, however, seemed to relish the opportunity to fan the flames. Exactly, he exclaimed, puffing out his chest. Patrick deserves friends who will accept him for who he is, not try to mold him into some Harry Potter clone. Sandy, ever the silent observer, remained stoic, but a flicker of amusement played at the corner of his lips. Hagrid, however, wasn't swayed by Chauncey's dramatics. He let out a snort that could rival a dragon's sneeze. Dominate, eh? Don't be daft, Chauncey. Friends don't dominate each other. They challenge each other, sure, help each other grow, but they never try to take away someone's true self. Now, Patrick, what happened with your mates? Patrick hesitated, his gaze darting between Harry, Eleanor, and Hagrid. He mumbled something about a disagreement over how to handle a tricky situation, his voice barely audible. Harry, sensing Patrick's discomfort, decided to nudge things along. It had something to do with dealing with a threat, right, Patrick? He asked, his voice gentle. Patrick flinched slightly, but nodded curtly. Well, Harry continued, maybe you could explain your perspective to Hagrid. He's seen his fair share of threats, and maybe he can offer some insight on how to approach them as friends, not just individuals. A flicker of hope sparked in Patrick's eyes. He looked at Hagrid, a silent question hanging in the air. Hagrid, in turn, gave him a reassuring nod. Aye, lad. Tell Hagrid what happened, and maybe we can all sort this out together. After all, a problem shared is a problem halved, wouldn't you say? Patrick frowned as he said, well, ever since the Halloween night fiasco, Ron and Hermione have been insisting that we are friends, even though I don't actually like them, and I don't want to be around them. But when Hermione suggested that I was just a replacement for Harry Potter, because he didn't go into Gryffindor like he was supposed to, well, that's when it all fell apart. Hagrid's gruff demeanor softened considerably, surprise flickering in his kind eyes. Blimey, Patrick, he rumbled, his voice gentle. That there's a powerful nasty feeling to be harborin', lad. You don't choose your friends based on house colors or destiny's supposed plans. Friendship's about trust, loyalty, and standing by each other through thick and thin, even when things get messy. Hagrid's words carried the weight of his own experiences, years of forging bonds with both magical and non-magical creatures. He understood the importance of loyalty, but also recognized the need for genuine connection in friendships. His pause was heavy with unspoken inquiry, a nudge for Patrick to examine his own feelings honestly. Seems to me Hermione might have spoken out of turn, but was there any truth to it, even a smidge? Did their friendship feel, well, forced on your part? I would say no, but then that would be considered lying, said Patrick. Everyone else frowned as he continued. I kept hearing Ron saying that how he was supposed to be friends with Harry Potter, and that I'm a poor second to him. Plus, Hermione keeps yelling at me for not being able to do magic, when she's constantly making everyone feel bad, because she's smarter than them. Sorry, dude, but I'm going to have to stop you right there, Chauncey said to Patrick. He then said to Harry, is this what you want? Do you want to deal with a person who fawns all over you and another person yelling at you and everyone else for not being smart? Are you a Gryffindor or a Ravenclaw? Chauncey's interruption created a fresh wave of tension. Harry, his green eyes flashing, felt his temper simmering just beneath the surface. Hagrid, ever the wise peacekeeper, boomed, his voice firm but kind. Hold on now, Chauncey. Let's not make assumptions. There's two sides to every story, and yelling won't solve a thing. He gently nudged Patrick to continue, his gaze lingering on the boy with a mixture of concern and understanding. Carry on, lad. What else did Ron say? Oh, I already know the answer to that question, since I'm technically in Gryffindor, Chauncey snapped. Ron keeps telling Patrick that he's nothing but a replacement for Harry Potter, as if Harry can even be replaced. And don't even get me started on what I hear Hermione telling Patrick, it's not very nice. I knew it was too good to be true when I learned that you were sorted into Gryffindor, Eleanor said as she stared at her brother. These Gryffindors always insult anybody who isn't brave and reckless like them, and you are not brave and reckless, not when you consistently avoid people like that. Eleanor's cutting remark hung heavy in the air, threatening to reignite the brewing argument. Hagrid, with his years of experience mediating squabbles between magical creatures, knew this approach wouldn't solve anything. Enough now, he boomed in a voice that, while firm, held a hint of amusement. This bickering won't solve anything. We need to hear all sides of the story first, then we can figure out the best way to mend things. His gaze settled on Patrick, who stood fidgeting with his robes, his face flushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Hagrid's gruff demeanor softened slightly. Go on, Patrick, he encouraged gently. Let's hear what Ron and Hermione actually said. I believe that Chauncey said what I was going to say, said Patrick. Ron and Hermione don't like me, because I'm not Harry Potter, and I'm never going to be Harry Potter. Hagrid's gaze swept over the faces around him, each reflecting a different emotion, surprise, anger, and a flicker of dawning realization. He knew this wouldn't be an easy conversation, but perhaps it was a necessary one. With a deep breath, Hagrid spoke, his voice gruff but kind. All right then, let's unpack this a bit, he said gently. Seems like there's a lot of hurt feelings and misunderstandings swirling around here, like knots in a poorly tied shoelace. Patrick, lad, friendships aren't about replacing anyone. True friends appreciate each other for who they are, not who they're supposed to be. It sounds like there's been a lot of pressure on you, and that's certainly not the foundation for a strong bond. Hagrid paused, his eyes twinkling with an unspoken wisdom. Ron and Hermione, well, they acted out of line too. A friend wouldn't make you feel like you're just a shadow, or a second choice. They need to understand how their words affected you. He shifted his weight, his gaze lingering on Ron and Hermione, who would likely face his disappointment later. Friends are supposed to build each other up, not tear each other down. Think about how you would feel if someone was constantly comparing you to another person, especially a famous one like Harry, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of reproach. He looked at each of them in turn, his expression firm but fair. Listen, all of you. Friendships take work, just like magical creatures need tending. There's gonna be misunderstandings, disagreements, and even fights sometimes. But the important thing is to communicate, to listen to each other, and to be there for one another, even when things get tough. That's how you build trust and respect, the cornerstones of any true friendship. At this, Percy Weasley showed up, saying, "What am I hearing about my brother? Why don't you ask him yourself?" Patrick snapped as he glared at the older boy. "Why don't you ask your pathetic, stupid, Harry Potter worshipping little brother about what he really thinks of poor little worthless Patrick Harvey?" Percy's arrival, stiff as ever and impeccably groomed, added a new layer of tension to the already fraught situation. Harry, Philip, Eleanor, Chauncey, and Sandy gasped in shock. Hagrid, ever the mediator, let out a sigh that ruffled the leaves on the nearby bushes. Now, Patrick," he rumbled, his voice laced with a gentle reprimand. "There's no need for such harsh words. Let's all calm down a bit before things get out of hand." Percy, however, bristled at Patrick's outburst. His nostrils flared, and he adjusted his prefect badge self-righteously. Mr. Harvey, he began, his voice dripping with disdain, perhaps you should dash. Don't you dare, Mr. Harvey me, Weasley. Patrick interrupted, his face flushed with anger. Like you care what I have to say. You probably think the same way as your precious little brother. The air crackled with hostility. Chauncey and Eleanor stared at each other while Philip had a blank look on his face. Ouch! Sandy said to Harry. Not even I would dare act like that. Like how? Self-righteous, said Chauncey. Oh boy, said Harry. Somebody's about to get in a lot of trouble. Before another word could be exchanged between Percy and Patrick, Harry stepped forward, his voice surprisingly calm. Percy, let's hear Patrick out first. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Percy's gaze flickered between Harry and Patrick, his usual arrogance momentarily shaken. He hesitated for a beat, then straightened his robes and nodded curtly. Very well, Potter. But I expect an explanation for all of this commotion. Hagrid, seizing the opportunity to regain control, clapped his large hands together. All right. Settle down, everyone. Why don't we all head inside? I've got some leftover treacle tart that's just begging to be eaten. Maybe with a full stomach and a warm drink, we can all have a civil conversation. His suggestion hung in the air for a moment, then slowly, nods of agreement began to appear. Even Percy, after a moment's consideration, seemed to accept the truth. As they all turned to head back towards the castle, Patrick hesitated, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Fine, he muttered, kicking a small stone across the ground. But I'm not making any promises about what I'm going to say. With that, the group followed Hagrid back inside, the mystery of the fractured friendship far from resolved, but at least a fragile peace established for the time being. The next day, a lot of tension was hanging in the air in the Great Hall. Harry looked around and saw a few Gryffindors glaring at him while the rest of the Gryffindors stared at him nervously. Everyone else, including the teachers, was staring at the Gryffindors. As the tension hung heavy in the Great Hall, Eleanor cleared her throat, her voice gaining a touch of defiance. Before we jump to conclusions about what's going on with Patrick, she began, there's something you all need to hear. She shot a pointed look at Ron, who seemed to shrink under her gaze. My brother Chauncey has autism, Eleanor explained, her voice calmer now, but laced with a firmness that demanded attention. And yes, all of the Gryffindors haven't exactly made him feel welcome. Maybe it's because he isn't the typical Gryffindor mold, a bit more reserved than most people. A murmur of surprise rippled through the hall. Many students, Harry included, hadn't known about Chauncey's condition. Suddenly, his social awkwardness and tendency to gravitate towards Slytherins made more sense. Given the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Eleanor continued, it's no wonder everyone's on edge. Here's a Gryffindor spending most of his time with Slytherins, and even the Slytherins seem to have accepted him. It disrupts the status quo, you see. Harry nodded slowly, a new understanding dawning. He'd never stopped to consider things from Chauncey's perspective. That's interesting, he admitted quietly, his gaze fixed on the long table where a lone Chauncey sat, oblivious to the sudden shift in attention. I never thought about it that way. Perhaps you should have thought about that when you chose Ravenclaw over Gryffindor, Ron snapped as he and Hermione faced Harry. You were supposed to be. Ron's outburst shattered the fragile peace that had settled in the Great Hall. Murmurs erupted as students craned their necks to witness the unexpected confrontation between Harry and his former best friends. Harry's expression hardened, the anger simmering beneath the surface finally bubbling over. Supposed to be what, Weasley? He demanded, his voice laced with a dangerous edge. Supposed to blindly follow in my parents' footsteps. supposed to be another Gryffindor golden boy for you to hero worship. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, tried to intervene, placing a placating hand on Ron's arm. But Ron swatted it away dismissively. No, Hermione, let him hear it, he barked. He needs to understand the weight of his decision. Harry's jaw clenched tight. The sting of Ron's accusations was amplified by the disappointment he saw flickering in Hermione's usually warm eyes. He had hoped that they would understand that he wasn't meant to be in the same house as they were, not as long as they persisted in him being a part of Gryffindor. Loyalty isn't about house colors, Ron, he finally said, his voice surprisingly steady despite the roiling emotions within him. True friends celebrate each other's choices, not hold them hostage to tradition. His words hung heavy in the air, echoing through the stunned silence of the Great Hall. Students exchanged uneasy glances, a seed of doubt planted in their minds. The carefully constructed hierarchy of Hogwarts houses, where bravery and loyalty were seen as Gryffindor's exclusive domain, was being subtly challenged. Harry's defiance resonated with those who felt ostracized or misunderstood within their own houses, sparking a flicker of hope for a more inclusive future. Just then, Hermione said, "Never have I ever thought that the great Harry Potter would defy his destiny and be with people who he isn't supposed to be with." Hermione's outburst sent a fresh wave of tension through the Great Hall. Here was the brightest witch of their age, the embodiment of logic and reason, clinging to an antiquated notion of destiny. Disappointment clouded Harry's eyes. "Destiny," he repeated, his voice laced with disbelief. "Is that what this is all about? Friendship for you boils down to me fulfilling some God's bedamned prophecy." He scanned the faces around him, his gaze lingering on the students, who didn't quite fit the mold of their respective houses. A small smile touched his lips, a hint of defiance glinting in his emerald eyes. "Maybe destiny isn't set in stone," he said, his voice ringing out through the hall. "Maybe friendship is about finding those who accept you for who you are, not who they think you're supposed to be. Maybe," he added, his voice dropping to a softer volume, but no less impactful, "true bravery lies in forging your own path, even if it means breaking away from tradition." A ripple of murmurs traveled through the student body. Harry's words resonated with a truth that transcended house colors and ancient prophecies. Perhaps, there was more to friendship and belonging than blind adherence to the status quo. The seeds of change, small but potent, had been sown. As Harry's passionate speech echoed through the Great Hall, a collective gasp sliced through the tension. Heads swiveled towards the source, Draco Malfoy, the epitome of Slytherin pride, leaning back in his chair with a smirk. "I hate to say it, Potter," he drawled, his voice dripping with mock sincerity, "but you're right. Forcing friendships, based on house colors, is nothing more than a recipe for resentment." Besides, his eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief, "who says that friendships can't blossom between houses? It adds a bit of spice, wouldn't you agree?" A stunned silence descended upon the hall. Had they just heard Draco Malfoy, the embodiment of Slytherin purity, endorse inter-house friendships? The air crackled with confusion and a flicker of something that might have been hope. Was this a new era of understanding dawning at Hogwarts? Suddenly, a smattering of applause erupted, hesitant at first, then growing in volume. Students from all four houses exchanged tentative smiles, the seeds of rebellion against the rigid house system taking root. Even the ever-stoic prefects seemed taken aback by Malfoy's unexpected support of Harry's message. Professor McGonagall, who had silently observed the entire spectacle from the head table, rose, a hint of a wry smile playing on her lips. "Well, Mr. Potter," she addressed Harry, her voice laced with amusement, "it seems you've stirred quite the cauldron today. While fostering inter-house unity is a noble aspiration, let's not forget the value of healthy competition within the house system." Her gaze swept over the hall, taking in the bewildered faces. "Perhaps," she continued, a twinkle in her eye, "a more respectful form of competition is in order. One that celebrates the unique strengths of each house. How's about no? Willa's voice, sharp and unwavering, sliced through the newfound optimism like a sword. The murmur of agreement died down as all eyes turned towards the unexpected challenger sitting at the Hufflepuff table. Even Professor McGonagall seemed taken aback, a flicker of surprise flitting across her usually composed face. What did you say? How's about no? Willa repeated, her gaze sweeping over the awed and confused students. This whole house competition business is nothing but another glorified sorting ceremony that continues throughout our entire education. Gryffindors praised for their bravery, Ravenclaws for their wit, Hufflepuffs for their loyalty. It's a system that labels us and limits us and tears us apart. Her voice rose in volume, her words echoing through the vast hall. A few students, particularly those who felt like they never quite fit in with their houses, began to nod in agreement. The carefully constructed hierarchy of Hogwarts, once thought untouchable, was being openly challenged. We are more than just our house colors, Willa declared, her voice ringing with conviction. We are individuals, each with our own strengths and weaknesses. Shouldn't we be celebrating those differences, learning from each other, instead of constantly competing against each other? A tense silence followed. Willa's words hung in the air, a spark of rebellion igniting within the hearts of many students. The carefully crafted narrative of house pride, once seen as a cornerstone of Hogwarts, was starting to crumble under the weight of her logic. Professor McGonagall, ever the shrewd leader, knew this was a moment that demanded a thoughtful response. Her gaze flickered towards Harry, then to Draco, and finally settled on Willa, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. The future of Hogwarts, it seemed, was far from certain. Especially if the students created an unexpected alliance and decided to stand against the status quo. Chapter 18. A few hours later, Harry found himself sitting in the library with his friends. He couldn't believe that he had dared to question almost everything that had defined his life as a Hogwarts student. Plus, he understood the true reason why Patrick decided to befriend Sandy Ulrich and Chauncey Barlow. It wasn't just an act of rebellion against Dumbledore. It was because Patrick was actually lonely and needed some friends who weren't Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Well, I guess we just got lucky, he said. Everyone is now questioning the validity of the house sorting situation at Hogwarts. I mean, even Draco Malfoy is questioning why Slytherin is seen as the bad house, especially since practically everyone there has chosen to accept Chauncey as one of their own instead of Gryffindor. And I always thought that Malfoy was conceited, said Candace. Why did he have a sudden change of heart? It's not really a change of heart, per se, but more like I'm tired of how everything is going at Hogwarts, said Draco, his voice clipped, but laced with a surprising vulnerability. Slytherins are ambitious, sure, but that doesn't mean we're all prejudice-filled bullies. Chauncey might be a bit weird, let's say, but is fiercely loyal and has a good heart. We wouldn't just turn him away because of a sorting hat malfunction. We value cunning and ambition in Slytherin, but that doesn't always have to translate to meanness or a superiority complex. Harry blinked, surprised by the genuineness in Draco's voice. It was a far cry from the usual Malfoy sneer he'd grown accustomed to over the last few months. Candace, ever the observant one, leaned in, a spark of curiosity in her eyes. So, you're saying Slytherins value different things than Gryffindors? She asked, a hint of a challenge in her tone. Maybe bravery isn't the only path to greatness. Maybe there's room for more than one kind of hero at Hogwarts. Of course there's room for all types of heroes, said Philip with a hint of amusement in his voice. You really think that Gryffindors are the only ones who take risks, or stand up for what's right, Malfoy? Draco scoffed, a flicker of his old arrogance returning. Hardly. Slytherins just go about it in a more strategic way. We don't always need to announce our intentions to the world before we act. Candace, ever the mediator, chimed in, so it's about results over theatrics. Like, a cunning plan executed in the shadows can be just as heroic as a Gryffinder's daring charge. A slow smile spread across Draco's face. Exactly, Thorpe. Gryffindors might be the first ones to leap into the fray, but Slytherins are the ones who make sure there's a fray worth leaping into, and that everyone comes out alive on the other side. Harry couldn't help but offer a grudging nod. He'd never considered Slytherin in that light before. Maybe, just maybe, there was more to their house than meets the eye. Meanwhile, Eleanor took Chauncey aside and said to him, "What exactly did Patrick say to you that convinced you to join him?" "Patrick never said much to me, but I could tell that he was really unhappy," Chauncey said. "And I already know that Ron and Hermione are the reasons why." "Is it because of whatever they said go him to make him have that meltdown that landed him in detention with Professor Snape?" said Eleanor. "Exactly," said Chauncey, his voice rumbling with a hint of hidden anger. "As far as I know, Patrick Harvey has already been through too much, and Ron and Hermione haven't exactly been nice to him. They keep whispering about him behind his back, and frankly, it's getting old." Eleanor's brow furrowed. Whispering? Ron and Hermione weren't usually the types to gossip. They were fiercely loyal Gryffindors, known for their strong moral compass. This news unsettled her. "What kind of things are they saying?" she pressed, genuinely curious and a touch concerned. Chauncey hesitated, his large frame shrinking slightly under Eleanor's gaze. He wasn't used to confrontation, and the attention, even positive, made him uncomfortable. "Stuff about his family, mostly," he mumbled, kicking at a loose stone on the ground. How they're not normal. And that he must be up to something because of it." Eleanor's jaw clenched. Whispers about someone's family were a low blow, even for the sometimes harsh environment of Hogwarts. It reeked of prejudice and ignorance, the very things Gryffindor supposedly stood against. "That's terrible, Chauncey," she said firmly, her voice laced with disappointment. "There's nothing wrong with being different. We all come from unique backgrounds, and that's what makes the wizarding world so rich. And besides, wouldn't you rather be judged on your own actions, not the rumors swirling around you?" Chauncey let out a deep breath, his shoulders relaxing a fraction. "Yeah, I guess so. But it still hurts, you know. Like they don't even want to give me a chance." He looked down at his shoes, a flicker of sadness crossing his large, expressive eyes. Eleanor placed a comforting hand on his arm. "They'll have their chance to get to know the real you, Chauncey," she said with conviction. "And in the meantime, you've got a whole house full of people who do." She winked, gesturing towards the jubilant Slytherins celebrating their newest member. The common room echoed with cheers and claps, a stark contrast to Chauncey's earlier dejection. "Now, come on," she said, her voice brimming with warmth, "let's get you fitted for some new robes. Green looks good on everyone, wouldn't you say?" Chauncey offered a hesitant smile, a spark of hope flickering in his eyes. "Maybe. As long as it doesn't clash with my hair." Eleanor chuckled, a plan already forming in her mind. Maybe it was time Ron and Hermione learned a lesson about tolerance and the dangers of judging a book by its cover. Perhaps a friendly chat, or a well-placed reminder of Gryffindor's values, was in order. After all, unity and acceptance were just as important as bravery and daring. A few days later, Willa and Amber were seen in the library. Both of them were talking to Harry. Amber said, "So what led you to bringing up the idea that sorting the students into Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin is causing the problems that the school is currently facing?" Amber inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Leaning back in her chair, she propped the large, leather-bound book she'd been engrossed in against the table with a soft thump. "The houses have been a part of Hogwarts for centuries. It's hard to imagine the school without them. Willa, perched on the window seat nearby, chimed in, her voice thoughtful. Maybe that's the point, Amber. Times change, and perhaps the way Hogwarts operates needs to change too. If the sorting is leading to more division than unity, then maybe we need to consider a different approach. Harry nodded, encouraged by their willingness to hear him out. Exactly. We all saw how Slytherin embraced Chauncey, even though the sorting hat placed him in Gryffindor. There's so much more to each of us than what our house is supposed to represent. That may be the reason why I think the school needs to change, said Willa. Hogwarts is more than just a school where students are sorted based on basic requirements. It should be a place where we learn to bridge those differences. The houses create a sense of belonging, that's true, but they can also lead to prejudice and competition that overshadows the fact that we're all united as witches and wizards. Amber, ever the pragmatist, chimed in, so you're suggesting we do away with the houses entirely? That seems a bit drastic. But maybe there is a way to reform the system. Wait, Harry said, a jolt of surprise shooting through him as he recognized hushed voices in the next aisle. He rose from his seat and cautiously approached the end of the bookshelf, his curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but overhear snippets of their conversation. To his surprise, there were Ron and Hermione, deeply engaged in conversation with 3 other students he didn't recognize. One of the students was a tall girl with fiery red hair that cascaded down her back in loose waves. She was gesturing animatedly as she spoke. Across from her sat a wiry boy with round spectacles perched on his nose, who was nodding intently while flipping through a worn copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Sitting beside him was a girl with warm brown skin and sparkling eyes, who was listening attentively, a thoughtful frown creasing her forehead. Harry couldn't quite make out what they were discussing, but the hushed tones and animated gestures suggested a conversation of some importance. He lingered a moment longer, his mind racing with questions. What were Ron and Hermione talking about so intently with these unfamiliar students? Could it be connected to the recent controversy surrounding the sorting hat and the house system? A jolt of anger shot through Harry as he eavesdropped on Hermione's tense whisper. I hate to do this, but I need your help to intervene, she said, her voice laced with urgency. Harry Potter is out of control, and we need to reel him in before he does something he regrets. Harry's fingers tightened around the worn spine of a nearby book. Intervene. What was she talking about? His mind raced, piecing together snippets of their conversation. Was this about his suggestion to reform the house system? Had they taken it that far, that they considered him a threat? He inched closer, his breath catching in his throat as he strained to hear more. What exactly did they think he was planning? Hermione's voice dropped to an even lower whisper, laced with a hint of desperation. Harry was supposed to go into Gryffindor, just like his parents. But for some reason I don't understand, he ended up in Ravenclaw. It's like he forgot who he is supposed to be, what he should stand for. We can't let him dismantle everything that makes Hogwarts special. Harry's blood ran cold. A shiver ran down his spine, not just from the cold dread that crept into his heart, but also from a sudden draft whistling through a nearby bookshelf. So it wasn't just about the house system anymore, a reform he'd been advocating for with growing conviction. This was about him, about his very identity. Hermione seemed to believe he belonged in Gryffindor, not because of his own merits, or his bravery that he'd proven countless times, but because of his parents' legacy. A surge of rebellion flared up within him, hotter and stronger than when he had faced the wrath of Vernon Dursley. He wasn't going to be anyone's puppet. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and he would forge his own path, even if it meant challenging the status quo, even if it meant defying his would-have-been best friend and confidant, Hermione Granger. The weight of her words, laced with disappointment and a hint of fear, pressed heavily on him. Yet, a new resolve solidified within him. He would decide who Harry Potter was, not a sorting hat, not his parents' legacy, and not even Hermione. "So, what are we going to do about it?" said the fiery redhead, her green eyes flashing with a mix of worry and determination. "We can't just sit here while Harry Potter runs around spreading these dangerous ideas about school unity, and even teaming up with that Draco Malfoy." A tense silence followed, broken only by the soft rustle of turning pages from the students around them. Harry clenched his fists, a surge of anger hot in his throat. Dangerous ideas. Fraternizing. He wasn't plotting a coup, he was simply advocating for a more inclusive Hogwarts. Isn't that a bit extreme? The wiry boy with spectacles finally spoke, his voice hesitant. Harry's not exactly advocating for chaos. He just wants to tear down everything that makes Hogwarts what it is. The redhead interrupted, her voice rising slightly. Houses are the backbone of this school. They foster competition, yes, but also camaraderie, a sense of belonging. There are other ways to achieve those things, Victoria, the brown-skinned girl chimed in, her voice calm and measured. Perhaps Harry has a point. Maybe the houses are creating more division than unity these days. Maybe, Victoria Walsh conceded grudgingly, but there has to be a better solution than abolishing the whole system. A new voice cut through the tension, deep and authoritative. "There you all are. Having a clandestine meeting, are we?" Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, stood before them, her stern gaze flickering between the surprised students. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. Had he been caught eavesdropping? Or was Professor McGonagall here about something else entirely? Victoria, the fiery redhead, stammered under McGonagall's scrutiny, her previous bravado replaced by a nervous flutter. "Well," she fumbled, her voice laced with apprehension, "we were just discussing how Harry Potter shouldn't be in Ravenclaw. I mean, Hermione's rather upset that he, well, ended up there and now he's got these ideas, and started thinking for himself." Thinking for himself? Professor McGonagall's voice boomed, echoing through the library. A flicker of something that might have been amusement crossed her features for a brief moment, quickly replaced by her usual stern demeanor. "Is that truly such a terrible thing, Miss Victoria Walsh?" the redhead supplied meekly. "Miss Victoria Walsh," McGonagall continued, her gaze sweeping over the other students. "Is it a matter of concern when a student begins to question, or even challenge the status quo? Should blind acceptance be our ultimate goal at Hogwarts?" The students exchanged confused glances. Harry, however, felt a spark of hope ignite within him. Professor McGonagall's words, though sharp, held an undercurrent of something else entirely. Perhaps, just perhaps, she wasn't entirely against his ideas for reform. But before he could dwell on it any further, the stern professor spoke once more. "If Mr. Potter has brought forth ideas that warrant discussion," McGonagall said, her voice firm but fair, "then perhaps a more open forum is needed, rather than hushed whispers in the library aisles. Detention for all of you," she added, her gaze lingering on Harry for a split second, "for wasting valuable time and disrupting the peace. My office, after dinner." As the weight of detention settled on them, a strange sense of camaraderie flickered between Harry and the students he'd just eavesdropped on. Perhaps this unexpected turn of events wouldn't be so bad after all. With Professor McGonagall on the scene, a civil discussion about the house system and his place in it seemed inevitable. And who knows, maybe he'd even gain some unlikely allies along the way. But then a nagging doubt lurked in the back of his mind. Hermione's anger and Victoria's hostility hinted at a deeper resistance to change. This wouldn't be a simple conversation. Harry knew he would have to be prepared to defend his ideas against those who saw tradition as an unyielding fortress, not a living legacy that could evolve with the times. Dealing with hostility from the Gryffindors might just be the beginning of a much larger fight for the future of Hogwarts. As Ron, Hermione, Victoria, and the other two students left the library, Harry turned to McGonagall. He had no idea that his speech about unity would result in this type of hostility, and now he was sure that he had saved himself from having to deal with them when he went into Ravenclaw. Why would they feel threatened by me? Harry blurted out, the hurt and confusion evident in his voice. What did I do to deserve this hostility? Professor McGonagall regarded him with a deep look, her eyes twinkling with a hint of something unreadable. Change, Mr. Potter, is rarely embraced with open arms, she said. Tradition, like a comfortable cloak, offers a sense of security, even if it's grown threadbare with time. Those who cling to it often fear the unknown that lies beyond. Her words struck a chord with Harry. He understood clinging to tradition, especially at a place like Hogwarts steeped in history. But was blind acceptance truly the best path? He thought of Ron and Hermione, their potential friendship strained by his ideas. Were they simply afraid of change, or was there something more to their resistance? But surely, Harry pressed, they can see that the houses create more division than unity these days. Isn't there room for something different, something more inclusive? A sigh escaped Professor McGonagall's lips. Perhaps, she conceded. But change requires courage, Mr. Potter. The courage to challenge the status quo, the courage to face resistance, and most importantly, the courage to be misunderstood, even by those you consider your friends. Her words hung heavy in the air, a portent of the battles to come. Harry squared his shoulders, a newfound determination settling in his stomach. He may have ruffled some feathers with his ideas, but he wouldn't back down. Hogwarts, he believed, deserved a system that fostered unity and embraced the unique potential within each witch and wizard. And he, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, wouldn't rest until he, at least, had a fair shot at making that change. How could Ron and Hermione be plotting against you? Eleanor cried out as she, Philip, Duncan, and Harry met in the Ravenclaw common room after dinner. And if they recruited Victoria Walsh, Austin Underhill, and Josephine Hunter to join them, then things aren't looking good for you, Harry. Eleanor's voice echoed through the airy Ravenclaw common room, her brow furrowed in concern. Why are Ron and Hermione plotting against you? She exclaimed, her gaze flitting between Harry, Philip, and Duncan, who all shared a look of worry. Harry recounted the unsettling scene in the library, his voice low and tense. I overheard them talking about me, about my ideas on the house system. They seemed genuinely worried, almost afraid of the changes I was suggesting. Duncan, a thoughtful Ravenclaw with a mop of sandy hair, stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is curious, he mused. Traditionally, Gryffindors value bravery and standing up for what's right. Shouldn't they be the first ones on board with challenging the status quo, especially if it leads to a more united Hogwarts? A wry smile played on Philip's lips, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Perhaps Gryffindor bravery doesn't extend to facing uncomfortable truths, Duncan, he said. There's a certain comfort in the familiar, even if it's flawed. Tradition, like a well-worn cloak, can feel safe and secure, even if it's become threadbare with time. But surely Ron and Hermione wouldn't. Harry began, his voice trailing off as he remembered their strained conversation earlier that day. Ron had confronted Harry about not joining Gryffindor, but Harry firmly told him that Gryffindor was not for him. Hermione also demanded that he start hanging out with them, but Harry, realizing that that would mean he would be following the path expected for him, rejected her request. Loyalty can be a double-edged sword, Harry, Eleanor said gently, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Perhaps their loyalty to Gryffindor tradition, or their fear of the unknown consequences of change, is clouding their judgment. A new voice chimed in, cool and collected. Or perhaps there's more to their opposition than meets the eye, said Luna Lovegood, who had been perched on a nearby window seat, seemingly lost in her own world just moments before. Her pale blue eyes, however, glittered with an unusual sharpness. What do you mean, Luna? Harry asked, intrigued by her cryptic statement. Luna offered a faint smile. Sometimes, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, the greatest opposition comes not from those who disagree, but from those who fear the unknown consequences of change, even if it's for the better. Those we consider our closest allies might be too entrenched in their own beliefs, or perhaps even harbor hidden agendas, to embrace a new path, no matter how beneficial it might be. Harry contemplated her words, a sense of foreboding settling in his gut. The situation was more complex than he initially thought. He wasn't just facing resistance from those who cherished tradition, but potentially from his closest friends, blinded by their own fears and biases. This fight for Hogwarts unity was shaping up to be a battle on multiple fronts. He would need all the allies he could get, both within Ravenclaw and beyond, to challenge the status quo and build a more inclusive future for the school. The revelation that even his friends might oppose him cast a long shadow over their meeting. Yet, a spark of hope remained. In Eleanor, Philip, Duncan, and even the enigmatic Luna, Harry had found a group of understanding individuals who were willing to challenge the established order. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with, but the road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. The question that lingered in Harry's mind was this: would their combined courage and conviction be enough to overcome the resistance and usher in a new era for Hogwarts? Only time would tell. Chapter 19. Little did Harry Potter realize that things were going to be so much worse than before. Not only did he openly question the sorting situation at Hogwarts, but he also made a few enemies, mainly Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, when he refused to apologize to them for choosing to be in Ravenclaw instead of joining them in Gryffindor. Most of the other students agreed that Harry belonged in Ravenclaw, yet the Gryffindors remained unconvinced. They viewed Harry's decision as a betrayal, a sign that he didn't value the Gryffindor traits of courage, chivalry, and loyalty. This simmering resentment threatened to cast a shadow over Harry's Hogwarts experience. He wasn't just a student anymore, he was a representative of his house, and his choice had created a rift between him and his would-be friends. Harry, don't listen to those guys. They're just a bunch of stupid jerks who don't know the meaning of a proper British education, Candace said as she, Harry, Philip, Duncan, and Eleanor were walking towards the Great Hall, where the meeting with Professor McGonagall was scheduled. Her voice, usually bubbly and enthusiastic, was laced with concern. Harry, still smarting from his earlier confrontation with Ron and Hermione, appreciated Candace's loyalty. "It's not that big of a deal," he mumbled, trying to sound unconcerned. "They're just sore losers." Duncan, ever the pragmatist, chimed in, "Maybe so, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't take it seriously. Gryffindors can be prideful, especially when it comes to them winning the House Cup." Eleanor added, "Duncan's right, Harry. Professor McGonagall will likely want to mediate things. Remember, you don't have to apologize for the Sorting Hat's choice." Philip nudged Harry's shoulder reassuringly. "We've got your back," he said simply. With renewed determination and a surge of gratitude for his Ravenclaw friends, Harry squared his shoulders and faced the looming oak doors of the Great Hall. Whatever awaited him inside, he wouldn't face it alone. At the same time, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Victoria Walsh, Austin Underhill, and Josephine Hunter found themselves facing a different kind of ordeal. Professor Snape, his usual sneer ever present, had them diligently cleaning encrusted cauldrons and phials as punishment for their earlier transgression. The atmosphere in the potions classroom was thick with the stench of burnt ingredients and unspoken resentment. Across the room, separated by a long, scarred workbench, sat Patrick Harvey. Unlike his Gryffindor peers, Patrick wasn't there for punishment. He was receiving extra help from Professor Snape, alongside a sheepish-looking Neville Longbottom. Their hushed whispers and the clinking of vials served as a stark contrast to the Gryffindors' fuming silence. Patrick, catching sight of the fuming Gryffindor group, couldn't resist a gloating remark. "I knew you lot were up to no good," he said in a scathing whisper that carried across the tense silence, "and now you've gone and practically made Harry Potter a traitor to Gryffindor. I warned you, Granger, Weasley, things wouldn't end well with your bullying tactics." His words hung heavy in the air, a microcosm of the growing animosity between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Even in detention, the brewing conflict between the houses was impossible to escape. It was a clear sign that Hogwarts, once a place of wonder for Harry Potter and Patrick Harvey, was quickly becoming a battleground of house rivalries. Snape's voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed through the dungeon classroom. "I see you've managed to turn Harry Potter, a Ravenclaw student, into an enemy of Gryffindor. A most unwise turn of events, given the precarious state of inter-house unity." The Gryffindors shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. Snape's words held more than their usual caustic bite. A hint of something else flickered in his dark eyes, amusement, perhaps, or even a veiled threat. The Gryffindors exchanged uneasy glances. Their impulsive behavior hadn't just fractured their potential friendship with Harry, it had potentially jeopardized the fragile peace between the houses. The weight of their actions settled in their stomachs, a cold realization that their rivalry with Ravenclaw might have just escalated into something far more serious. Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Clearly, none of you were paying terribly close attention when Potter spouted off about house rivalries being pointless distractions. How very Gryffindor of you all, to prioritize pointless animosity over basic courtesy." The Gryffindors bristled at his words, but none dared to contradict him. Snape's sharp tongue was one thing, but his subtle praise of Harry, a Ravenclaw, was a far more unsettling development. Detention was shaping up to be more than just scrubbing cauldrons. It was a lesson in humiliation, served with a sneer, and a chilling reminder of the consequences of their actions. The weight of Snape's words hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the clinking of vials and the murmur of Professor Snape's quiet instructions to Neville. The Gryffindors stole glances at each other, the camaraderie they once shared replaced by a cold sense of isolation. Their impulsive behavior had not only fractured any potential friendship with Harry, but it had also potentially jeopardized the fragile peace between the houses. In that moment, they understood the truth behind Harry's words. House rivalries were not harmless games, but petty squabbles that could have serious repercussions. Detention wasn't just about punishment, it was a harsh lesson about the importance of unity and respect, delivered by a bitter potions master with a surprising dose of veiled sympathy for the ostracized boy who lived. Entering the Great Hall with his friends, Harry was met with a vibrant tapestry of Hogwarts students. Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and Slytherins filled their respective tables, their animated chatter weaving a warm buzz throughout the air. A sense of belonging washed over Harry, a stark contrast to the cold dread that had settled in his stomach moments before. His gaze drifted towards the Gryffindor table, and a wave of disappointment crashed over him. A meager 30 students occupied the once bustling house table, a mere shadow of the overflowing camaraderie that usually emanated from it. The sight was a chilling reminder of the brewing animosity between him and the Gryffindors. The meager turnout at the Gryffindor table foreshadowed a tense gathering, and a cold dread settled in Harry's stomach. The repercussions of the Sorting Hat's decision, it seemed, were just beginning to unfold. The once warm embrace of Hogwarts, a place he'd envisioned as a magical haven, now felt laced with undercurrents of tension and a looming sense of isolation. As he scanned the sea of unfamiliar faces around him, a flicker of doubt ignited within him. Had he chosen the right house after all? As he looked closer, he spotted a few friendly faces from Ravenclaw returning his gaze with warm smiles, a silent reassurance that he wasn't entirely alone. With a deep breath, Harry squared his shoulders and proceeded towards the Ravenclaw table, the decision to embrace his new house solidifying with each step. Despite the meager turnout, a few familiar faces offered Harry a glimmer of solace amidst the Gryffindors. He spotted Stacy Snape, Potions Master Snape's son, likely they're due to his father's position of authority. Stacy's cousins Julia Black and Jaden Rose, along with Agnes Parker and her friends Abigail Beaufort, Julian Olson, and Harley Parkinton, were also present. Their attendance, while a relief, did little to dispel the tense atmosphere that hung heavy in the air. However, Harry's attention was snagged by an unexpected sight. Chauncey Barlow, a boy ostracized by Gryffindor despite the Sorting Hat placing him there, sat confidently amongst the Slytherins. The sight of Chauncey, a known outcast, seemingly being accepted by his new house sent a jolt through Harry. It was a stark reminder of the consequences of the Gryffindors' actions. Their intolerance had not only fractured any friendship with Harry, but also driven a student away from their own house. More importantly, Chauncey's presence among the Slytherins was the very reason for the meeting. Slytherin, a house known for valuing ambition and cunning, wasn't typically known for its tolerance of outcasts. Chauncey's acceptance there underscored a disturbing truth: inter-house tensions had escalated beyond petty rivalry, threatening the fragile peace that had existed between the houses. The once welcoming atmosphere of Hogwarts now felt laced with undercurrents of animosity, and Harry couldn't help but wonder if he'd made the right choice in choosing Ravenclaw. Recognizing the turmoil in Harry's eyes, Stacy offered a reassuring smile. "Honestly, Harry," he said, leaning in conspiratorially, "you dodged a bullet ending up in Ravenclaw. Gryffindor's a shipwreck right now. They're all at each other's throats over your sorting, and Snape isn't exactly thrilled with them either." His words were met with nods of agreement from the other scattered Gryffindors. A wave of relief washed over Harry. Maybe, just maybe, Ravenclaw wasn't such a bad place to be after all. The warmth emanating from his fellow Ravenclaws across the hall, their quiet hum of conversation a stark contrast to the Gryffindors' tense silence, solidified this feeling. He stole a glance at Chauncey, now seemingly at ease amongst the Slytherins. The sight served as a stark reminder of the consequences of blind prejudice. In that moment, Harry knew he belonged in Ravenclaw, a house that valued wit and acceptance, where he wouldn't be ostracized for the Sorting Hat's choice. As he straightened his robes and met Stacy's kind gaze, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He would navigate this new chapter at Hogwarts, forge new friendships, and prove that courage and loyalty could exist outside the confines of Gryffindor. Before Harry could respond, a hush fell over the Great Hall as Professor Dumbledore, his beard as white as ever, strode into the room. The weight of his presence was undeniable. Every student, regardless of house rivalry, sat a little straighter in their chairs. Anticipation crackled in the air, thick enough to taste. Everyone awaited the headmaster's words, curious to know how he would address the elephant in the room, the growing tension between Gryffindor and the other houses, particularly in light of Harry's controversial placement in Ravenclaw. Dumbledore's voice, laced with his usual warmth, echoed through the Great Hall. "I trust everyone is aware," he began, a twinkle in his eye, "that a certain sorting has caused a bit of a stir lately. It seems a healthy dose of competition between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw has blossomed into something more." He paused, letting the weight of his words hang heavy in the air, "something more akin to a tempest in a teapot, wouldn't you agree?" A ripple of suppressed laughter ran through the hall, easing the tension a fraction. "However," he continued, his tone turning serious, "rivalries can be a source of growth, pushing us to excel in our studies and Quidditch. Remember, a little competition between houses never hurt anyone." But he fixed his gaze upon the students, his voice firm yet kind. "Fierce competition must not overshadow the importance of unity. Hogwarts thrives on the strength of its houses working together, not their divisions. We are all members of the same school, united by a common magical heritage." His gaze swept over the student body, lingering on the empty Gryffindor seats, and the solitary figure of Chauncey amidst the Slytherins. It was a silent reminder of the potential consequences of unchecked animosity. The message was clear: Disunity weakened not just the houses but Hogwarts itself. Dumbledore's words hung heavy in the air, a call for unity that resonated with Harry on a deep level. He stole a glance at his table, where his housemates were watching him with a mixture of curiosity and support. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet, all eyes turning towards him. "Professor Dumbledore," he began, his voice surprisingly steady, "with all due respect, if house unity is so important, why did the Sorting Hat place me in Ravenclaw? Throughout the selection process, it seemed to be leaning towards Gryffindor. Wouldn't it have made more sense to keep me there, for the sake of their happiness?" A murmur rippled through the hall. Harry's question was bold, echoing the unspoken confusion of many students. Dumbledore's twinkling gaze met Harry's, and a hint of a smile played on his lips. This was the moment Harry had been waiting for, a chance to understand the Sorting Hat's enigmatic decision, and perhaps dealing with the Gryffindors in an effective way. Dumbledore's eyes, twinkling like facets of the night sky, met Harry's. "Ah, Harry," he said, his voice a gentle rumble, "you see, the Sorting Hat takes many things into account when placing a student. Your bravery, your inherent Gryffindor traits, were no secret. In fact, they were quite evident. However," he paused, letting the weight of his words settle, "the Sorting Hat also considers a student's desires. And your will, your very strong will, Harry, played a significant role in the decision." A murmur of surprise rippled through the hall. The idea that a student's choice could influence the Hat's decision was not common knowledge. Harry himself felt a surge of astonishment. Dumbledore continued, his voice turning firmer, "The question, Harry, is not why you weren't placed in Gryffindor, but why you, so demonstrably brave, felt a stronger pull towards Ravenclaw." A frown creased Harry's brow. He recalled the countless hours spent devouring charms books, and the thrill of unraveling the mysteries behind spells. It wasn't just bravery that had always driven him, it was a fervent curiosity, a yearning to understand the world around him through a logical lens. Perhaps, he mused, that insatiable thirst for knowledge was what had tipped the Sorting Hat's decision in Ravenclaw's favor. He looked at Dumbledore, a flicker of understanding replacing his initial confusion. "There's always a third choice." A murmur of surprise rippled through the hall at Harry's unexpected statement. Dumbledore's brow rose slightly, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "An interesting perspective, Harry," he said, his voice mild. "Tell me more about this third choice you speak of." Taking a deep breath, Harry continued, "Before the Sorting Hat even touched my head, I was faced with a choice: Gryffindor or Slytherin. It seemed like those were the only options. But then I realized that there must be another way, a path that wasn't defined by courage or ambition alone. That's when I felt a pull towards Ravenclaw, the house that valued knowledge and wit. It felt like the place where I could learn and grow the most, not just as a wizard, but as a person." His voice rang out clearly, challenging the traditional notions of house rivalry. Even the most hardened Slytherins shifted in their seats, a hint of respect flickering in their gazes. Harry may not have chosen their house, but his words resonated with the truth that there was more to a witch or wizard than just their house colors. Harry pressed on, his voice gaining momentum. "But as I went about my term here," he continued, his gaze sweeping across the tense hall, "I began to notice how everyone seemed to see the Slytherins as the evil house and the Gryffindors as the good house. It felt simplistic. Surely, there's more to a person than their house colors, right?" A murmur of agreement rippled through the hall, particularly from the Slytherin table. Even Draco Malfoy, usually sporting a sneer, looked thoughtful. Harry wasn't advocating for Slytherin, but his words challenged the deeply ingrained prejudices within Hogwarts. "We all have the potential for good and bad," Harry declared, his voice ringing with conviction. "Just because someone's in Slytherin doesn't mean they are destined to be a Death Eater, and Gryffindors aren't the only ones who can be brave." He stole a glance at the empty Gryffindor seats, a silent plea for understanding. Maybe, he concluded, his voice softer now, if we focused less on rivalry and more on what unites us, magic, friendship, the chance to learn and grow together, Hogwarts would be a stronger, more cohesive place. Silence descended upon the hall, heavy with the weight of Harry's words. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with pride as he surveyed the students, their faces a mixture of contemplation and newfound respect. Perhaps, just perhaps, Harry's bravery wasn't limited to facing dark wizards. It had taken courage to stand before his peers and challenge their deepest assumptions about themselves and each other. The question now hung in the air: would they heed his message and usher in a new era of unity at Hogwarts? As Harry's voice echoed through the Great Hall, challenging age-old prejudices, a different scene unfolded in the dimly lit potions classroom. Ron, Hermione, Victoria, Austin, and Josephine trudged through the dregs of their detention, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and resentment. The once vibrant Gryffindor camaraderie had been replaced by a tense silence, punctuated only by the clinking of vials as they scrubbed encrusted cauldrons. Meanwhile, Patrick and Neville emerged from Snape's private storeroom, their expressions contrasting sharply. Neville, usually a portrait of nervous fluster, beamed with newfound confidence. The potions lesson had clicked for him this time, thanks to Snape's surprisingly patient tutelage. A subtle sense of pride flickered in the usually dour professor's eyes. Neville's genuine curiosity and willingness to learn, Snape grudgingly admitted to himself, were far more valuable than Patrick's anger-filled posturing. Across the room, Patrick, oblivious to Snape's internal musings, swaggered out with a self-satisfied smirk. He'd finally managed to concoct a passable forgetfulness potion, albeit with a slight and concerning shade of purple. Snape, his lips pursed in disapproval, made a scathing remark about Patrick's shoddy technique, shattering the boy's fleeting moment of triumph. Patrick, accustomed to praise and preferential treatment from the Gryffindor teachers, bristled under Snape's criticism. The once eager student, motivated by a desire to impress the professor more than a love of learning, began to sulk. The atmosphere in the potions classroom mirrored the tension brewing in the Great Hall. On one hand, there was a glimmer of hope, Neville's newfound confidence, a testament to the power of genuine instruction. On the other hand, Patrick's unhappiness, fueled by a skewed sense of betrayal, served as a reminder of the deep-rooted prejudices that Harry was trying to dismantle. As the students filed out of the classroom, the weight of Harry's words hung heavy in the air. Would Hogwarts heed his message of unity, or would the houses remain entrenched in their rivalry? Only time would tell. Chapter 20. That night, Patrick was sitting alone in the Gryffindor common room. He couldn't believe that the Gryffindors had deemed him inferior to Harry Potter just because they saw Harry as the hero. But Patrick knew that Harry hated being known as the boy who lived, and he would have been miserable had he gone into Gryffindor as he was supposed to. No wonder Harry chose Ravenclaw, Patrick thought to himself. There, they see him as just another student and not a hero. Harry seems to be happy there, and he has better friends than what I had with Ron and Hermione. Just then, Neville came into the room, saying, "Patrick, are you okay?" The sudden intrusion startled Patrick, causing him to jump in surprise. He glanced up at Neville, his face a mixture of emotions: surprise, relief, and a flicker of something deeper. "Neville." "Yeah, I'm all right," he stammered, his voice unsure. He hesitated, the weight of his recent discovery pressing down on him. Should he confide in Neville? The thought of companionship and a listening ear was tempting, but the burden of his secret felt heavy. Could he trust Neville with this? "You don't sound like you're okay," said Neville. He looked around as he said, "I heard what they said about you. They think you're inferior to Harry Potter." "That's a lie." Patrick flinched, his carefully guarded secret exposed like a raw nerve. Relief flooded him, warm and unexpected, chased quickly by a fresh wave of shame. He mumbled a reply, his voice barely audible. I know, he muttered, scuffing the worn rug beneath his feet with his worn shoes. But it doesn't matter that I know. It still hurts how they treat me. Patrick frowned as he continued. Did you hear that Chauncey Barlow recently left Gryffindor and went into Slytherin? Neville's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Really? Chauncey Barlow? But why would he even consider leaving Gryffindor, let alone for Slytherin? Those two houses practically despise each other. Patrick said, to be honest, I don't think Chauncey was happy being in Gryffindor, not with how rotten they had been to him while he was still here. Neville pondered this for a moment, a thoughtful frown creasing his forehead. You have a point, he admitted. Maybe Gryffindor wasn't the right house for him after all. Slytherin might be a better fit, especially if they value him more. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Neville's face, overshadowed by a hint of something, envy. Though, I can't imagine Gryffindor without hearing Chauncey laugh. It livened up even the dullest meals in the Great Hall. Neville paused, a beat of silence hanging heavy in the air between them. Maybe, he said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, maybe the Sorting Hat doesn't always get it right. The words seemed to carry more weight than Neville intended, hinting at a deeper dissatisfaction with his own placement in Gryffindor. Oblivious to the scrutiny they were under, Patrick and Neville continued their conversation, their hushed tones laced with a newfound sense of vulnerability. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione, concealed by the doorway's shadow, eavesdropped intently. Hermione's brow furrowed in a stormy disapproval, her sharp mind dissecting every word, every implication. Ron, on the other hand, wore a mask of bewilderment. Unlike Hermione's immediate censure, Ron grappled with the weight of their conversation, particularly the news of Chauncey's defection. This unexpected development sent a ripple of unease through him, prompting a silent question. Could such a thing happen to him too? Was Gryffindor truly the best house for everyone beneath its scarlet and gold banner? At the same time, Chauncey was sitting in the Slytherin common room talking to Sandy. Sandy said to him, I'm surprised that you left Gryffindor. Like what brought that about? Chauncey shifted uncomfortably in the unfamiliar emerald green surroundings of the Slytherin common room, a stark contrast to the warm reds and golds he'd grown accustomed to in Gryffindor Tower. Just this morning, he mumbled, avoiding Sandy's gaze. The Sorting Hat never placed me here, but I requested the change. Sandy's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, that's bold. Dumbledore must have been surprised. Chauncey shrugged, a hint of defiance in his posture. Maybe. But Gryffindor just wasn't where I belonged. It felt too loud, too reckless for me, he admitted, a flicker of longing crossing his face before it was quickly masked by a steely resolve. Here, in Slytherin, I sense a different kind of belonging. A place where ambition and cunning are valued, not just reckless courage. His voice held a hint of bitterness, a veiled jab at the Gryffindor traits he never quite felt aligned with. Besides, he added, a sly smile playing on his lips, Slytherin has its own advantages. I can't wait to see the potions lab. The last sentence was laced with an unspoken promise of future adventures, a hint of intrigue about the secrets he might soon unravel in his new house. Just then, Sandy's sister Mona walked into the room, saying, Is it true that you left Gryffindor? Yes, said Chauncey. They never really liked me there, so why should I be loyal to them? After all, they only pretended to like me, just as they pretended to like Patrick Harvey, and they hate Harry Potter, because he's in Ravenclaw instead of with them. I see, said Mona. I think it's time for us to take some extreme measures in dealing with the Gryffindors. Chauncey's bravado faltered slightly at Mona's words. The playful glint in her eyes, usually a source of amusement, now sent a shiver down his spine. Extreme measures, he echoed, a tremor in his voice betraying his sudden unease. What exactly did you have in mind? Mona's smile widened, but it lacked its usual warmth. It was a smile that sent a jolt of unease through Chauncey, a promise of something darker, something more unsettling than friendly rivalry. "Let's just say," she drawled, her voice taking on a dangerous edge, "Gryffindor is about to learn the true meaning of Slytherin ambition. And maybe," she added, her eyes flashing with a chilling glint, "they'll learn that loyalty isn't a one-way street." Chauncey swallowed hard. He reveled in the idea of sticking it to Gryffindor, of proving they didn't deserve his loyalty. But Mona's words hinted at something far more elaborate, something that danced at the edge of school regulations and fair play. A cold dread pooled in his stomach, a sudden apprehension replacing his earlier bravado. "Oh boy," Sandy said with a huge smile on his face. "I can't wait to see what idea you come up with, Mona. Maybe you can convince Harry Potter to fight them." "Or we can," said Chauncey. "As far as I know, Harry is just itching to fight the Gryffindors. A lot of them already hate him for not joining them, so what better reason why he should help us deal with them?" A mischievous glint echoed in Sandy's eyes, mirroring Mona's. "Harry Potter, huh? That's an interesting proposition," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "He's certainly got the talent for magical combat, and let's not forget his grudge against Gryffindor for the whole Sorting Hat debacle." A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. But is he really the type to stoop to Slytherin tactics, even against his least favorite house? Chauncey puffed out his chest, a touch of bravado returning to his voice. "We'll convince him," he asserted. "He owes us for not joining their little pack. Besides, everyone knows Gryffindors are arrogant bullies. A lesson in humility is long overdue." His bravado, however, couldn't quite mask the underlying apprehension that gnawed at him. Mona's brand of ambition, while intriguing, felt dangerously close to recklessness. A part of him, the part that had yearned for acceptance in Gryffindor, flinched at the thought of using Harry as a pawn in their scheme. But the other part, the part that still stung from Gryffindor's rejection, clung to the idea of payback. He shoved down this unease, resolving to deal with it later. For now, the thrill of revenge was too tempting to resist. "Right," Mona said, a steely glint in her eyes. "Let's formulate a plan. We need something that will strike a blow at Gryffindor's pride, something that will expose their weakness for the whole school to see." She scanned the room, her gaze flickering between the two boys before settling on Chauncey. "And Chauncey, since you seem to have a personal vendetta against your old house, perhaps you'd be willing to play a little double agent." "I'm not too sure about the double agent thing, but I already know a handful of people in Gryffindor who would be eager to take them down a lot," said Chauncey. "Patrick Harvey is one of those people." Across the castle, bathed in the soft glow of the Ravenclaw common room's enchanted ceiling, a different conversation unfolded. Harry, Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace huddled around a table, their faces animated by the day's events. Professor McGonagall's forum, intended to foster unity between the houses, seemed to have backfired spectacularly, thanks to Gryffindor's blatant snub. "Honestly," Eleanor huffed, her brow furrowed in annoyance, "the Gryffindors can be so insufferable sometimes. Don't they understand the importance of house unity?" Harry chimed in, a thoughtful expression on his face. "There's more to it than that, Eleanor. Remember what we discussed about Patrick Harvey and your brother Chauncey. Gryffindor seems to be fracturing internally. Maybe their absence was a sign of deeper issues within their own house." Duncan, the ever-skeptical Ravenclaw, offered a different perspective, his voice laced with suspicion. "Perhaps," he said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "But it could also be a sign of something more nefarious. Gryffindor might be plotting something they don't want the other houses to know about." His words sent a ripple of unease through the group. The idea of a clandestine Gryffindor plot added a layer of intrigue to the already tense atmosphere between the houses. Could Duncan be right? And if so, how would it intertwine with the brewing conflict brewing between Gryffindor and the newly emboldened Slytherins? The possibility of a hidden agenda from Gryffindor cast a long shadow, making Harry and his Ravenclaw companions question the motives behind their neighbor's absence from the Unity Forum. Was it simply Gryffindor arrogance, or was there something more sinister at play? This new question hung heavy in the air, a puzzle waiting to be unraveled. Candace then said, "I'm sure that Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger are the ones behind this whole scheme. They both hate Harry for not going into Gryffindor and becoming their friend, so they are plotting to bring him down." "And that's their next mistake," said Harry. "They wanted the boy who lived, but they're going to be surprised when they see that I'm not who they wanted me to be." A wry smile played on Harry's lips. "Let them underestimate me," he said, his voice steady with a newfound resolve. "They'll soon discover that Ravenclaw offers a different kind of magic, a power they won't be expecting." The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, a challenge issued not just to Ron and Hermione, but to the Gryffindor prejudice that had ostracized him. Candace, ever the strategist, leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with an echo of Harry's newfound determination. "Excellent point, Harry," she said. "Perhaps we can use this to our advantage. If Gryffindor intends to play their hand, we'll be ready. We'll be waiting." A sense of unity pulsed through the Ravenclaw common room, a quiet determination settling over the group. The initial shock of Gryffindor's snub had transformed into a strategic opportunity. With Harry as their unlikely champion, Ravenclaw was poised to not only defend itself, but to challenge the established power dynamic between the houses. The future, once shrouded in uncertainty, now crackled with a thrilling anticipation. This newfound resolve wasn't born out of vengeance, but out of a newfound sense of belonging. Ravenclaw House, known for its wit and wisdom, had always prided itself on its individuality. Yet, there was a power in unity, and Harry's presence had awakened that power within them. They weren't just a collection of brilliant minds, they were a force to be reckoned with. Eleanor, who moments ago had been fuming over Gryffindor's arrogance, straightened her posture, a newfound sense of purpose glinting in her eyes. "We need a plan, Candace," she asserted. "Gryffindor may be underestimating us, but that shouldn't give us the excuse to be unprepared." Duncan, the ever-skeptical Ravenclaw, nodded in agreement. "We shouldn't underestimate Gryffindor either. There's more to their absence than meets the eye. They are planning something, and it's our job to figure out what it is before it's too late." The evening deepened, and as the fire crackled in the hearth, the Ravenclaw common room transformed into a war room of whispers and brainstorming. Harry, the catalyst for this newfound unity, found himself at the center of it all. He wasn't just a Ravenclaw by chance, he belonged here. And together, they would not only face the challenges that loomed ahead, but redefine what it meant to be a Ravenclaw.
Chapter 21. The next day, Harry got out of bed and walked into the Great Hall. He still couldn't believe that the Gryffindors were plotting against him, and only a handful of Gryffindors were willing to put aside their own ambitions and work on the problem of school unity. But he wasn't going to quit, not when he had unintentionally created discord among the Gryffindors when he called for school unity. He needed to resolve that particular problem before things got worse. As Harry sat at the Ravenclaw table, he was largely unaware of a shadow that had been following him since the sorting night several months ago. The shadow had been tracking his every move, and they knew who Harry had interacted with during his time at Hogwarts. The shadow also knew about Harry's friendships with the Ravenclaws, as well as his rivalry with Ron and Hermione. This knowledge sent shivers down the shadow's metaphorical spine. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, befriending the most studious and unorthodox house. It was a puzzle waiting to be cracked. The shadow, whoever it belonged to, craved not just information, but understanding. Why was Harry drawn to these Ravenclaws, particularly Luna Lovegood with her penchant for outlandish tales?
Was it a genuine connection, or something more strategic? The shadow decided to take a gamble. As the last of the pumpkin juice disappeared from Harry's goblet, a note materialized beneath it, seemingly out of thin air. The elegant script sent a jolt through Harry. It was written in Parseltongue, the language of snakes, a secret Harry thought only Voldemort and himself shared. The note read simply, "Meet me by the Whomping Willow after curfew." Alone. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. Who could this be? An enemy using his deepest secret against him, or perhaps, an unlikely ally. The shadow, whoever they were, had just thrown Harry into a maelstrom of intrigue, and the thrill of the unknown warred with the gnawing fear of a trap. He glanced at Luna, her head buried in a book titled, Fantastic Fungi, and Their Forgotten Folklore, completely oblivious. Steeling himself, Harry tucked the note into his pocket, a silent promise to unravel the mystery of the shadow looming over his Hogwarts experience. For the rest of that day, all Harry could do was obsess over the message. Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace seemed to pick up on his unease. Luna, ever perceptive, finally nudged him with a dreamy smile. Having a bad day, Harry? Harry hesitated. Confiding in them felt tempting, but the message felt like a secret passage, one that could lead him down a dangerous path best navigated alone. Just the strange note, he finally admitted, his voice low, opting not to reveal the Parseltongue part. His friends exchanged concerned glances. "Anything we can do to help," said Duncan. Harry appreciated their concern. He valued their genuine loyalty, their shared thirst for knowledge that often led to late-night discussions in the common room, and the comfortable silences that accompanied their study sessions. Yet, a part of him felt this was a burden he had to shoulder alone. "Thanks," he mumbled, the weight of the message settling heavily in his chest. "I think I need to handle this myself, for now." The rest of the day stretched before him, each class a frustrating distraction. During defense against the dark arts, his mind wandered from Professor Flitwick's lecture on jinxes to the cryptic message. He stole glances at Malfoy across the room, but the blonde Slytherin seemed oblivious, smirking and whispering to Crabbe and Goyle. Was it him? It felt too obvious, a ploy too transparent. The rest of the day crawled by. Herbology offered a brief escape into the world of magical plants, but even the delicate venomous tentacula couldn't hold his attention for long. By the time dinner arrived, Harry was a bundle of nervous anticipation. He barely touched his food, much to the amusement, and slight concern, of Ron across the Great Hall. Stealing another look at Luna, who was now engrossed in discussing flobberworms with a surprising enthusiasm, Harry made his decision. He wouldn't tell his friends where he was going, not wanting to worry them further, but he couldn't ignore the note either. With a pounding heart, he resolved to face the mystery of the shadow head-on, whatever dangers it might hold. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the grounds, Harry snuck out of the castle under the cover of twilight. The Whomping Willow loomed in the distance, its gnarled branches whipping menacingly in the evening breeze. A shiver ran down his spine, a mix of apprehension and a strange sense of anticipation. He gripped his wand tightly, the familiar weight a source of comfort amidst the encroaching darkness. As Harry crept closer, the Whomping Willow seemed to sense his presence. The heavy branches lashed out with surprising speed, snapping at the air where he had just been standing moments before. With a yelp, Harry stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a collision. He gritted his teeth, muttering a curse under his breath. "Come on," he hissed, urging himself forward. "Just focus on getting past the darn tree." He broke into a run, weaving between the flailing branches, his heart pounding in his chest. Just as he thought he was about to be caught, a small gap appeared in the thrashing boughs. With a desperate lunge, Harry squeezed through the opening, landing hard on the damp earth on the other side. He lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, his ears ringing with the sound of the Whomping Willow's fury.
Slowly, he pulled himself up, wincing as pain shot through his scraped knee. He brushed himself off, his robes snagged and muddy, but unharmed. Glancing back at the whomping willow, he couldn't help but let out a shaky breath of relief. He had done it. Now, the real challenge lay ahead. Harry pressed on, following the faint earthen path that led away from the whomping willow. The dense foliage overhead cast an eerie twilight, making it difficult to see where he was going. He squinted, trying to pierce the gloom, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. "Lumos," he murmured, muttering the spell for light. The tip of his wand illuminated a narrow path ahead, its twists and turns disappearing into the encroaching darkness. He took a tentative step forward, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. The Forbidden Forest was always a dangerous place, but venturing in after dark felt especially reckless. Yet, a sense of urgency propelled him forward. He had to find what he was looking for. In the dimly lit library, a hushed conversation crackled between Philip and Eleanor. Ensconced amidst towering bookshelves that cast long, inky shadows, they meticulously pored over a dusty tome titled History of the Gryffindor House. "Anything?" Eleanor whispered, her voice barely a murmur over the rhythmic scratch of quill on parchment. Philip furrowed his brow, his concentration etched on his face as he meticulously scanned the faded inscription on the page. "The usual suspects," he finally muttered, his voice low. "The founders, Dumbledore, the Weasley lineage." His voice trailed off momentarily before a spark of recognition flickered in his gaze, abruptly halting his monotonous recitation. "Harry Potter," he breathed, a hint of revelation dawning in his voice as he straightened, his posture shifting with newfound purpose. Eleanor's brow furrowed in confusion. "What about Harry?" she whispered, leaning closer to Philip. "He's just a student, sure, a brave one at that, but why would they include him in the official history already?" A thoughtful expression flickered across Philip's face. His finger lingered on the line mentioning Harry, and a glint of determination steeled his gaze. "That's what I intend to find out," he murmured. "It's highly unusual to include a current student in the official house history. There must be a reason they singled him out, something significant about his past or perhaps his future." The library seemed to grow quieter, the weight of Philip's words hanging heavy in the air. The inscription in the book seemed to glow with a newfound intrigue, beckoning them to delve deeper into the mystery surrounding Harry Potter. "I don't know why Harry was included with the Gryffindors in this book, when he isn't in Gryffindor," said Eleanor. "That's because the Sorting Hat put him in Ravenclaw at his own request," said Philip. "After all, Harry has made most of the Gryffindors his enemies and is friends with Draco Malfoy. Plus, he's our friend and I can't see him being friends with Ron and Hermione." Eleanor slammed the heavy tome shut, the sound echoing through the hushed library. "Maybe Harry wasn't meant to be in Gryffindor," she said to Philip, a hint of frustration in her voice. "I'm not sure, but I already know that the book got it wrong, just as it was wrong about Harry being friends with Ron and Hermione." Philip's smile faltered slightly. "Maybe," he conceded, "but there has to be a reason for his inclusion. We can't just dismiss it." He tapped his finger thoughtfully against the book's worn cover. Perhaps the Sorting Hat saw something more in him, something that aligns with Gryffindor's values even if it doesn't fit the typical mold. A flicker of curiosity ignited in Eleanor's eyes. "You think the Sorting Hat can make mistakes?" "Not exactly," Philip replied, shaking his head. "It considers a student's desires, as well as their inherent traits. Perhaps Harry, for some reason, never wanted to be in Gryffindor, and the Hat respected his choice." Eleanor pondered this for a moment. "But why Ravenclaw for us, then? Why didn't we join him in Gryffindor?" Philip's expression turned guarded. "That's complicated," he said, his voice dropping to a low murmur. "Let's just say despite my Muggle background, my family has loyalties that go beyond house colors.
But trust me, Eleanor, Harry being in this book is a clue. We just need to figure out what it means. The weight of Philip's words hung heavy in the air. The inscription in the book seemed to hold a hidden message, a secret waiting to be unraveled. A shiver of anticipation ran down Eleanor's spine. The mystery of Harry Potter, and his connection to Gryffindor history, had just become a whole lot more intriguing. Meanwhile, Harry was still feeling the sting of scraped knees and a throbbing ankle, as he pushed deeper into the Forbidden Forest. The path, barely a whisper of a trail underfoot, twisted and turned like a mischievous serpent, making him question his sense of direction. He squinted through the dense foliage, the pale light from his wand doing little to pierce the deepening twilight. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent shivers down his spine, raising the hairs on his arms like a flock of startled birds. He wasn't sure how long he'd been navigating the treacherous path, when it abruptly ended at a clearing bathed in an unsettling luminescence. In the center stood a colossal oak, its branches gnarled and ancient, reaching towards the darkening sky like skeletal fingers grasping for the heavens. The eerie glow emanated from beneath the tree, casting an unnatural light on the surrounding foliage, painting the leaves with an otherworldly sheen. Curiosity, a persistent itch in his mind, battled with a deep-seated sense of caution in Harry's stomach. This wasn't on any map he'd ever seen of the Forbidden Forest, nor had any Hogwarts professor ever mentioned such a sight. Taking a deep breath, Harry cautiously approached the oak, his grip tightening on his wand. As he drew closer, the luminescence intensified, revealing a shimmering pool of water nestled at the base of the tree. It bubbled faintly, the surface disturbed by unseen currents, like a cauldron on the verge of boiling over. A prickling sensation ran down Harry's arm, the sense of power, of magic unlike anything he'd ever felt before. It was a primal pull, a siren song that beckoned him closer, urging him to unravel the secrets held within the pool's depths. Hesitantly, he knelt by the pool. The water was clear and still, reflecting the distorted image of his face in the unnatural light. But then, something shifted. The reflection wavered, and a face emerged from the depths, not his own, but a woman's, her features etched with the wisdom of ages. Her eyes, the color of molten silver, held Harry's gaze with an intensity that sent a tremor through him, pinning him in place like a moth drawn to a flame. "Harry Potter," the woman spoke, her voice a soft whisper that echoed in the clearing despite the lack of wind. Her words sent a jolt through Harry. How did she know his name? In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, far from prying eyes, he'd thought himself alone. Yet, here she was, a being of unknown origin, addressing him directly. Fear, cold and clammy, began to creep up his spine, but it was overshadowed by a burgeoning sense of awe and a prickling curiosity. Who was this woman, and what secrets did the pool hold? Harry then stammered, his voice barely a whisper, "How do you know who I am?" The woman's lips curved into a gentle smile, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening. "The forest whispers many secrets, young Harry," she replied, her voice carrying the melody of a lullaby and the strength of a storm. "And yours is a name that echoes through its ancient halls, a name woven into the very fabric of this place." A shiver ran down Harry's spine. The Forbidden Forest had always felt different, a place of untamed magic, and a brooding sense of mystery. But now, with this woman's words, it felt alive, a vast, sentient being that held him in its gaze. "But why?" Harry pressed, his voice gaining a sliver of confidence despite the tremor in his hand. "Why am I here? What does this pool have to do with me?" The woman's gaze drifted towards the shimmering water, its surface rippling as if in response to his questions. "This pool," she began, her voice dropping to a hushed reverence, "holds the memories of the forest itself. It has witnessed the rise and fall of countless creatures, the changing seasons whispered on the wind, and the secrets carried on the breath of forgotten magic." A flicker of apprehension crossed Harry's face. "Memories? Like, people's memories?" The woman nodded slowly,
the moonlight catching the silver glint in her eyes. The forest remembers those who have walked its paths, especially those who possess a connection to its magic, a connection like a whispered promise carried on the breeze. Her eyes locked with Harry's once more, their intensity unwavering. And you, Harry Potter, possess a connection deeper than you know. A connection that binds you not only to this place, but to a destiny yet to unfold. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Destiny. The word hung heavy in the air, laden with an unknown weight. He was just Harry, a boy with a scar and a knack for trouble. What destiny could possibly await him in the heart of this forbidden forest? Yet, there was something in the woman's gaze, a spark of recognition that ignited a curiosity he couldn't ignore. He had stumbled upon something far greater than he could have ever imagined, and a thrilling sense of adventure, tinged with a healthy dose of fear, bubbled up in his chest. "So, what's my destiny?" said Harry. "I know that people think I'm the one who will defeat Lord Voldemort, but I just can't see that happening." A flicker of sadness crossed the woman's silver eyes. "Ah, Lord Voldemort," she sighed, a hint of weariness creeping into her voice. "His shadow has loomed large over this land for far too long. But your destiny, Harry, is not solely defined by him." Harry clutched his wand tighter, the familiar sensation grounding him amidst the whirlwind of emotions. "So, what's my destiny?" he pressed, his voice gaining a sliver of determination. "I know that people think I'm the one who will defeat him, but I just can't see that happening. I mean, I'm just Harry." A soft smile played on the woman's lips. "Just Harry, are you? Young one, appearances can be deceiving. You possess a strength that goes beyond what you can see. But destiny is not a fixed path, it is a tapestry woven with choices, with courage, and with the will to do what is right." Her gaze returned to the shimmering pool, its surface swirling with a newfound intensity. "The forest can offer you a glimpse, Harry. A glimpse into your own potential, the magic that lies dormant within you." A wave of uncertainty washed over Harry. Gazing into a magic pool to see his future felt like something out of a fantastical story, not real life. But the woman's words resonated with him. The forest did feel different, alive with a magic that hummed beneath the surface. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was something to be learned here. "A glimpse," he echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. "What kind of glimpse?" The woman's smile softened further. "That, young Harry," she said, her voice laced with a hint of mischief, "is for you to discover." Harry frowned, a thought igniting in his mind. Maybe his destiny wasn't solely about defeating Voldemort, but about something bigger, exposing the flaws within the wizarding world itself. After all, hadn't he already challenged the rigid sorting system at Hogwarts, by being placed in Ravenclaw despite his Gryffindor-esque bravery? And what about his unlikely friendship with Draco Malfoy, a bridge between houses that defied centuries of prejudice? "The sorting system," he blurted out, the words tumbling from his lips. "It doesn't make sense. It labels students at such a young age, shoving them into categories that might not fit. What if someone like me, who values both bravery and wit, doesn't fit neatly into one box?" A flicker of approval lit up the woman's silver eyes. "A keen observation, Harry," she said. "The world is rarely black and white. Magic flows through all kinds of people, in unexpected ways. The sorting system is just one small facet of a much larger tapestry." A surge of purpose coursed through Harry. He wasn't just here to learn about his own destiny, he was here to learn how to challenge the status quo. The forest, with its ancient magic and forgotten memories, could be the key to unraveling the truth about the wizarding world's hidden inequalities. Perhaps, he thought, his destiny wasn't just about defeating a dark wizard, but about building a world where everyone, regardless of house or bloodline, could embrace their unique magic. "Can the pool show me how to change things?" he asked, his voice brimming with newfound determination. How to make the wizarding world a place where everyone feels like they belong. The woman's smile deepened, a knowing glint in her eyes. The pool can offer you a path, Harry, she replied, but the choices you make will determine the destination. Are you ready to step into the unknown? With a deep breath, the weight of his potential pressing down on him, Harry looked at the shimmering pool. The answer, clear as day, echoed within him. Yes, he said, his voice ringing with newfound resolve. I'm ready. Chapter 22. The next day, Harry could barely keep himself awake as he went to the Great Hall, where his friends Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace were waiting. Candace said, "Where were you last night?" Harry said, "Well, I was walking in the woods when I saw this strange pond. It showed me my destiny." "What destiny?" said Eleanor. Harry slumped into the seat next to Candace, knocking over his pumpkin juice with a clatter. Sorry," he mumbled, barely registering the cold liquid soaking his robes. Candace, ever the pragmatist, pushed a napkin towards him with a sigh. "Don't worry about it, mate. Just spill the beans already." What destiny did this mysterious pond reveal? A chorus of agreement erupted from the table. Mysterious pond. Duncan piped up, his eyes wide with curiosity. Philip, usually the most reserved, even leaned in a little, eager to hear. Harry took a deep breath. "All right, listen closely," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I was walking near the Forbidden Forest last night, trying to clear my head. Then, I stumbled upon this clearing, and right in the middle was this pond. It wasn't like any pond I'd ever seen. The water shimmered with an unnatural light, like moonlight on 1,000 broken opals." Eleanor, the ever-skeptical one, scoffed. "Honestly, Harry, you must have been exhausted. That sounds like something out of a bedtime story." Harry bristled slightly. "No, I'm serious." As I peered into the water, these swirling images appeared. I saw myself, older, facing some kind of monstrous creature. It was terrifying, but I also felt a strange sense of purpose. Like I was destined to confront it. Philip, who had been studying Harry intently, spoke up. "Did you see anyone else? Any clues about what this creature might be?" Harry shook his head. "No, it was just me and the beast. But the feeling of it all. I can't quite explain it. It felt like a warning, a challenge I had to face." Candace, ever the skeptic, raised an eyebrow. "So, what now? Are you planning on ditching potions to go on a quest to find this magical pond?" Harry chuckled, a nervous sound. "Maybe not ditch potions, but this can't be ignored, can it? I mean, who stumbles upon a magical pond that shows you your destiny? I have a feeling there's more to it than just a weird dream." A thoughtful silence fell over the table. The revelation of the strange pond hung in the air, heavy with unspoken questions and a sense of impending adventure. Even Eleanor, usually the voice of reason, couldn't deny the spark of curiosity flickering in her eyes. This wasn't just some tall tale Harry had conjured up. The urgency in his voice, the vividness of his description, it all pointed towards something real, something extraordinary. "Maybe we should look into it after classes," Duncan finally suggested, his voice barely a whisper, a hint of excitement betraying his usual cautious nature. The suggestion hung in the air, a silent pact forming between the friends. The mysterious pond, with its shimmering water and cryptic visions, had irrevocably altered their ordinary day. A seed of adventure had been sown, and the promise of something unknown thrummed in the air, waiting to be explored. At the same time, Luna Lovegood was walking around the main corridor leading to the Hall of Records. She didn't know why, but she felt compelled to help Harry in dealing with the Gryffindors. Luna was aware that the Gryffindors despised Harry, because he had chosen to go into Ravenclaw, and for refusing to be friends with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger.
Luna walked inside the room. She was sure it was the records room, as he saw several large file cabinets scattered all over the place. They were divided into Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Luna rushed to the Gryffindor section. After careful searching, she pulled out the files belonging to Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Victoria Walsh, Austin Underhill, and Josephine Hunter. She then ran to the Ravenclaw section and pulled out files of Harry Potter, Philip Dennison, Eleanor Barlow, Duncan Snyder, and Candace Thorpe. Luna then had a revelation about Neville, as he ran back to the Gryffindor section and pulled out Neville's files as well. She found an empty bag lying in a corner of the room and stuffed the files into it, knowing he and his friends would have to read into those files later on if they wanted to know how to defeat their rivals. Luna found Chauncey Barlow's files in the Slytherin section and added that to the bag, which now held 11 huge folders. She was about to leave when she overheard two men talking. One of them said, "He's on to us, Severus. We have to act quickly if we want to get finished with what we have started." "What we have stared is nothing short of a disaster," said Professor Snape. "Quirinus, you and I have been through this. The boy will not go into Gryffindor. He will stay where he is, even if I have to crush the old bastard himself to prove it." Professor Quirrell said, "Now, Severus, let's be reasonable here. Why are you trying to protect the boy? He should mean nothing to you. After all, he is the son of James Potter. James was your worst enemy when we were students here, and he bullied you to no end. And you have forgotten that his mother's name was Lily Evans," said Professor Snape. "Oh, right, the girl who was your best friend until she dumped you and went for James," said Professor Quirrell. "Sorry to rain on your parade, Severus, but I think it's time that you got over her. She's dead now, no thanks to you and your refusal to forgive her for the way that she treated you. So, you need to just forget her and forget Harry too." "But what of him?" said Professor Snape. "It's my fault the boy has no parents, so I must do what I can to make it up to him no matter what. He needs someone who truly cares about him in this place, one who can help him become the wizard that he was meant to be." Luna gasped as her brain tried to process what he was hearing. Professor Snape, the most hated teacher at Hogwarts, actually cared about Harry Potter. This new revelation left her shaken, and she wondered if she could go through with the mission. Without a second thought, she rushed out the room, passed by the professors, who took no notice of her, and continued running until she could run no more. Luna needed to get away from what she had recently learned. Harry Potter was in grave danger, and Professor Snape was the only thing standing between Harry and the angry Gryffindors, who wanted to hurt him for refusing to join them. Luna's heart hammered a frantic rhythm against her ribs as she sprinted through the deserted halls. Her odd, mismatched shoes clattered a frantic tattoo on the cold stone floor, the sound echoing in the eerie silence. The image of Harry, surrounded by furious Gryffindors, played over and over in her mind's eye. Professor Snape, his face a mask of cold fury, was the only barrier between them. But Luna knew that wouldn't hold for long. Snape, despite his gruff exterior, wouldn't be able to withstand the sheer force of numbers. She skidded to a halt in a dusty alcove, the air thick with the scent of disuse. Her hair, usually adorned with whimsical headwear, hung loose and wild around her face. Tears welled up in her strange, silver eyes. It wasn't fair. Harry just couldn't catch a break. Why would the Gryffindors be so angry? Hadn't he saved the entire wizarding world enough times already? Taking a shuddering breath, Luna pulled out her wand, a delicate pearlescent rod she rarely used for offensive spells. She wasn't the most skilled witch in her year, but she possessed a cunning mind and a unique brand of bravery that often surprised those who underestimated her. Closing her eyes, she pictured Harry's face, the warmth and kindness that shone through his emerald eyes. Raxpert Senestration, she muttered, flicking her wand with surprising determination. A soft blue glow emanated from the tip, swirling around her outstretched hand. A moment later, a small, silvery creature materialized in the air, no bigger than a bumblebee, with its head buried in a tiny book. It looked up, its large, bug-like eyes blinking in confusion. Luna, known for her ability to see creatures invisible to most, smiled reassuringly. "Hello, little one," she began, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I need your help. My friend, Harry Potter, is in danger. The Gryffindors are angry with him, and Professor Snape can't hold them off for long. Can you find him and deliver a message?" The Raxpert tilted its head, its antennae twitching as it processed her request. Luna held her breath, hoping the strange magic would work. Unlike many of her peers, Luna believed in the power of creatures often dismissed as mere pests. Raxperts, according to her father's magazine, The Quibbler, a rag most considered rubbish, were known to cause befuddlement and forgetfulness. It was a long shot, but it was all she had. Finally, the creature nodded once, its book momentarily forgotten. With a tiny bzzt, it zipped through a crack between the floorboards, the silvery glow fading after it. Luna didn't know if it would be enough, but it was all she could do for now. With a renewed sense of purpose, she wiped her tears, straightened her robes, and started walking back towards the Great Hall. She couldn't fight the Gryffindors, but maybe, just maybe, a tiny, bookish Raxpert could disrupt them long enough for Harry to escape or for help to arrive. A small smile played on Luna's lips. After all, even the most unexpected creatures could be heroes in their own strange way. At the same time, Patrick Harvey, Sandy Ulrich, and Chauncey Barlow were meeting with several other people in the school library. Patrick had heard the rumors that Ron and Hermione were coming after Harry Potter for rejecting them as friends, and he knew that the other Gryffindors were being more hostile towards the rest of the school. Sandy had claimed that he had overheard Professors Snape and Quirrell arguing over the best way of protecting Harry, especially since Harry had refused to join the Gryffindors in the beginning of the year. Patrick tapped a restless rhythm on the worn library table, the rumors swirling around him like a swarm of pixies. Sandy, usually a picture of calm, kept nervously adjusting his round glasses, his eyes darting towards the ornate library doors. Chauncey, perpetually boisterous, had uncharacteristically hushed his voice to a low grumble. "This whole thing stinks," Chauncey muttered, his voice thick with frustration. Why would Harry want to have anything to do with those two, let alone join their little Gryffindor posse? "There's more to it than that," Patrick insisted, his voice tight. Sandy overheard Snape and Quirrell arguing about protecting Harry. "Makes you wonder what the real story is." Sandy, ever the voice of reason, took a deep breath. "Look, I wouldn't spread rumors unless I was sure." It sounded serious, like something was going on behind the scenes. A tense silence followed. The other students gathered around the table, a mix of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, shifted uncomfortably. The normally jovial atmosphere of Hogwarts had been replaced by a heavy sense of unease. A creak from the library door shattered the silence. All heads turned to see Luna Lovegood, her hair a whirlwind of blonde and auburn, enter the room. Her usually serene expression was etched with worry. "Luna!" Sandy exclaimed, his surprise breaking the tension. "What are you doing here?" Luna took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the room before settling on Patrick. "I heard rumors about Harry and the Gryffindors. It's not good." Patrick felt a jolt of urgency. "What did you hear, Luna?" Luna hesitated, her eyes searching their faces. "I can't say everything," she finally whispered, "but Harry's in danger. He needs help." A collective gasp filled the room. Curiosity warred with fear on their faces. Patrick, however, knew exactly what he had to do. "All right, everyone listen up," he said, his voice firm. "Whatever's going on with Harry, we can't stand by and do nothing. We need a plan. A way to help him. A spark of determination ignited in the room. Sandy straightened his glasses, Chauncey's frown deepened with resolve, and even the usually timid Hufflepuffs sat a little straighter. Luna, a small smile gracing her lips, knew she hadn't come in vain. In the face of shared concern, an unlikely alliance was forming within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, a group of misfits united by a desire to protect a boy they barely knew. The fate of Harry Potter, it seemed, rested not just on powerful professors and loyal friends, but on a group of students who dared to stand up and be counted. Agnes frowned as she and her friends Abigail, Julian, and Harvey were sitting in the back of the library, watching as Patrick spoke about how Harry Potter was in grave danger, and that the Gryffindors were coming for him, because he joined Ravenclaw and refused to be friends with Ron and Hermione. Agnes and her friends were in Gryffindor, and the thought of their own house attacking Harry was very concerning. Agnes felt a cold dread pool in her stomach as Patrick's impassioned speech echoed through the library. She stole glances at Abigail, Julian, and Harvey, their expressions mirroring her own shock. Here they were, Gryffindors through and through, tucked away in a quiet corner of the library, only to stumble upon a brewing rebellion based on a colossal misunderstanding. "Wait a minute," Agnes hissed, leaning closer to her friends. "They think we're going to attack Harry." The very notion was laughable. Sure, some Gryffindors might be disappointed he chose Ravenclaw over their house, but violence? Never. Julian, the quiet observer of the group, chimed in, his voice laced with concern. Did he mention why exactly they think would hurt him? Abigail, brow furrowed deep in thought, mumbled something about refusing their friendship. A flicker of worry flickered across Agnes's mind. Had there been tension between Harry and Ron and Hermione? She hadn't noticed anything, but then again, she wasn't best friends with any of them. A tense silence descended upon the table, broken only by Patrick's passionate plea for a plan to help Harry. Agnes knew they couldn't simply sit back and watch this misunderstanding spiral. This could escalate quickly, pitting houses against each other over a rumor. "Excuse me," Agnes said, her voice surprisingly steady despite the churning in her gut. All eyes in the room swiveled towards her, a mixture of curiosity and suspicion flickering across their faces. Taking a deep breath, she continued. "We're Gryffindors," she declared, her voice ringing with quiet authority. "While we might be disappointed Harry chose Ravenclaw, attacking him for his house choice, that's preposterous. Gryffindors believe in fair play, not violence." A ripple of surprise passed through the room. Agnes saw a flicker of doubt cross Patrick's face, while Luna, perched on a nearby bookshelf, gave her an encouraging nod. "Maybe," Agnes said, choosing her words carefully, "there's been a misunderstanding. Can someone explain what exactly happened between Harry and Ron and Hermione?" The revelation hung heavy in the air. Agnes, along with the rest of the students, awaited a response. Perhaps, by unraveling the truth behind the supposed friendship rejection, they could prevent a conflict brewing between houses and instead, forge an unlikely alliance to protect a boy caught in the middle. This wasn't just about house loyalty anymore. It was about setting the record straight and ensuring the safety of a fellow student. In the face of a fabricated threat, Agnes, along with her fellow Gryffindors, might just find themselves forging an unexpected bond with unlikely allies from Ravenclaw and beyond. Meanwhile, Harry, who was oblivious to the fact that he was in danger, found himself sitting in the Ravenclaw common room. It was night, yet no one in Ravenclaw was able to sleep. Not since Eleanor had told him that brother Chauncey had told her that a group of students were meeting in the library earlier that day. An unnerving quiet hung heavy in the Ravenclaw common room. The usual hum of conversation, the rustle of turning pages, and the soft glow of enchanted lamps were replaced by an unsettling stillness. Harry, perched on a plush armchair by the window, fidgeted with his worn copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them.
Everyone, it seemed, was staring out the large, arched windows, their faces etched with worry. "What's going on?" Harry finally blurted out, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He caught Cho Chang's eye, the normally bubbly Ravenclaw prefect, who bit her lip before replying. "There's the rumor," she said hesitantly. "It's about you." Harry's stomach lurched. Rumors were a dime a dozen at Hogwarts, but the hushed tones and worried expressions sent a shiver down his spine. "What rumor?" he pressed. Just then, Anthony Goldstein, another Ravenclaw prefect, stepped forward. "Apparently, the Gryffindors are angry with you for refusing their friendship." He made air quotes around the word friendship, clearly skeptical of the claim. Harry's brows furrowed in confusion. "Angry? But why? I just thought." He trailed off, remembering the awkward encounter with Ron and Hermione the previous day. Maybe things had been misinterpreted. "There seems to be some misunderstanding," Luna Lovegood piped up from her usual corner, her voice soft but clear. "But the Gryffindors believe you rejected them and chose Ravenclaw instead." A ripple of disbelief passed through the room. Harry scoffed. "That's ridiculous. I wouldn't choose a house based on friendships. Ravenclaw just felt right." His declaration was met with a wave of murmurs of agreement. But the tension remained, a stark contrast to the Ravenclaw common room's usual intellectual buzz. Suddenly, the ornately carved eagle-shaped door of the common room slammed open, nearly knocking over a startled first year. In walked Philip, his face flushed and eyes wide with urgency. "There's been a development," he announced, his voice breathless. "We just received word that a group of students, not just Gryffindors, are planning to help you." Harry's jaw dropped. "Help him? From what?" The confusion in the room was palpable. Philip, catching his breath, continued, "Apparently, there's a rumor about Snape and Quirrell arguing over protecting you. No one knows why, but it sparked this whole mess." Intrigue and worry battled for dominance on every face. One thing was clear: Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was unwittingly at the center of a brewing storm within the castle walls. And as the clock ticked down to the unknown, he couldn't help but wonder, who were these students willing to help him, and what exactly was he in danger from? Chapter 23. At this point, the rest of the school was buzzing with nervous energy as they crammed for the end-of-year exams. Harry, however, couldn't focus on potions or charms. His mind was consumed by the Gryffindors' simmering resentment. He knew they wouldn't forgive him for abandoning their house, and with the exams looming, there would be no escaping their retribution. A knot of dread tightened in his stomach. No matter how well he did on the tests, they wouldn't shield him from the humiliation that awaited. The brewing tension wasn't lost on Harry's loyal Ravenclaw companions, Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace. They, along with the rest of their house, wouldn't idly stand by if Gryffindor decided to make a move. Word had even reached the other houses. Hufflepuff and Slytherin, weary of Gryffindor's constant thirst for glory, especially Draco Malfoy, the prideful first-year Slytherin who, to everyone's surprise, had struck up an unlikely friendship with Harry, were rumored to be considering an alliance, the united front against Gryffindor's dominance. The air crackled with anticipation, and Harry, for the first time in weeks, felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps he wouldn't have to face Gryffindor's wrath alone. In the quiet haven of the Ravenclaw common room, Harry and his friends were hunched over their textbooks, their whispers punctuated by the occasional rustle of parchment. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by Luna Lovegood's entrance. A massive bag, bulging with files that threatened to topple over, thumped onto the table next to Harry. Luna, her eccentric demeanor as captivating as ever, explained in her dreamy voice that these were the files he'd requested from the restricted section of the library. A hint of mischief sparkled in her usually misty eyes, sending a thrill through Harry. He knew Luna's ability to unearth obscure information,
could prove invaluable in his schemes to counter the Gryffindor's looming threat. "So, did you get the files?" Harry said to Luna. A tense silence filled the Ravenclaw common room, broken only by the soft crackle of the fireplace. Harry watched Luna, his heart pounding in his chest. Her usual dreamy gaze had solidified into a look of intense concentration, as if she were peering into another world. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Luna turned to Harry, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. "Not exactly what you requested," she began in her characteristic whisper, as she pulled out a huge file from the bag, "but something far more intriguing, I dare say. Perhaps even a hidden weapon in our arsenal against Gryffindor's little vendetta." Excitement bubbled within Harry. Luna's penchant for the extraordinary was well known, and her unexpected detour from his initial plan could hold the key to outsmarting the looming Gryffindor confrontation. He leaned forward, eager to learn what forgotten secrets Luna had unearthed from the restricted section. A gasp shattered the tense silence in the Ravenclaw common room. Eleanor, ever the studious one, had snatched a file from Luna's hand and begun scanning its contents. Her eyes widened in surprise as she stumbled upon a particular section. "Listen to this," she exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly. She proceeded to read aloud, her words painting a picture of a cunning plot devised by the Gryffindors. It detailed a scheme to manipulate Harry into joining their house, and even forming a close friendship with Ron and Hermione. Fury contorted Harry's face as he snatched the file from Eleanor. Scanning the contents, his eyes narrowed at the mention of Dumbledore's involvement. Incredulity battled with a surge of betrayal. "Dumbledore," he choked, his voice laced with disbelief. "He knew about it. Why would he manipulate me like that?" "Because Professor Dumbledore is a conniving old manipulator," Candace cried out. "I mean, even Saruman from The Lord of the Rings wouldn't stoop to such trickery." Duncan's voice, laced with a hint of doubt, pierced the tense silence. "Though," he began, hesitantly, "isn't there more to that story? Didn't Saruman, you know, betray Gandalf and switch sides to Sauron at the very end?" Frustration laced Harry's voice. "It doesn't matter what Saruman did at the end," he spat, shoving the file back into Luna's bag with unnecessary force. "Dumbledore's meddling is enough proof for me. He's going down tonight, him and his little Gryffindor lackeys." Eleanor, ever the voice of reason, tried to interject. "Harry, wait." But Harry was already striding out of the common room, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The revelation about Dumbledore had ignited a fire within him, a burning need to confront the headmaster and expose his alleged manipulation. His friends exchanged worried glances, unsure how to stop Harry from his impulsive course of action. A nervous chuckle escaped Philip's lips as he watched Harry storm out. "Hoo boy," he muttered, rising from his chair. "Someone's going to get it now." Eleanor, however, remained rooted to her spot, a frown creasing her brow. "We need to stop him," she said, her voice laced with concern. "Dumbledore might not be innocent, but confronting him like this won't solve anything. It'll only make things worse." Duncan chimed in, his voice laced with worry. "Right, and Harry's not exactly known for his level-headedness when he's angry." Luna, however, remained calm, a hint of her usual dreamy look returning to her eyes. "Don't worry," she said mysteriously, her voice barely above a whisper. "We have a plan." Driven by a surge of anger and suspicion, Harry marched through the castle corridors, his mind fixated on a singular purpose, exposing Dumbledore's deceit. The image of the revered headmaster, as a manipulative puppet master, fueled his determination. Tonight, he would bring Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and their Gryffindor cronies crashing down. This time, there would be no last-minute reprieves, no tolerance for their underhanded tactics. A sense of grim satisfaction settled over him, erasing any doubts that lingered in his mind. As he made his way to the library, he saw Jonathan Cavanaugh, Kirk Matheson, and Dudley Dursley standing in the middle of the hall. Dudley said, "Is it true that you're going to fight the Gryffindors?" "My friends are going to fight the Gryffindors," said Harry. "I'm going to fight their boss, Dumbledore." Kirk cried out. "Be careful, Harry, he'll try to manipulate you into joining him." "And what are you guys doing here?" the voice of Neville Longbottom rang out. With him were Stacy Snape and Julia Black. Stacy said, "I don't know what is going on here, but this is dangerous. You can't be doing this." "Oh yes we can," said Harry. "After all, I've had just about enough of Dumbledore and his lies and manipulations. And besides, your bloody classmates dared to plot against me and my friends. For that, they must be punished. You can't intervene here." "We're not here to intervene, only to watch," said Stacy. "Just like they are." Harry gasped as he saw Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, Sandy Ulrich, Chauncey Barlow, Mona Ulrich, and several other people behind Stacy. Many more people were walking into the library. "And why are you here?" Harry said to Draco. "We're here to witness the ultimate beatdown of Gryffindor House," said Draco. "You better witness the beatdown of Dumbledore's golden band of fools, or I'll give you the beatdown of a lifetime," Stacy snapped at him. "Our fathers may be friends, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you up." By that time, Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace had approached the library, with Duncan saying, "And why are you guys here?" "I heard that there's going to be a wizard fight," Patrick Harvey said as he joined Sandy and Chauncey. "It's true," Agnes Parker said as she came with Abigail Beaufort, Julian Olsen, and Harley Parkinton. "Harry Potter has had enough of them, and after overhearing several meetings about them wanting to hit him back, I'm pretty sure we all know where this story is going." "Uh-oh, here they come," Jonathan said as he saw 5 people coming into the room. The group consisted of not only Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, but also Victoria Walsh, Austin Underhill, and Josephine Hunter. They wore looks of anger on their faces. Hermione was the first to speak. "I knew it was too good to be true," she said. "You would dare rise up against me?" "Yeah, he would," Julia snapped at her. "I thought we were friends. But somehow between back then and now, I learned that you were full of nothing. You stabbed us all in the back when you joined Dumbledore," said Harley. "How could you do something like that? And to even attempt to lure my best friend Agnes into your group was the worst thing you have ever done. You're going to get exactly what you deserve, and you're going to like it. Also, you side with a Weasley," said Malfoy. "Weasleys are the scum of the wizarding world. You would befriend him." This he said while pointing to Ron. "You take that back," Ron cried out as he aimed his wand at Malfoy. "Watch it, Weasel," said Malfoy. "For all we know, you could have corrupted Potter and then made a mess of everything. He would have made a terrible Gryffindor, always relying on his friends, always trusting a manipulative and abusive man. But Harry here chose to go someplace else, where he can make his own choices and not be influenced by anyone. So who is the bigger fool, him or you?" Ron waved his wand and tried to hex Draco, but Stacy pulled out his wand and zapped him. "Save it for the fight," he said sternly. "What fight?" Hermione snapped as she glared at Stacy. "The fight against the Ravenclaws," said Phil, "which means me. You come forward now." He stood in the middle of the room. Harry and the others had thoughtfully cleared the tables and chairs before the fight began. Hermione walked to the middle of the room, shaking nervously as everyone watched her. Phil said to her, "I hear you're the smartest student here at Hogwarts." "Indeed I am," said Hermione. "That's where you're wrong," said Phil. "As you can see, everyone in Ravenclaw just happens to be smarter than you. You would have had a better time had you gone into Ravenclaw." But the hat said I should be in Gryffindor, Hermione protested in anger. That's where you're wrong, said Phil as he zapped her. There has been an incident where a student did not go into the house that was assigned to them. Chauncey Barlow went into Slytherin, said Hermione. But before he did that, he had tricked us all into revealing the nature of the housing situation at Hogwarts. Indeed he did, said Phil. He's the type of guy who refuses to stand for any nonsense. But as for you, you are a Muggle-born, are you not? Well, yes, said Hermione. And so am I, said Phil. That never goes away no matter who you are. And you're nothing more than a person who never should have left the States, Hermione snapped at him. Wrong again, said Phil. I'd be nervous if I were you. And there is the matter of who you came from, said Hermione. And that makes 3, said Phil. I know all about you, Hermione Granger. Your parents are dentists. Also, you've spent more time reading the most boring of books, instead of playing outside like the other kids your age. But underneath that, you are cruel and aggressive. I wonder what you did to gain entry into Hogwarts. Let me into your school, or I'll destroy you. Mayhaps. Still, I wonder why you have to act like this. And you, Phil, are descended from slaves and you lived in a country that degraded your people, said Hermione. Your people should have risen up and destroyed that country years ago. How dare she say that? Julia snapped. I'm going to tear her apart. Zap! Hermione screamed as she went flying across the room and landed on a chair that was transfigured into a huge pillow. You lose, said Phil. Even though my parents weren't too big on raising me in a place where African Americans could have a hard time being fully accepted into society, we have always been full of pride. As such, no one is allowed to badmouth the United States of America and live. So, what's the damage? Ravenclaw 1, Gryffindor 0. Harry went to Hermione, taking note of a huge bruise that was on her right cheek that had formed when she had hit the pillow. We could have been friends in another life, but you chose this. You've made a dangerous enemy out of me, and that wasn't fair. To Crabbe and Goyle, he said, tie her up and confiscate her wand. We can't have her escaping and telling wild tales about how she was defeated by a Ravenclaw. As Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle restrained Hermione, Eleanor made her way to the circle. She said, I choose Ron Weasley to come face me. Immediately Ron made his way into the circle. He stared at Hermione, who was tied up by Crabbe and Goyle, then said to Harry, You're going to pay for that, Potter. Eleanor zapped him, saying, Shame on you, Weasley. You can't face him. I'm the only one you should be facing. Now, what do you know about the Barlow family? Ron frowned as he answered, The Barlow family was a pureblood family that was honorable. That was, until a disabled son was born and your father saved a Muggle woman from slavery to an evil wizard. He also killed the wizard and exposed the names of those who were working for him. In anger, one of his children was cursed. The only way to remove the stain of being a blood traitor was to have that disabled son killed. Yet, my parents refused to kill Chauncey, said Eleanor. Not when killing him could have ruined an entire town. Plus, most people in the world aren't too big on child deaths to begin with. That's it, he's going down, said Chauncey. Wait, said Sandy. I want to see what he does next. So, do you know anything about the Weasleys, said Ron. I know your father studies Muggles, as if they are a science experiment and not people, said Eleanor. Your mother seems to be nothing more than a cruel witch full of the stereotypical Irish anger. You have 5 older brothers and a younger sister. And you have your parents, 6 older siblings, a set of twins and a set of triplets, Ron said in turn. Plus a disabled brother named Chauncey, who should have been killed at birth instead of being allowed to live. Eleanor zapped him again. That was a strike, she said. You better watch what you say about the Barlow family. Now, why did the dark wizard Volanus attack the Muggles and force them to hand Alarius and Panther over to him? He what? Ron cried out, but Eleanor zapped him again. Failing to know the correct answer to any question is a sign of weakness, Eleanor said to him. Volanus wanted to control the Muggles who lived in the States, but my father stopped him. That alone earned him more honor in the wizarding world than anything your father ever did. Don't insult my father. Ron cried out. You have 2 strikes against you, said Eleanor. You're on thin ice, Weasley. One more thing. Who did your family side with during the Grindled Wars? Well, Grindled, I guess, said Ron. And Louis Thorpe was a fool to resist Grindled, and Seamus Lascelles should have remained with Grindled like a good slave. That little weasel, Stacy snapped as he stepped forward. He is definitely going to pay for that. Like how, said Draco. Nobody insults my grandfather and lives. Stacy snapped. Nope, they do not. Zap. Eleanor zapped Ron, and he went flying out of the circle, and onto the huge pillow Hermione had landed on a few minutes ago. You suck tremendously, Weasley, said Eleanor. I don't even know why you're here, let alone in Gryffindor. But my whole family expects me to be in Gryffindor, Ron cried out. Indeed, said Eleanor. I'll have my siblings, who are in Gryffindor, switch to the other 3 houses and make sure they never go near you. You lose. Gryffindor 0, Ravenclaw 2, said Kirk. Who's next? As Duncan and Candace went to face Victoria and Austin, Harry went to Ron, saying, I don't think we would have been friends, even if this were another time and another place. Jonathan, Dudley, tie him up and guard him. While Jonathan and Dudley tied Ron up, Sandy said to Chauncey, Are you okay? I don't know why they say those things about you, and they're not even true. No, I'm not okay, and I'm absolutely going to kick Ron's, but for even suggesting that, said Chauncey. The way I see it, I'm going to go after him when he least expects it. And when that happens, he'll only have himself to blame. I'll make sure of that, said Patrick. Believe me, I will. Duncan said to Austin, You think you're a hero, aren't you? Well, you're not, said Austin. In fact, being a hero is something you're born with, not something you can find with a dictionary. Duncan zapped him and said, My, someone who has no concept of knowing what a hero is. For shame. As for Victoria and Candace, both girls discarded their wands and tried to physically knock each other out the circle. How dare you insult my family? Candace cried out in anger. Your family, said Victoria. Your family is so stupid. All they do is hide themselves from the world, and play with fairies all day. Wrong answer, Candace said as she shoved Victoria out of the circle. She landed next to Ron. Luna rushed over and secured her as Duncan sent Austin flying out of the circle. As Kirk was securing Austin, Josephine said to everyone staring at me, Why you all looking at me? I'm not getting involved in this. Harry soon found himself facing Neville. You don't want me to fight you? Harry cried out. No, said Neville. Why not, said Harry. You're a Gryffindor and I'm a Ravenclaw. All the Gryffindors hate me for going into Ravenclaw. Why don't you hate me? Because I realize that you and we're cut from the same cloth, said Neville. We share the same birthday, the same life circumstances, the same destiny. Like how? Phil cried out. Harry and I were both born on July 31st, said Neville. But that's only the beginning. The Dark Lord killed Harry's parents, and his captain tortured my parents to insanity. We both had to grow up as orphans. For some reason, Dumbledore forced the hat to put me in Gryffindor, when I should have been placed in Hufflepuff. I wonder why you never went into Gryffindor.
Because there's always a third choice, said Harry. In your case, it's either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. So why not take the third path, the path of wisdom? Why can't the hero be wise? He doesn't need to seek out adventure or sit on the sidelines. He doesn't always need an old wizard sitting over his shoulder giving him advice. In choosing Ravenclaw, I have chosen my own life path. Perhaps you can choose your own life's path. Such words of wisdom from someone who is still young, Albus Dumbledore said as he entered the room. Yet, he has continuously refused such a generous offer I've set before him. And what would that offer be, if it be but a bully, a stupid weasel, and 3 losers who are so clueless a preschooler could outdo them, said Harry. Now once again, I'm going to say this. You will never again try to take me away from my house or my friends. If you try to do that after I have given you this warning, I will have no choice but to destroy you. You don't want that, or do you? No, I most certainly don't want that, said Dumbledore. But what I do want is for me to be your happy little warrior, who depends on you and only you. Harry snapped back at him. Well, guess what? I'm not one for fighting, since I don't like to fight to begin with. Does it look like I want to fight some imagined evil? This so-called Lord Voldemort people are talking about is probably a hothead trying to scare people. I don't like people like him, and I really don't like people like you. You think you can just show up and tell me how to live my life? You have killed more people in your life than he had in less than 3 years. How can I sit there and let you run the world? You're on thin ice here, Albus Dumbledore. So know this, the moment the truth about me is revealed, the end of your days will begin. He then left the library, leaving the old wizard high and dry. Cheers and excited whispers filled the Ravenclaw common room, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere that had gripped them just days ago. News of their victory against Gryffindor resonated through the room, morphing into a glorious legend with each retelling. Harry, Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace weren't simply victors. They were now legendary heroes who'd outmaneuvered and outsmarted their rivals. Their triumph wasn't just over Ron and Hermione, even the formidable Victoria Walsh and her teammates couldn't withstand the Ravenclaw onslaught. The humiliation they'd inflicted upon Gryffindor was epic, a delicious rumor spreading like wildfire through the castle corridors. Did you hear? Harry Potter absolutely demolished them, shrieked a first-year Ravenclaw, his voice barely containing his excitement as he addressed a group of wide-eyed students. Not just Harry, a Ravenclaw prefect interjected, lowering their voice for dramatic effect. The entire Ravenclaw team played like champions. They wiped the floor with Gryffindor. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Gryffindor, the house known for its unwavering pursuit of glory and their seemingly untouchable Quidditch prowess, had been brought down by Ravenclaw, a house often underestimated for their academic pursuits. It was a story that would be retold for years to come, a turning point that shattered Gryffindor's dominance and solidified Ravenclaw's place as a formidable contender. I hate to disappoint you all, but this story isn't over yet, said Harry. We may have defeated them for now, but they're not going to take this defeat lying down. The retribution will be swift and hard, so we all better be ready for when that happens. A hush fell over the Ravenclaw common room as Harry's words cut through the celebratory din. Whoa, hold on a minute, Harry, interjected Eleanor, a crease forming in her brow. We won fair and square. Gryffindor might be sore losers, but surely they wouldn't stoop to something underhanded, would they? Harry's gaze flickered with a cold glint. Don't underestimate Gryffindor's thirst for revenge, Eleanor. They might not win a straight-up duel, but they'll find some way to make us pay for this. A murmur of apprehension rippled through the room. The elation of victory began to curdle with a sense of unease. So, what do we do? Asked Duncan, voicing the unspoken question. Harry's lips curled into a determined smirk.
We stay vigilant. We train harder, think smarter, and be prepared for anything they throw our way. This might be the first battle won, but the war with Gryffindor is far from over. Everyone frowned, knowing that even though Harry and his team had put an end to Gryffindor's scheme for now, the knowledge that Dumbledore, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger were trying to force Harry into Gryffindor had left a lingering sense of betrayal. A cloud of suspicion hung over their victory, a constant reminder that their allies might not be as trustworthy as they seemed. The camaraderie they once shared now felt strained, tainted by the revelation of Gryffindor's manipulation. The celebration died down, replaced by a sobering realization: the true test of their loyalty was yet to come. Chapter 24. While Harry Potter and his friends were busy dealing with the Gryffindors in the library, Patrick Harvey, Agnes Parker, Abigail Beaufort, Julian Olsen, and Harley Parkinton had decided to go to the third-floor corridor and investigate what was in the place and why no Hogwarts student was allowed to go there. The mystery had been bothering Patrick since the beginning of the school term. Now, his curiosity had finally got the best of him. As the 5 students crept along the dimly lit third-floor corridor, their shadows flickering against the stone walls, Agnes whispered, "Are you sure about this? The professors are clear about the dangers." Patrick said, "That's exactly why we need to find out for ourselves. Why would they say that the third-floor corridor is dangerous and not expect us to not want to find out?" "That doesn't make any sense," said Harvey. They reached the forbidden door, and Abigail carefully turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a room shrouded in mystery. Julian's voice trembled slightly. "Remember, we stick together, no matter what's in there." Harley nodded, adding, "Together, we have a chance to uncover Hogwarts secrets." With a collective breath, they approached the third-room corridor, ready to face whatever lay beyond. As the door creaked open, a chill swept through the third-room corridor. "Stay close," Patrick whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of their synchronized heartbeats. Agnes nodded, gripping her brother's hand tighter. "Whatever happens, we face it together," she said, a determined glint in her eye. The 5 friends stepped into the unknown, their shadows merging with the darkness that awaited them. Patrick looked up and saw a huge 3-headed dog, its eyes glinting in the dim light. Frozen in shock, he managed to stutter out, "That's a Cerberus." Agnes whispered back, "It's guarding something." They all exchanged nervous glances, knowing that this was no ordinary school pet. Abigail, trying to keep her voice steady, said, "We need a plan. If the tales are true, music might soothe it." Julian, rummaging through his bag, pulled out a small flute. "Here goes nothing," he said, and began to play a soft melody. The beast's middle head cocked curiously, and slowly, each ferocious head lay down, lulled by the tune. Harley, with a mix of awe and fear, murmured, "Let's move, before it wakes up." They crept past a suit of armor, its rusted joints groaning like a banshee in a gale. Patrick froze, heart hammering against his ribs. Was it slumbering, or merely waiting to be disturbed? The silence stretched, broken only by the ragged gasps of their breaths. Uncertainty gnawed at him, but curiosity, fueled by a dash of recklessness, propelled him forward. He squeezed past the armor, the stale, metallic scent clinging to him, and rejoined the group, deeper into the forbidden corridor. For the next few hours, Patrick, Agnes, Abigail, Julian, and Harley embarked on a thrilling journey through a labyrinth filled with challenges that pushed them to their limits. Each twist and turn brought new obstacles that demanded not only their individual skills, but also their collective wit, courage, and even their friendship. Magical creatures, both wondrous and daunting, crossed their path. From mischievous sprites that attempted to lead them astray to a wise, ancient dragon who offered cryptic advice, these encounters tested their resolve. Through it all, their dialogue was rich with expressions of camaraderie and determination, highlighting the deepening bonds of trust and friendship that were forming. Patrick, usually the skeptic, found himself marveling at their progress. He never imagined that they would make it this far. "I can't believe we've made it this far. Hogwarts really is full of surprises." Agnes responded, "And to think, we've only scratched the surface of the story." Their journey through the third-floor corridor had led them deeper into the heart of the castle, where the secrets grew darker and the stakes were higher. Abigail frowned as she said, "We need to be careful. These challenges seem to be guarding something very important." Julian added, "Let's not forget why we're here. We're not just seeking adventure, we're here to learn something." Harley said, "Yes, and to protect each other, no matter what we face." As they stood before the final door, the air thick with anticipation, they knew that whatever lay beyond would change them forever. The large door swung open, and Patrick, Agnes, Abigail, Harvey, and Julian walked in, expecting to find treasures, or even a book detailing everything that had been going on since the beginning of Hogwarts. But they all let out a collective groan when the face of Professor Quirrell made itself known. "Ah, I see we have visitors," Quirrell said, his voice tinged with a mock surprise that didn't reach his eyes. "Looking for secrets, are we?" Patrick stepped forward, his gaze steady. "We were hoping to understand more about the school's history, not to be greeted by, well, you." Quirrell's smile faded slightly. "History is written by the victors, my young friends. And sometimes, it's hidden away for a reason." Agnes chimed in, "Then perhaps it's time for a new chapter, one where the truth isn't buried in the dark corners of Hogwarts." Quirrell's laughter filled the room, a cold and mirthless sound that seemed to seep into the very stones of Hogwarts. "You children truly believe you're ready for the truth," he taunted, his eyes alight with a strange fervor. Julian stepped forward, his voice unwavering. "We're not just children, Professor. We're students of Hogwarts, seekers of knowledge. Whatever truth you're hiding, we deserve to know it." The professor's smile faltered, and for a moment, a shadow of doubt crossed his face. "Be careful what you wish for," he warned. "Some truths are like Pandora's box, once opened, they can never be closed again." Agnes, with a fire in her eyes, met Quirrell's gaze. "We're not afraid of challenges or dangers. We've faced them before, and we'll face them again. Hogwarts has taught us that much." "I see," Quirrell said, his glare piercing through the dim light of the chamber as he observed the children. "You have spirit, but let's see if you can match it with skill." With a swift motion, he sent a series of spells towards them, each one more complex and dangerous than the last. The children scattered, wands drawn, as they deflected and dodged the magical assaults. The chamber echoed with the sounds of battle, spells clashing against stone walls. "All right, that's enough," Abigail shouted as she stepped forward. "We may be young, but we are not defenseless." With a determined flick of her wand, she conjured a shield that shimmered like a bubble, enveloping her friends. "Together, we are stronger," she declared. Quirrell's spells rebounded, one after another, as the children found their courage, their unity turning the tide of the confrontation. "Enough of this," Patrick yelled, countering with a spell of his own, which struck the man down. "We're not here to play games with you, Quirrell. We want answers." "So, you want to possess the Sorcerer's Stone," Quirrell mused, his voice a mix of amusement and disdain. "Do you even understand its power?" Patrick, with a determined look, replied, "We understand more than you think. We're not here to use it for ourselves, but to protect it from the wrong hands." Quirrell's expression darkened. "Foolish children, the Sorcerer's Stone is not something to be trifled with. Its power is ancient and dangerous." Agnes stepped beside Patrick, her voice steady. "We know the risks. But we also know the importance of keeping such power safe and out of reach from those who would misuse it." The tension in the room grew as the Patrick, Agnes, Abigail, Harley, and Julian prepared for whatever came next, their unity and purpose clear in the face of danger. They were ready to stand together to safeguard the mysteries and the magic of their beloved Hogwarts. As the 5 friends stood shoulder to shoulder, the ancient walls of Hogwarts seemed to hum with energy. "Remember, no matter what happens, we protect each other," Patrick said, his voice steady. Agnes nodded, her eyes fierce, "And the secrets of this place, they are bigger than any one of us." A sudden noise echoed through the corridor, and they tightened their grip on their wands. "Together," whispered Abigail, "always." With a collective nod, they stepped forward, ready to face the unknown with bravery and unwavering loyalty. Quirrell laughed as he stared at Patrick and Agnes. "You two think you're heroes," he mocked, his eyes gleaming with malice. Agnes, with a fire in her eyes, stepped forward. "It's not about us being the heroes, Quirrell. It's about doing what's right," she retorted. Patrick nodded, adding, "And we'll stop you, no matter what." Quirrell glared at them as he said, "I know who you two are, Patrick Harvey and Agnes Parker. But those names are not your true names, are they? No, you two are much more than ordinary Hogwarts students," he continued, the corner of his mouth twitching into a sly grin. Patrick shifted uncomfortably, exchanging a worried glance with Agnes. "What do you want from us, Quirrell?" he asked, his voice steady despite the fear that was slowly starting to take hold. Agnes stepped forward, her resolve hardening. "We may not be who we say we are, but that doesn't give you any power over us," she declared, her eyes locked onto Quirrell's. "We've done nothing wrong." Quirrell laughed, a sound that echoed off the walls and sent shivers down their spines. "Oh, but you have, my dear. You're here, aren't you, and in this world, that is the greatest mistake one can make." "And why should we not be allowed to exist?" said Agnes. "Whatever did we do to offend you?" Quirrell's eyes flashed dangerously in the dim light of the room. "You two have a lot of nerve questioning me," he sneered, his gaze piercing through Patrick and Agnes. "And by the way, your names are Juniper and Lucas Potter," he revealed with a twisted grin, enjoying the shock that flickered across their faces. "Yes, you heard right. The legacy of the Potters rests on your shoulders now," he added, his voice a mix of mockery and solemnity as he turned away, leaving them to absorb the weight of their newfound identities. With their names now revealed as Juniper and Lucas Potter, Patrick and Agnes stood in stunned silence. This unexpected revelation hung heavy in the air, a tangible force that seemed to press down on them with the weight of a legacy they had never asked for. "Is this true?" Abigail said as she stared at Agnes. "Are you really a Potter?" Abigail whispered. Agnes, or Juniper, shook her head, the unfamiliar name echoing strangely. I don't know," she stammered. "Everything Quirrell said feels false." Patrick finished, his jaw clenched. "We need answers, not his games." The weight of the revelation settled on them. Curiosity flickered in Agnes' eyes. Who were Juniper and Lucas Potter? Why were they at Hogwarts? What did Quirrell want with them? "We can't just sit here," she said with newfound determination. Patrick and Abigail exchanged a look. The unknown scared them, but staying in the dark was worse. "We need to find out more," Patrick agreed. "Such as, who are our parents and why are we really here at Hogwarts?" "I think I can help you with that," Harry said as he came into the room. Harley whirled around, his eyes wide with surprise. "Harry Potter. You're here. How, what are you doing here?" "Hello everyone," Harry said, ignoring Harley's initial outburst. "I recently saw a message that said that you needed help and came here as fast as I could. I will admit that it wasn't easy getting past all the obstacles that seemed to get in my way, but I'm here nonetheless." "So, what's going on?" Julian nudged Harley towards composure. "Quirrell revealed something shocking to us," Julian explained. "He claims that Agnes Parker and Patrick Harvey are really Juniper and Lucas Potter, which we're pretty sure is a lie."
Harry's brow furrowed. Potter. Like the Potters. As in, my siblings. He looked around at everyone, then said, but I don't have any siblings, not that I can even remember. Exactly, Abigail confirmed. Quirrell claims that your parents had left you a legacy, and we also don't know what it is. Everything seemed to freeze. Every little feeling showed on their faces, like paint on a picture. It was like he could see all their complicated thoughts at once, even though they seemed calm on the outside. Did he give you any explanation as to why he would do that? Anything at all? Agnes shook her head. He just revealed our names and said it was some kind of legacy. It doesn't feel real, Harry. I will admit that it's a lot to take in, Harry admitted, stepping closer. But Quirrell wouldn't throw around names like Juniper and Lucas Potter lightly. There has to be a reason for him to do that. He noticed a flicker of recognition pass between Patrick and Agnes. What is it? There's something we haven't told you, Patrick confessed. A few weeks ago, Agnes found this old locket hidden amongst her things. It has the Potter family crest on it. Okay, said Harry, wondering what Patrick was talking about. Show me the locket. Agnes reached into her pocket and pulled out a silver locket, its surface engraved with a stag. Harry took it, his fingers tracing the intricate design that adorned its gleaming exterior. A gentle warmth began to emanate from the locket, sending a subtle, tingling sensation through his hand as he held it close. This? Harry breathed, a strange feeling churning in his gut as he continued to stare at the locket. This changes things. It does indeed, Quirrell said as he faced Harry. Now, what have we here? Harry Potter, the boy who lived. That was, until he turned his back on his destiny and joined Ravenclaw. Why would that be a bad thing? Said Agnes. What's wrong with Harry being in Ravenclaw? He was supposed to be in Gryffindor. Quirrell snapped in anger, his voice tinged with disappointment and frustration. Harry Potter was the chosen one, the prophecy foretold his destiny to defeat the Dark Lord and bring hope to the wizarding world. It was all supposed to go according to plan. But then he decided to turn his back on all of that and go into Ravenclaw. Because he made his choice, said Patrick. He's not going to be some Gryffindor, who does idiotic things in the name of bravery. He's a Ravenclaw, the best house there is, and he's 100 times better than any Gryffindor will ever be. Harry placed a calming hand on Patrick's shoulder. Patrick, it's all right, he said, his voice steady despite the churning unease in his stomach. To Quirrell, he said in a firm tone, Quirrell, what's your game here? Why are you suddenly so keen on prying into my family affairs? What exactly are your intentions in delving into matters that do not concern you? I need some clarification on your sudden interest. Quirrell's smile widened, sending shivers down Harry's spine. Because, dear Potter, you seem to have forgotten something very important. There can only be one boy who lived. You're wrong, Quirrell, Harry snapped, his voice laced with a newfound anger. There's another boy who lived, one that has been ignored for far too long. Neville Longbottom. A look of surprise flickered across Quirrell's face, a momentary crack in his smug facade. Neville Longbottom, he scoffed, regaining his composure quickly, a hint of disbelief flickering in his eyes. A clumsy boy with a forgetful head. He's not worthy of being the chosen one, Harry Potter, he continued, his voice laced with disdain and a touch of superiority that seemed to solidify his stance on the matter. Don't underestimate him, Harry retorted, his grip tightening on the locket. He faced Lord Voldemort's Captain Bellatrix Lestrange that night when he attacked my family, Quirrell. He showed immense courage, even as a baby. Quirrell's eyes narrowed. A baby's magical tantrum is hardly a threat to someone of her caliber, Harry Potter. Besides, the prophecy spoke of a boy born at the end of July. Longbottom hardly fits the bill, does he? Maybe the prophecy isn't as clear-cut as you think, said Julian. Perhaps there's more to it than just birth dates and life circumstances. Perhaps, Quirrell conceded, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. He swept his gaze across the group, lingering on the locket in Harry's hand. But that locket, it signifies a true Potter. And with 3 Potters in our midst, the prophecy becomes even more intriguing. Intriguing or inconvenient? Agnes challenged, stepping forward with newfound defiance. Are you afraid, Quirrell? Afraid of what the prophecy truly means? Quirrell's smile returned, but it lacked its previous warmth. Fear? No, miss, what was your name again? Agnes, she said firmly, her chin held high. Agnes Parker, in case you suddenly forgot who I am. Yes, Agnes, or should I say Juniper? Quirrell drawled. Fear is not in my vocabulary. But curiosity, perhaps. This unexpected development certainly piques my interest. Tell me, Potters, he continued, his gaze flickering between Harry, Patrick, and Agnes, are you prepared to embrace your destiny? Will you become the heroes that you were born to be? Or will you crumble like Longbottom, content to remain forgotten? There's a third option, and that is for you to begone. Everyone gasped in shock, as Professor Severus Snape stormed into the room, followed by a wide-eyed Neville Longbottom. Quirrell stared at Snape with a mixture of surprise and something akin to fear, his smile evaporating completely. Snape, his black robes billowing dramatically, strode towards Quirrell, his voice dripping with disdain. I have heard everything that you told these children, he sneered, and I have my reasons to believe that Dumbledore had ordered you to keep quiet about the secrets you revealed to them. Quirrell's face contorted in a mixture of anger and confusion. Severus, what are you doing here? This doesn't concern you. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. On the contrary, Quirrell, he countered, his voice dangerously low. It concerns me a great deal. Especially if you're attempting to manipulate these 3 young students into your schemes. He glanced at Harry, giving a brief nod of acknowledgement, before shifting his attention to the bewildered faces of Patrick, Agnes, Abigail, Julian, and Harley. Dumbledore entrusted them to my care, and I won't stand idly by while you attempt to exploit them. Neville, emboldened by Snape's presence, stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. Professor Snape's right, Quirrell. You can't just come in here and make assumptions about us, not when you don't know who we really are. Quirrell let out a dismissive scoff, his tone dripping with disdain. Assumptions, he snorted, momentarily amused. The Potters, the prophecy, these are not merely vague assumptions, Longbottom. They are indisputable and proven facts that cannot be overlooked or trivialized, especially by the likes of you. Snape whirled on Quirrell, his voice laced with fury. Facts that you should not be privy to, let alone discussing with students. He whipped his wand out of his robes with a flourish, the tip glowing a menacing red. Now, Snape continued, his voice low and dangerous. Tell me, Quirrell, who exactly are you working for? Professor Dumbledore, or should I be concerned with who you're truly working for? The room fell silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Harry stared at Snape, a flicker of hope sparking within him. Had Snape come to help? And if so, who was he truly loyal to? The questions echoed in Harry's mind, causing a whirlwind of doubts about Snape's loyalties and motives to swirl around him, clouding his thoughts in a storm of uncertainty. Why should I tell you anything, Severus? Quirrell snapped as he glared at Snape with a mixture of frustration and bitterness evident in his tone. You never cared about the girl, Lily Evans, the one who you once shared memories with and now behave as if they had never existed. And I also recall vividly the animosity you harbored towards James Potter and his band of friends, constantly entangled in troubles that only seemed to worsen with time, creating a rift that reinforced your disdain for them.
Do not speak to me of James Potter, Quirinus. Snape napped, his tone laced with an undeniable edge of bitterness and resentment, a stark reminder of the undeniable history between him and Potter. While it may be true that James Potter had delighted in tormenting me, do not even think that I will take that pain out on his son Harry, for I hold no grudge against the boy. His voice softened slightly, a rare display of vulnerability in the usually stoic professor. And I will also hold no grudges against young Juniper and Lucas, as they are also not responsible for their father's despicable behavior. So you do admit that the students known as Agnes Parker and Patrick Harvey are Juniper and Lucas Potter, Quirrell said to Snape. Do you believe that what you're saying about them is the truth? It is true, Snape confirmed, his voice regaining its usual sternness. That foolish James Potter and his equally foolish wife Lily had a set of twins named Juniper and Lucas a year after their son Harry was born. However, for their safety, their existence was kept a closely guarded secret. Only Albus Dumbledore and I were privy to this information, not even the Order of the Phoenix knew of their existence. That was, until you found out the truth and revealed it to the children themselves, did you not? Snape's words hung heavy in the air, creating a weighty atmosphere that seemed to suffocate the room. A stunned silence descended upon the room as everyone tried to comprehend what he had just said. Harry's mind reeled as he tried to process what he had just discovered. Twins. His parents had twins. He had siblings he didn't know existed until recently. As he gazed at Juniper and Lucas, his newfound siblings, their faces mirrored his own shock and the slow realization of a shared, unexpected connection that not even Dumbledore's lies could break. How can that be true? Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. I never knew that your parents had Juniper and Lucas. Snape finished for him. I had warned Lily about the twins before they were born. I had told her that they would throw everything in the wizarding world off balance, and even threaten Lord Voldemort long before you began to grow up. But did she listen to me? Despite my cautionary words about the twins' potentially significant impact on the wizarding community and their capacity to disrupt the order of things, Lily chose to disregard my advice and welcome Juniper and Lucas into the world, unknowingly setting the stage for unforeseen consequences, such as what is happening right now. Agnes then said, Professor, with all due respect, how can we be sure you're not just making this up? Snape's lips twitched into a slight sneer. Perhaps this will convince you. He flicked his wand with a swift motion, and as if by magic, a shimmering memory materialized in the center of the dimly lit room. It was a poignant scene portraying a youthful James and Lily Potter, cradling their two precious newborns, a son with a mop of dark hair reminiscent of Harry's, and a daughter with vibrant red hair akin to Lily's. In the heartwarming memory, little Harry sat cozily nestled between his loving parents, exuding an aura of pure innocence and warmth. A gasp escaped Agnes's lips as she reached out towards the image, her reflection seemingly merging with the baby girl. Patrick stared wide-eyed, his hand unconsciously going to his own dark hair. Harry watched, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He had a brother and a sister. A family that he never knew existed. The memory flickered and faded, leaving an eerie silence in the room. Quirrell, who had been unusually quiet during this revelation, slowly spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. So, the prophecy can be rewritten after all, he said with a menacing undertone, his voice a low growl that sent shivers down the spine of those present. 3 Potters. 3 possible heroes. This revelation seems almost too good to be true, doesn't it? There will be no rewriting anything, Quirinus, Snape retorted, his gaze locking with Quirrell's. The prophecy speaks of one who will vanquish the Dark Lord. And whether it be Harry, Longbottom, or perhaps these newly discovered twins, their fate will not be manipulated by the likes of you. Quirrell, regaining his composure, straightened his turban and let out cold, humorless chuckle. So dramatic, Snape.
Always the loyal follower, even when you don't understand the game being played. And whom do you pledge your true allegiance to? Not that foolish Dumbledore, I hope, he continued, his disdain evident. He has long ceased to possess the qualities of a true leader, lost in his delusions and fading influence. Enough of this charade, Quirrell, Snape retorted sternly, his black eyes glittering with suspicion as his wand remained pointed threateningly at the trembling figure before him. His voice echoed off the cold stone walls of the dungeon, filling the space with a tense anticipation that crackled in the air. I demand to know who you're working for. Is it the Dark Lord Voldemort himself? Or have you sworn allegiance to someone else's false crusade, another dark force lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike when we least expect it? A tense silence followed. Quirrell's smile, if it could be called that anymore, turned into a chilling grimace. He opened his mouth to speak, but before any words could escape his lips, a disembodied voice filled the room. Severus, stand down. The voice, deep and powerful, sent shivers down everyone's spine. The source. The burning fireplace, where a wisp of green smoke began to form, slowly taking the shape of a man with cold, reptilian eyes. Chapter 25. Harry gasped as he stared at the man who stood in front of him. He was tall, had a snake-like appearance, and had an aura of danger that clung to him like a shroud. His reptilian eyes, cold and unsettling, flicked over Harry, sending shivers down the boy's spine. The man's lips stretched into a smile that did little to hide the sharp fangs glinting in the dim light. It was a smile that promised pain, a smile that spoke of dark secrets, and a past woven from violence. At the same time, Patrick, Agnes, Abigail, Julian, Harley, and Neville gasped in horror as they saw the man facing Harry. Is it him? Said Neville. It is, Professor Snape said as he shrank back in fear. That is Lord Voldemort. The name sent a jolt of terror through the students. They had all heard whispers of the Dark Wizard, of his reign of fear and his unspeakable acts. But to see him standing there, in the flesh, was far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined. The air crackled with a dark energy, and Harry instinctively reached for his wand, his grip tightening with a mixture of fear and determination. Why are you here? Harry snapped. What is the purpose of this meeting? You've got some serious nerve coming here. Oh, spare me your false outrage, Harry Potter, Voldemort mocked him, his voice a sibilant rasp. We both know this isn't a social call. You wouldn't dare summon the Dark Lord unless you were desperate. His scarlet eyes gleamed with a cruel amusement. So, tell me, what brings the boy who lived crawling to my doorstep? Desperate? Never, Harry retorted, though his voice trembled slightly. He forced himself to meet Voldemort's gaze, the snake-like slits boring into him. This isn't about me. It's about something bigger. Bigger than your own survival, Potter. That's a first, Voldemort sneered. He tilted his head, his long, pale fingers stroking the silver snake ornament on his walking stick. Perhaps you finally understand the true meaning of power. Power isn't everything, Neville piped up, his voice surprisingly steady despite the terror in his eyes. All eyes turned to him, a flicker of surprise crossing even Voldemort's face. Ah, Neville Longbottom, Voldemort drawled, his voice dripping with a sickly sweet amusement. Still as foolish and brave as ever, I see. And who are your companions? His eyes swept over the remaining students, a flicker of something resembling curiosity crossing his features. These are my friends, Harry said defiantly. And they won't let you get away with this. Voldemort's laughter echoed through the room, cold and devoid of humor. My dear Potter, he said, his voice regaining its cruel edge. You truly are a fool if you think a gaggle of school children can stand against the Dark Lord. Harry said, you'd be surprised, as I had already taken down those foolish Gryffindors, and put that pathetic Dumbledore in his place. So you don't scare me.
And neither does that Professor Quirrell, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, Harry finished, his voice gaining a sliver of confidence that surprised even himself. Quirrell, who was standing in the same spot where he was when Lord Voldemort appeared, whimpered and clutched his turban tighter. The Dark Lord didn't spare him a glance, focusing solely on Harry. A slow smile, devoid of warmth, spread across Voldemort's face. "Intriguing, Potter," he said, his voice a silky hiss. "But boasting will get you nowhere. Tell me, how exactly did you take down Dumbledore? Perhaps you possess more power than I initially thought." A cold thrill ran down Harry's spine, but he stood his ground. "Enough talk," he said, gripping his wand tightly. "We both know the real reason you're here. The Sorcerer's Stone." Voldemort's smile vanished. His eyes narrowed, and a flicker of red light ignited in his pupils. "So, the rumors are true," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You have been meddling where you shouldn't have." Agnes surprised everyone by stepping forward, clutching a worn copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. "Actually," she interjected, her voice surprisingly steady, "it's called the Philosopher's Stone, you know. And even if Harry wasn't after it, you wouldn't hesitate to take it for yourself." A snort escaped Snape, hidden in the shadows. Voldemort, however, turned his cold gaze on the young witch. "A bold one, aren't we?" he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Perhaps you'd like to demonstrate your knowledge further. Tell me, what exactly do you know about the stone's power?" Agnes, emboldened by Harry's defiance and the weight of her well-thumbed book, held her ground. "We know it can grant immortality," she said, her voice ringing out in the tense silence. "Which is why someone like you, who fears death more than anything, would be so desperate for it. You crave power, but true power isn't about how long you live, it's about what you do with your life." A flicker of anger crossed Voldemort's face, but before he could retort, Neville piped up, his voice surprisingly steady despite the terror in his eyes. "She's right, you know," he said. "You're just a scared little boy hiding behind a fancy title." The air crackled with tension. Voldemort's eyes flashed dangerously, and his hand twitched towards his wand, hidden within the folds of his cloak. The students exchanged nervous glances, but none of them backed down. They had come too far, and the fate of the stone seemed to hang in the balance. Harry pressed on, his voice gaining a sliver of conviction. "I've had a vision of the future, and there's no future where you reign over wizards and terrorize muggles. Look, maybe some muggles deserve a good scare, that's not what this is about. You want to use the stone to cheat death, to cling to a life that isn't yours. But death is inevitable, Voldemort. It's what gives life meaning. Without death, we'd all be, well, like you, pale shadows clinging to a mockery of life." A stunned silence followed Harry's proclamation. Voldemort's expression remained inscrutable, but the red glint in his eyes seemed to intensify. The air crackled with a dark energy, and for a moment, it felt as though the very room was suspended in time. Voldemort was unmoved. "Such bold words from the boy who lived," he said, his voice laced with a dangerous amusement. "Unfortunately, those bold words will not help you now." He flicked his wand, not at Harry, but at Professor Quirrell. "Kill the twins," he commanded, his voice cold and merciless. The twins, however, weren't about to go down without a fight. They sprang into action, their movements surprisingly coordinated despite their lack of formal dueling experience. Perhaps it was the adrenaline surging through them, or maybe their bond as twins granted them an unexpected synchronicity. With shouts of defiance, they both swished their wands, casting spells they barely understood. A streak of light, likely a poorly aimed stupefy, erupted from Patrick's wand, grazing Voldemort's shoulder and sending a jolt of surprise through the Dark Lord. It wasn't a critical blow, but it was a defiance he hadn't anticipated. Agnes waved her wand and yelled, "Protego." A shimmering shield erupted in front of her and Patrick, deflecting a volley of dark curses that erupted from Quirrell's wand. The display of courage, though unexpected, seemed to momentarily unnerve Voldemort. He stared at the twins, a flicker of something akin to respect flickering, almost imperceptibly, in his crimson eyes. "Interesting," he murmured, his voice devoid of warmth. "It seems Potter has gained some loyal companions." A cruel smile twisted Voldemort's lips. He may have underestimated the boy who lived, but these unexpected players added a wrinkle to his plans. Perhaps they were merely pawns, easily dispatched, but the defiance in their eyes was undeniable. A new wave of dark energy pulsed from Voldemort, the air crackling with anticipation. The room held its breath, the students bracing themselves for the onslaught. "Unfortunately, I have something you never knew about," Harry snapped. He stared at Patrick, who patted his pocket with a nervous nod, then back at Quirrell. "I have the power to end this farce once and for all, even if it means—" Harry trailed off, his eyes flickering to his friends, a silent message passing between them. Before Quirrell could react, Harry lunged forward, grabbing the turbaned professor's arm. A jolt of searing pain ripped through Harry as Voldemort shrieked within Quirrell's head, recoiling from the sudden contact. Agnes, ever the quick thinker, reacted instantly. "Everyone get back," she yelled, ushering the others away from the escalating chaos. Neville, ever the unlikely hero, took advantage of the momentary distraction. With a muttered incantation and a surprising surge of bravery, he pointed his wand at Quirrell's exposed leg and whispered, "Petrificus totalis." A golden rope erupted from Neville's wand, binding Quirrell's legs together with surprising speed. The professor crumpled to the ground with a surprised yelp, the turban slipping further down, revealing a pale, skeletal face contorted in pain. Voldemort's face. For a horrifying moment, two sets of eyes, one scarlet, one vacant and blue, stared out at them. "Well, this is certainly unexpected," Harry muttered, staring at the scene before him. Voldemort, trapped within Quirrell's petrified body, writhed in silent fury. The scarlet eyes burned with an unholy hatred, but his body was rendered immobile by Neville's spell. Relief washed over Harry, tinged with a sliver of apprehension. He wasn't sure how long the Petrificus Totalis spell would hold, but for now, Voldemort was subdued. The room held its breath, the students exchanging wide-eyed glances. Even Professor Snape, barely concealed in the shadows, seemed momentarily taken aback. The twins, Patrick and Agnes, shared a look of stunned disbelief. They had fought valiantly, but it was Neville's quick thinking that had truly turned the tide of the battle. "What now?" Julian stammered, his voice barely a whisper. The question hung heavy in the air. They had achieved a temporary victory, but they all knew this wasn't over. Voldemort, no matter how weakened, was still a formidable foe. The danger was far from over, but for the first time that night, a sliver of hope flickered in Harry's chest. They had faced Voldemort and emerged relatively unscathed. If they could learn more about the Sorcerer's Stone and Voldemort's motives, perhaps they could find a way to defeat him for good. "I believe I can help you with this," Snape said, emerging fully from the shadows. His voice was laced with disdain, but there was a hint of something else there too, perhaps begrudging respect. "As much as it pains me to say this, Professor Dumbledore needs to be informed about what's transpired here tonight." A collective sigh of relief rippled through the students. Even Harry, who still harbored a healthy dose of suspicion towards Snape, couldn't deny that the greasy-haired potions master's intervention was a welcome turn of events. "But how?" Abigail squeaked, her voice barely above a whisper. "According to Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore can't be contacted, because he's out searching for Nicholas Flamel." Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Fortunately, I have my own ways of contacting the headmaster," he said, his black eyes flashing with an emotion Harry couldn't decipher. "Leave Voldemort to me. You lot should get some rest. You've all had quite a night." The students, weary from the adrenaline-fueled confrontation, nodded eagerly. As they filed out of the room, casting worried glances back at the petrified Quirrell, Harry lingered for a moment. "Professor Snape," he said, his voice trembling slightly, "thanks for—" "Don't thank me, Potter," Snape snapped, his voice sharp. "Just get yourselves out of here. This is no concern for children." Harry hesitated for a moment longer, but seeing as Snape wasn't receptive to gratitude, he decided to take his advice. With one last look at the defeated Dark Lord, he turned and followed his friends out of the room, his mind racing with questions and a newfound determination to see this fight through to the end. The next day, Harry found himself back in the familiar comfort of the Ravenclaw common room, the previous night's events swirling through his mind like smoke. He still couldn't believe he'd faced Voldemort, a feeling that was both exhilarating and terrifying. His thoughts drifted back to the third-floor corridor. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, had seemed different, almost human. He'd spoken of his younger siblings, Juniper and Lucas, a flicker of something akin to longing crossing his reptilian features. It was a bizarre moment, a glimpse into the psyche of the most dangerous dark wizard the world had ever known, and it left Harry deeply unsettled. Lost in thought, "Harry Potter," a voice said from behind him. Harry turned to see Luna Lovegood, her large, misty blue eyes regarding him with an unnerving perceptiveness. "Just thinking about last night," Harry admitted, surprised at how easily the words came out. Luna, unlike the others, didn't seem fazed by the revelation of Voldemort's return. Perhaps, in her own way, she already knew. Luna tilted her head, her blonde hair catching the soft glow of the fireplace. "Yes, it was quite the night, wasn't it? Though I must say, the crumple-horned Snorkax were much more interesting." Harry couldn't help but smile, a genuine smile that reached his eyes for the first time since the encounter. "Snorkax, Luna." Luna giggled, a tinkling sound like wind chimes. "Don't worry, Harry," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "We'll get through this, you and I, together." A frown creased Harry's forehead, but it quickly disappeared as he saw familiar faces approaching him: Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace. Eleanor quickly took the lead. "Luna told us what happened with Quirrell in the third-floor corridor," she said, her voice filled with concern. "Are you all right, Harry?" Harry hesitated. He yearned to confide in his friends, to tell them everything about Voldemort's possession and their terrifying encounter. But a sense of responsibility held him back. Dumbledore had yet to return, and Harry wasn't sure if it was his place to reveal such a grave secret. "I'm shaken, but I'll be okay," he replied cautiously, offering them a small smile. Professor Quirrell, well, he was clearly not himself. Luckily, Professor Snape stepped in and helped us out of the situation. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Snape's intervention felt like an unwelcome wrinkle in their already complex situation. They all knew of Snape's animosity towards Harry, and his reputation for prioritizing Slytherins over other houses. "Professor Snape?" Duncan scoffed. "Since when does he help anyone besides Slytherins?" "There's more to him than meets the eye," Harry said enigmatically, his mind swirling with conflicting emotions. He knew Snape wasn't to be trusted entirely, but the potions master's actions the night before couldn't be ignored. Snape's presence at the confrontation, and his apparent willingness to help, was a mystery that Harry couldn't unravel on his own. "We should get you something to eat, Harry," Candace said, her voice laced with concern. Facing off against a defense against the dark arts professor is bound to be draining, even if it was the greasy GIT himself. A flicker of a smile touched Harry's lips. Despite the gravity of the situation, the camaraderie he shared with his friends was a source of strength. He knew that no matter what challenges loomed ahead, he wouldn't have to face them alone. He found comfort in their presence,
a silent promise of unwavering support that bolstered his resolve. As they headed towards the Great Hall, the weight of his secret seemed a little less oppressive. He knew he would tell them everything eventually, but for now, the knowledge that he had friends he could trust was a solace he desperately needed. It was now time for Harry Potter to go home. Everyone in Ravenclaw had their trunks packed and were talking about homes and families, two things Harry didn't have. But he knew it wasn't over yet. Not as far as Dumbledore was concerned. Speaking of which, Harry stormed to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was alone, as his golden team was too demoralized to leave their dorms. In fact, everyone found out about the duels between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. The Gryffindors shunned Ron, Hermione, Austin, Victoria and Josephine. Plus, Alfie Harper, Sydney Wilson, and Spencer Hill had also joined the group, with Alfie taking Patrick's place as part of the Golden Trio. They were also shunned by the Gryffindors. Harry said to Dumbledore, "So how do you like them apples? I knock you down and you don't say anything. Everyone heard about our duel and your golden brats were essentially kicked out of Gryffindor. So there you have it." "Harry, I do not wish to fight you," said the old man. "You liar," said Harry with an angry look on his face. "You still want to trick me. You do know that I can easily kill every one of your golden bastards, and not lose any sleep over it. Also, my uncle and aunt know about what you tried to do to me, and they're going to let you know about it in a letter soon." He stormed out the office and everyone who saw him immediately backed away. He knew that come hell or high water, Dumbledore was going to pay dearly for his lies. Harry wasn't fooled with any of Dumbledore's explanations about why he wanted him to live with the oppressive Dursleys, and go into Gryffindor, and be friends with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, and then he was determined to find out the truth. As he made his way back to the Ravenclaw common room, Harry's mind raced with questions. What else had Dumbledore been hiding from him? And why had he been so insistent on keeping him in the dark? As he entered the common room, Harry was met with concerned looks from his friends. Philip and Eleanor knew that something was wrong, and they were eager to find out what had happened. "What's going on, Harry?" Eleanor asked, her voice filled with worry. "Dumbledore lied to me," Harry replied, his voice shaking with anger. "And I'm going to find out why." That night was the final night at Hogwarts. Harry sat with Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace as he saw everyone sitting in their assigned seats. He saw Jonathan and Dudley chatting with Kirk, while Patrick was talking to Chauncey and Sandy at the Slytherin table. The Gryffindors were all withdrawn and sullen, with Ron, Hermione, and their group wearing huge frowns on their faces. Dumbledore said, "Now we will decide the winner of the House Cup for the end of this school term. With Gryffindor disqualified, due to several incidents of rule-breaking and a huge record of atrocious behavior, we now have 3 houses in the running. With 384 points, Hufflepuff is in 3rd place." Here, the Hufflepuffs cheered, while Slytherin and Ravenclaw are tied with 558 points. The students gasped as the score was announced. No one had expected that Slytherin would tie with anyone, let alone Ravenclaw. But Dumbledore was not done yet, as he said, "But we have some slight changes here, in light of everything that happened during the past few days." He stared at Harry, Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace as he said, to Philip Dennison, Eleanor Barlow, Duncan Snyder, and Candace Thorpe, "I award you 20 points for your strong friendship with Harry Potter." Cheers broke out in the Great Hall, especially from members of the Barlow family as the Weasleys booed. Ron and Hermione stormed out of the room in disgust. But to Harry Potter, for his unwavering loyalty to Ravenclaw House even though the circumstances were stacked against him, as well as his efforts to unite all 4 Hogwarts houses, "I reward you 50 points." Everyone from Ravenclaw cheered. Dumbledore held up a hand, saying, "And while Gryffindor lost many of their points over the year, I feel I should give a special reward of 5 points to Neville Longbottom. It is not enough to stand up to those who make fun of you, but sometimes, you must learn to stand up to your friends as well. Neville was willing to put everything on the line to help soothe the problems between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. And as for Patrick Harvey, Agnes Parker, Harley Parkinton, Abigail Beaufort, Julian Orson and Neville Longbottom, I reward you all 5 points each for showing true bravery in the face of danger. He did not get to finish his speech, because the Gryffindors burst into cheers, all clapping Neville on his back. Everyone else started applauding, even the Slytherins were clapping. Draco said, "You may have won this round, Potter, but don't think I will go easy on you. There's still a rivalry between us and I know my father will find out about you and demand retribution. It's not over yet, Potter." Harry sighed and nodded. He knew that sooner or later, there could be a rivalry between him and Draco Malfoy. Or what if he could somehow actually befriend the boy? He knew that it could be done, even if the other Ravenclaws would be telling him that it was a bad idea. However, with the Golden Team still demanding that he join them, mayhaps a Slytherin as his friend could come in handy. Nicholas came up to him and said, "Congratulations on your win, Harry. I do hope you haven't forgotten what you're meant to do here, or have you?" "Can't say I haven't," said Harry. "But I still wonder what happened the night I was brought over to the Dursleys, and why I wasn't staying with them until this past summer." Nicholas sighed as he said, "That was supposed to happen, no thanks to Dumbledore. But your other uncle Carlisle Evans knew that that was wrong and he made it so that you would stay with him and his wife Mary instead of with Vernon and Petunia. But when I found out that Dumbledore has sent Patrick and Agnes to stay with Vernon and Petunia soon after you left them, that's when I had to intervene." Harry looked at Nicholas incredulously. "Wait, so I was supposed to stay with those horrible people all along? And Dumbledore just let it happen?" Nicholas nodded solemnly. "Unfortunately, that's the truth. But like I said, your Uncle Carlisle stepped in and changed things for the better." Harry let out a deep breath. "I can't imagine what my life would have been like if I had grown up with the Dursleys. I'm grateful for Uncle Carlisle and Aunt Mary. They are my family now." Harry smiled, feeling a sense of warmth in his chest. Nicholas put a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "Well, yes you are, because I think you would have turned out so much worse than what you are now had you lived with them. And as for Patrick and Agnes, I personally made sure they were taken care of while they stayed with the Dursleys. But now that this is over, I'm going to find a better family for them to stay with. No more neglect or abuse for them." Harry smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Nicholas. You always seem to know what to do." Nicholas chuckled. "It's all part of the job, Harry. Now, let's set that aside for now and just enjoy the moment." Harry nodded as he watched Nicholas walk over to the Slytherin table and speak to Patrick. He knew that for better or worse, Patrick and Agnes were finally free from having to stay with the Dursleys. But then his thoughts turned to Dudley Dursley. He was an orphan and didn't have too many relatives, as did Harry. Sure, he had an Aunt Marge Dursley, but Harry had never met her. And he wasn't sure if she was worth getting to know, if she was anything like her brother Vernon. With a deep breath, Harry resolved to find out. After all, everyone deserved a chance, even a Dursley. With a sigh, Harry set the thoughts aside and focused on his victories. He had taught the Gryffindors a tough lesson about why they should not have messed with him and told Dumbledore exactly what he thought about his destiny. He was determined to make his own decisions about his future. As he walked back to the Ravenclaw common room after dinner, he was deep in thought. He knew that he couldn't ignore his connection to Voldemort, but he also didn't want to be defined by it. He had always been more than just a chosen one, or a boy who lived. Determined to carve out his own identity, Harry vowed to embrace his strengths and forge his own path, beyond the shadows of his past. As he entered the common room, he saw Luna sitting by the window,
gazing out at the stars. He walked over and sat down next to her. "Hey, Luna. What are you thinking about?" he asked. Luna turned to him with a dreamy smile, "Just wondering what's out there in the universe." "Do you ever think about that, Harry?" Harry chuckled, "Not really, Luna. I have enough to deal with right here on Earth." Luna nodded, "I understand. But sometimes, it's good to remember that we're just a small part of something much bigger." Harry smiled, "You always know how to put things in perspective, Luna." They sat in silence for a few moments, enjoying the peacefulness of the common room. Suddenly, Luna spoke up, "Harry, I know you're worried about your connection to Voldemort. But remember, you're also connected to something else. Something powerful and good." Harry looked at her quizzically, "What do you mean?" Luna smiled, "Love, Harry. You're connected to all the people who love and care about you. That's what gives you strength." Harry felt a warmth in his chest. Luna was right. He may have a connection to Voldemort, but he also had a connection to his friends and family. And that was something that Voldemort could never understand. He stood up, feeling more confident than he had in a long time. "Thanks, Luna. You always know how to make me feel better." Luna smiled, "That's what friends are for, Harry." As he walked back to his dorm room, Harry felt a sense of peace. He knew that his life was still uncertain, but he also knew that he had people who cared about him. And that was something that Voldemort could never take away. The next day, Harry found himself at the train station, as Hagrid helped load the students' trunks onto the train. The students were finally returning home, after almost a year of being at Hogwarts. A year, Harry thought as he watched everyone else board the train. It has been a whole year since this began. He wondered what would have happened had he not chosen to go to Hogwarts and stayed home. 1. He would have stayed at his other school and lived as a normal Muggle boy, or he would have been dragged to Hogwarts on his butt. Both choices would have resulted in Harry becoming Dumbledore's bitter enemy. He frowned as he spied on Dumbledore talking to Ron, Hermione, Austin, Victoria, Josephine, Alfie, Sydney, and Spencer as they left the school. The group was standing in a circle next to the train, where no one could see them. They were talking about how they were going to get Harry back for refusing them and exposing their deeds to the public. If anything, they had made a dangerous enemy, Harry mused. "Harry, hey Harry." Duncan's voice called him back. Harry turned and saw Duncan staring at him. "It's time to go," he said. Then noticing the look of shock on Harry's face, he said, "What's going on?" Harry said, "Dumbledore's plotting with the Gryffindors to get revenge against me." "Pay them no mind," said Duncan. "They can't do anything to you. Plus, most of them are orphans and who would listen to anything that orphans have to say? It's your word against theirs, Harry. Also, everyone in the wizarding world is talking about you, Harry. You exposed Professor Quirrell's schemes, outwitted the Gryffindors, and put Dumbledore in his place. His retribution will be swift, but we must be ready so that when the time comes, we will be able to get rid of him for good." "I hope," said Harry as the boys began to board the train. Hagrid came to Harry and said, "Are you sure that you're planning to return to Hogwarts next term?" "I don't know," said Harry. "And to be perfectly honest, I don't think I should return at all. I exposed Dumbledore and tarnished Gryffindor House. If anything, I say that they deserved it." "Indeed they do," said Hagrid. "Anyway, have a good summer and I hope to see you soon, if on your birthday." "I hope," said Harry as he boarded the train and the train took off. While everyone talked about the upcoming summer vacation, Harry wondered if he really wanted to return to Hogwarts. If anything, he knew he had to go back. Dumbledore was still in charge there and he still needed to be taught a lesson. The Gryffindors, despite losing the House Cup to Ravenclaw, were still the top house. Ron, Hermione, and their allies would still be running around unchecked, unchallenged, and wrecking other students' lives at will. They needed to be stopped. And there was also the threat of Lord Voldemort, a threat that he couldn't ignore. Plus, there was also the unexpected revelation that Patrick Harvey and Agnes Parker were his younger siblings Lucas and Juniper Potter, and that was something that Harry also couldn't ignore. They had been through so much, because of Vernon and Petunia Dursleys, and Harry vowed to make sure that they felt loved and protected from now on. He would do everything in his power to support and guide them, ensuring they never felt alone again. Harry, wake up. We're here. Harry woke up and saw Dudley shaking him awake. Uncle Carlisle and Aunt Mary are here, and everyone's waiting on you. Harry frowned and looked around him. The Hogwarts Express had pulled into the King's Cross train station. Scores of children were getting off the train and being greeted by their families. As Harry stepped off the train, he began to wish that he had a family to greet him instead of Carlisle and Mary Evans. Mary noticed him and said, "Hurry up, Harry, everyone's outside waiting to see you." She stared at him and said, "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing wrong, Aunt Mary," said Harry as he grabbed his trunk and waved to Phil, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace. "Well, I've heard there was some trouble at Hogwarts, and I wonder if maybe I should send you to Ravencliff Academy instead of Hogwarts next term," said Mary. "I don't know, but I think they need me at Hogwarts," said Harry. "Dumbledore is not the man I hoped he was, and there's some people there who are looking to cause trouble for everyone. They all look to me to make things right, and I should. For now, I'm tired and I'd really like to go home and rest before I make any big decisions regarding my education." "Indeed you shall," Carlisle said as he brought little Molly to see Harry. Harry stared at Molly. She had Lily's same green eyes and red hair. Molly would never know about Vernon or Petunia Dursley, not where it counted. The baby gripped Harry's hand and he smiled. He knew exactly what he had to do. He had to make the wizarding world a better place, so when it came time for Molly to decide if she wanted to go to Hogwarts, when she passed her 11th birthday, she would go there, knowing that the school would be a safe place for young wizards and witches in training. But Harry James Potter knew that it wasn't over yet, not as far as everything was concerned. And that's a wrap on No Stones for Sorcerers. I hope you all enjoyed this story, as much as I enjoyed the challenge of weaving a new tapestry from familiar threads. Let's be honest, rewriting a beloved classic while making it feel fresh is no mean feat. After all, we've all grown accustomed to a certain course of events at Hogwarts. But what if things were different? That's the question that fueled No Stones for Sorcerers, and it's a question that will continue to resonate in the upcoming sequel. Of course, the biggest question on everyone's mind is, what's next for Harry? He's just discovered a shocking truth: he has two younger siblings named Juniper and Lucas. How will he navigate this new reality, all while dealing with the fallout from choosing Ravenclaw over Gryffindor? The bonds of the Golden Trio may be fractured, with Ron, Hermione, and the Gryffindors still fuming about the unexpected turn of events. Can Harry build those friendships, or will new alliances take their place within the ancient walls of Hogwarts? Meanwhile, Harry's Ravenclaw friends Philip, Eleanor, Duncan, and Candace will face their own tests. Will their bond be strong enough to weather the coming storm? Dumbledore's manipulations and hidden truths cast a long shadow. How will Harry confront them, and what impact will they have on his burgeoning magical abilities? And what about Professor Snape's unexpected loyalty? All these mysteries and more will be unraveled in the thrilling sequel, No Secrets in the Chamber, coming to YouTube on July 6, 2024. Get ready for a magical adventure unlike any other, where familiar faces play surprising roles and hidden truths threaten to shatter everything Harry thought he knew. Dear listeners, a heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you who joined me on the magical journey through No Stones for Sorcerers. It's been an absolute thrill to share this unique retelling of a beloved story, and your support has been truly spellbinding. But the magic isn't over yet. Mark your calendars, because the highly anticipated sequel, No Secrets in the Chamber, arrives on YouTube on July 6, 2024. Prepare to delve deeper into the fantastical world you experienced in No Stones. Be ready for hidden truths to be revealed, new challenges to be faced, and of course, the return of some of your favorite characters, with a few unexpected twists thrown in for good measure. We all know Hogwarts holds its fair share of secrets, and No Secrets in the Chamber promises to unlock some truly surprising ones. So, get ready to be astonished. I'd love to hear your thoughts on No Stones for Sorcerers. Feel free to share your favorite moments, theories about the upcoming sequel, or anything that sparked your imagination in the comments below. Until then, keep the magic alive. I can't wait to welcome you back to Hogwarts for No Secrets in the Chamber on July 6th. With warmest regards, Princess.Toy.Nerd.